Hey everybody, 15 minutes. 15 minutes to the next talk. 15.
growth team.
Make sure people actually
A different vehicle?
All right, beautiful people, if you want to start making your way back to these incredibly, probably not terrible, but semi-comfortable seats, I don't know, we're like a 7? What do you think, Terrell? Ish. Let's start corralling everybody back. Also, a little kind of housekeeping. If you guys want to chat, this whole thing is really about networking, connecting. Sometimes the whispers can get a little bit cacophonous. Look that word up. I'm trying to impress you guys. So there is actually a Starbucks there, or you can just jump outside, or you can walk over to the convention center if you need some room space over there. But let's try and keep that to a minimum. The other thing is shout out to the presenting sponsors, SendLane and Retention. Love you, Adam. Jimmy's coming actually as well. Hi, Madison. And then all of our other amazing sponsors that you can see as well up here. And then I think that's it. We're going to have Kevin intro Dylan, and then amazing. Okay. Woo, woo, woo. All right. All the peanut gallery back there by the kitchen. Let's get back to the seats. Yeah, wrap them up, Colin. That headband commands authority. Get into it. Get these people over here. Bueller. Chuck T, get your folks and bring them over here for the talk. Let's get back butts and seats. Amazing. Butts and seats. Let's go, people. Let's go. Knees to chest. Come on, let's move. All right, I'm going to toss it over to Kevin to intro the next guest speaker, who is an amazing, awesome CRO, just heat. No pun intended, because he has a new product coming out around heat mapping, but here you go, Kevin. Thank you.
I think if I let Robert talk long enough, he'll just do all of it. So maybe we'll do that next time. You guys doing all right? How was lunch? All right, after a fun morning of shop talk, we're really excited to introduce our next speaker. Let me tell you a little bit about Dylan Ander. He's the founder and CEO of SplitTesting.com, the market leader in conversion rate optimization. He's worked with a lot of the big names like Geico and Planet Fitness, along with several D2C brands. As a marketer, he's been featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur, Yahoo Finance, just to name a few. As a musician, you can catch several songs he's written on the Billboard 100. I'd like to stand up here and ask him a whole bunch of questions about that, but he's got a talk to give. So Dylan, come on up. He's going to tell us 10 key takeaways from optimizing $1 billion in e-com revenue. Give him a round.
Fair Garden, what up? Hey, yo, Peanut Gallery, you guys want to hear about CRO? Then come in. All right, cool. How's it going, guys? Feeling good? Lunch? Sweet? Energy high? You feeling sluggish? Nah? Sweet. We good. Awesome. Well, my name is Dylan. I'm CRO. We do SplitTesting.com. That's all we are. We've ran 2,500 split tests that I've done under my guys. Our agency's done over 4,000 split tests. So we've got a little bit of data. Can't necessarily aggregate it. There's a couple of NDAs. I wish I could share that stuff. It would be super fun. But we've literally optimized over $3 billion in client revenue. It's pretty useful. I'm here to help you guys a bunch. It's my goal. So who monitors their conversion rate on a daily basis? Raise your hands. All right, well, you guys are the problem. That actually sucks. So anyone who monitors their conversion rate daily is literally not looking at the right metrics, right? So this talk is not about a couple of quick wins that you guys can get. I'm not here to say, do this on your landing page. This is the kind of headline. Here's some copywriting stuff. I'm here to genuinely help you guys figure out the way to 10x your business. It's not about quick wins. It's about really diving in. I'll give you guys my CRO philosophy in a little bit, which comes pretty simple, but it takes a lot of fucking time to actually do this, to really go through. All of you marketers here are CROs. CRO is not just, your conversion rate's a sum total of absolutely everything you do on your website and your business. Even your customer support affects your conversion rate. So super crucial. Make sure that you understand that it's absolutely everything that's involved. Quick background on me. Founder of SplitTesting.com, optimized over $3 billion in client revenue. I've exited 2 e-commerce brands myself. I have a portfolio of supplement brands. It's honestly just a playground for us to get to test all the new shit. Played tennis in college, I rock climb, and one time in college a girl called me handsome, and it was super cool. No need to applause, Thank you. Thank you. It's all the glasses, but that's pretty much it. Sweet. Outline of the presentation. This is where it's going to go. Number 1, 4 giant, fat, horrible, terrible assumptions of CRO. It's going to be part number 1. Number 2, the only way to effectively optimize a website. That's really where I'm going to dive into where you guys are going wrong, because I would imagine all y'all are. Sorry. New York love. That's the way it goes. Next is follow-up tests. That's actually one of the secrets of CRO, which is when you gain intel. A lot of people say, Dylan, but this test lost and this test lost. There's no winning and losing. It's compounding data points that are super crucial to understand. Some of our best CRO campaigns have come out with 4 losing tests in the beginning, but they gave us so much data that our next 5 split tests just knock it out of the park. So that's what's important. And then I actually trademarked something called the 4 quadrants of traffic. It's not super relevant, but I just kind of wanted to share it. And get your phones ready for QR codes. I have like literally 10 of them. So grab out your phone. It's going to be useful. It's not plugs for me. It's all for you guys. So the 4 big, fat, horrible, terrible assumptions about CRO. CRO is about increasing your conversion rate. Whoever names CRO, if you know who that person is, let's push them off a cliff. It's really bad. Again, it's not about your conversion rate. It's about absolutely everything. Who here likes bottom line profit? Anyone? Cool. Well, sweet. That's what CRO is about, right? So it's not a hot take. What up, Barry? Your conversion rate is very much a vanity metric. And the reason why people ask me that, it's like, well, it's part of the foundational numbers of how you get to your revenue, but there's so many things outside of CRO that destroy your conversion rate. Let's say, like clients come to me all the time like, dude, what the heck, we brought you on and our conversion rate's like, 2.4. When we started with you, it's 2.8. It's like, well, you guys tripled your ad spend and your conversion rate only went down 0.4. It's pretty sick. I'm actually proud of my team. I know you're upset, but that's kind of how it goes. What if you're out of stock of your bestseller? Probably conversion rate's going to go down. Seasonal business, if you sell surfboards, winter's not going to be too prosperous in New York, I would imagine, right? So there's so many things outside your control that actually affect CRO and your bottom line conversion rate. So another one too, if you cut out in the opposite direction, if you cut out all your ad spend and you're just doing email marketing and organic, your conversion rate will quadruple. So it literally just does not tell you in your business something. It's not a very good measure of like how your website's performing. So CRO is really website optimization. That's what it should be called. Next, CRO is just split testing and landing pages. So not true. If you media buy, if you do email, if you're a developer, if you're a copywriter, if you're a community manager, absolutely everyone is doing CRO, and that's a big part of it. Split testing and landing pages are like 20%, and 80% is actually research, which sounds super boring, and that's what a lot of this is going to be about. It's actually not boring. It's super cool. I love it, but whatever. Another thing, has anyone, raise a hand, has anyone here ever heard of like, you need 1,000 conversions to see if something's statistically significant? Raise a hands. Has anyone heard that? Sweet, cool. Well, it's not fucking true, and I'm going to show you guys why. It bothers me so much. Number 4, you can end tests when they're statistically significant. That's also missing the other half of the puzzle, which is statistical power, which most people will probably hear for the first time today. So that's what's important. So I'm just going to go on that one just a little bit. Statistical significance. That actually shows how how large a delta is or a change in version A versus B. So really classic example I love using, if you flip a coin 3 times and it lands on heads, it will land at a 99.99999% statistical significance. It's pretty sweet, right? So that means when you flip a coin, it's heads. Not true, because there's something called statistical power, which is if you repeat the test 1,000 times, how many times will you get the same result? That's going to look like 0.0001. So a test needs to have enough data, right? A lot of people say there's underpowered tests that don't have enough, and that's what's super important, is making sure that your test is statistically significant as well as statistically powered. So the golden numbers, a lot of people look for 95% statistical significance and 80% of statistical power. If it sounds like hard to calculate, you literally just plug it into a calculator. It's really no big deal. And it tells you the numbers. So it's really not that hard to actually go and actionize. But those numbers are not law. When we do CRO, it's really come from like a do no harm perspective. So if we find something that's like a 91% statistical significance and 78% statistical power, we usually go for it, right? Like it's going to be really good. And you can go down and down and down, but it's like those numbers are not law. It's like 95% statistical significance. You actually need like 99 if you're doing medical studies, because you could literally kill humans. I don't think anyone in this room is doing things of that caliber. So, I mean, Yeah, we're marketers. So it's really important not to put ourselves down. We're awesome, but it's the truth. So this is just an example. Sorry if it's small. I can only make it as big as possible. But 80,000 test results for version A and version B. 1,600 and, little shy of 1,700, right? A/B test guide, plug to them. Whoever made it is awesome. It's free. So we use A/B test guide to just type in numbers. And here's what you'll find. Your p-value is actually just the number 1 minus your p-value is your statistical significance. So in other ones, it says it. These are all just a bunch of fancy numbers. You just put in your numbers, and it's pretty damn easy. Not enough data for 77%. Again, this is just showing that there could be enough statistical significance, but not enough statistical power. I wanted to find out the better numbers, but for all intents and purposes, that's the whole point of what I'm saying. Guarantee if you plug it in a calculator, that will be. Another one. Now, to show that you don't need 1,000 conversions, and whoever said that should also be slapped upside the head, here's 8,000 and 8,000, 160 conversions and 191 conversions. It doesn't sound like overwhelming, but if you actually do the math, that's about a 20% lift. 20% lift on your businesses, everyone. You guys would be kissing my feet if I actually implemented that for you guys. But we need statistical power. Awesome. Huge observed power. It's really statistically significant, right? Or statistically powered. So just going back, again, if back works, it's not 1,000, right? Maybe if you have 5, 10, 15, 20 conversions, definitely don't recommend that. There's a number that a lot of people say of a minimum of 100 per variance. It can be, as long as it's statistically significant and statistically powered, and you have at least 100 per variant, you can probably go for it. That's what's important. So again, we're here to find things that are statistically significant and statistically powered. Now that's pretty much most of the nerd talk, right? But finally, what you guys wanted to hear, the $3 billion CRO strategy. How I Met Your Mother, super shout out. So supplies to everyone in marketing, super important, right? So let's go into it. CRO philosophy, it's super underwhelming. Whoever understands their customers the best wins at absolutely every part of marketing. I was talking with Sarah about this before, shout out Sarah. So it's really just understanding who you're selling to. It's not about you as the marketer. It's not about the Facebook algorithm. It's not about any algorithm. It's not about the content you create. It's literally about your customers and reverse engineering it backwards. I see a couple nods. Hopefully that wasn't me. But yeah, so it's really just understanding those customers and really diving in and being able to have empathy, understanding them, what they want. Some people do those customer avatar researches. That's good, but honestly, I'd rather just go to the customers, right? That's the best way to do it. If anyone here owns an agency, think of a really good example. Super high ticket, right? People pay a lot of money for it. When you go and ask your customers, how do you feel about the campaign so far, right? Are you happy with the service and everything? That's actually some of the most valuable feedback you can get on how to offer a better service. So even though you guys are probably selling to, hopefully, 50,000, 100,000, 250,000 customers, it's got to scale, right? So there's different tools that we have to actually be able to understand them. So we always start with customer feedback surveys, right? That's the number one thing. Number two is interviews. Has anyone ever picked up the phone and called their D2C customers before? Woo! Baby, we got some serious people here. Super important. Heat maps and screen recordings, super crucial. Review mining, also crucial. Competitor analysis. I'll actually give you guys the right framework on how to do competitive analysis without spending 10 days or hiring a person exclusively for research, right? You can really just do it in a good model. And then data analysis, which I'm not going to go too far into. And then the test roadmap, which is the ICE method. Super simple. It's going to be a spreadsheet. I'm going to give you guys all my spreadsheets. Speaking of, grab your phone, everyone, take that QR code. This is literally $3 billion of optimization, and just grab it. Thank you. Mwah. Cool. Do you guys have permissions to open it, or did I fuck it up? It's good? Okay, sweet. Awesome. So, awesome. If everyone's got it up, sweet, good. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I see phones. I see phones. Y'all slackers. Come on. Come on, more phones. This is it, guys. Sweet. All right, I don't see any more phones. Heck yeah. Sweet. So now you can zone out of the spreadsheet and look back at me. Love you all. So let's go into it. The secret sauce template, really, of literally what we have here, these are not actual tests to run, but this is the end goal, right? So there's competitor analysis, review mining, screen recording overviews, and customer feedback survey results, and then the ICE framework. That's exactly what I mentioned. I put this all in a spreadsheet, so you literally don't even need to think about it. That's pretty much it. So this is just another way to understand the data funnel of understanding your customers, actually. There's customer feedback surveys, competitor analysis, exit intent surveys, which we do use, data analytics, and heat maps and screen recordings. It's kind of a duplicate slide. I probably should have used that one instead. But raise your hand if you've read the book, Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. More gangsters in the room. If you guys have not, literally QR that right now. I have no affiliate link on it. That's an Amazon link. You guys have to read this book for every facet of life. He's an FBI hostage negotiator, and he goes into a negotiation in the beginning of how someone almost died, and then how you can apply it to your daily life, and it's super useful. And also a fun read, and not one of those super lame ones. But the number one source for understanding your customers, my biggest takeaway, everyone has a different one, but starting questions with what and how are actually two of the biggest things. If I say, how do you feel about your beard? You feel great about it? Cool. If I say, why do you feel great about it? See how you just hesitated? That puts you on the defensive, right? So when you actually ask customers things, whether you're on the phone with them or anything like that, avoid the word why. Definitely read the book, but how someone feels about something. If I'm asking for a lot of supplement companies or clothing companies, right? How people feel about their body, it's what is your relationship to your body versus why do you feel how you do about your body? They're very polarizing things, and it actually pulls out. Because if you say a lot of these can give yes or no questions, which are ultimately the end. People just bounce out, and it absolutely sucks. So make sure you ask those types of questions. Hey guys, there's a customer feedback survey. You want it? Sweet. So it's literally a Google form, right? So it's no permissions? Fuck. Well, just request it. Now everyone has my email. So if you go request it and do it. So yeah, super useful. Again, you can just take this out. What we do is the past 90-day purchasers. So there's a lot of seasonality in your business, or you can silo this to specific customers who have purchased. But there's a lot of things like no commerce and the post-purchase surveys, but they don't have their product yet, right? They haven't lived with it. They haven't used it. They don't know what it's like yet. So I don't necessarily use those. For actual UX things and copywriting, it's useful to be able to collect that, but it's really understanding what their dream outcome is, right? Once they interact with your product, what is it like? That's what's super crucial. So last 90-day purchasers, just send it all out to them and send out once you get permissions, the template of what I did. But then number two, the other option is to send it to your main hero SKU or someone who has really done it for specific one. Or let's say you want intel on your second bestseller and understanding it better. Maybe if you tweak the copy, that could actually be your bestseller. Or you're stuck with a bunch of stock of something that's not selling. Great. Figure out your customers. Whoever understands their customers the best wins. And boom, now you can win. Sell your inventory. So these are a couple of them that I kind of just already said, but what's most important to you when buying sneakers, that type of thing. How are you interested in sneakers? What made you buy from Raba's lame sneakers over other companies? What don't you like about the specific sneakers you bought from Raba's lame sneakers? What do you most what do you like most about the specific sneakers you bought from Raba's lame sneakers? So it's these questions specifically, it's all in the template, super useful. Heat maps and screen recordings, I'm proud to say I created, unless someone else knows, like Ben did in his, I believe I created the world's first heat map in the world that has revenue attribution down to the UI element. So you can literally scroll through your entire site and click down to the element and see where revenue is coming from. Took 6 months to rebuild all the functionality of Google Analytics. Took 4 months to integrate it with Google, with actually heat maps. So definitely recommend it. I wanted to debut it today, but you can take a look. You can see there's clicks over there, and literally you can, if it was big enough, right? You would have all the average order value, revenue per session, any single event you want. So if you're running from Facebook and you want Facebook-specific traffic of people who purchase, and you want to see how they interact with your website, bada bing, bada boom. That should send an email to me, so you'll have my email twice, and I'll add you guys to the beta. Game changer? Thank you. I think so. Awesome. So going back into it, review mining. Or did anyone get it? Shameless plug. Any other phones? We'll stay. So review mining. There's positive reviews and negative reviews, right? There's the two things that are super important to understand. The positive reviews are the value propositions you should double down on. I have this on the template if you guys actually look at the spreadsheet. And then the negative ones are areas for additional clarity. I always like to say clarity because, let's say there was one, I was looking at a company that I was going to roast, but it was pretty important that they said, a lot of customers said that they get headaches from it. It doesn't sound intuitive to have that on your website to say, you may get headaches from this, but your customers will thank you. Your net promoter score will go up. Everyone will be happier with you. It's just kind of giving that heads up so they don't hate you and then put a negative review online and then your marketing gets bad. And it's I'd rather not make the sale and give someone headaches. So I didn't actually give any reviews there, but we really focus on the positive reviews because that's what the raving fans actually go and do. People who love it go for the positive reviews. Website reviews, Amazon reviews, and Google search reviews. That's what I do. So let's say you're looking at Triple Whale, right? Well, they don't have Amazon. Let's say you're looking at Goalie, they're a huge supplement brand. Go to their website and see the reviews. Obviously, everyone here knows that you can kind of filter those out, so you're not going to get the best ones. It's not the most actionable. But there is some valuable things in there that you can tell which ones are actual humans. Go to Amazon, look at reviews. You'll see a lot of negative ones there. It's rare that there's better reviews on website than Amazon. Sorry, said that backwards. And then Google search reviews. If you're doing Triple Whale, just Google Triple Whale reviews. And those are the 3 ways that you actually go and get really actionable insights. Competitor analysis, this is one of my favorites as well. There's 4 pillars. You guys don't need to go out and hire someone crazy, do a lot. This will take you a full day of work. I highly recommend that everyone does it. Just take 1 business day, shut off your phone, shut off Slack, shut off everything, and just do a serious competitor analysis. I see some firms, sorry if I'm putting you guys out of business, that charge $50,000 for a competitive landscape thing. BS, don't do it. Do it for free. It's one day, literally 1 day. The 4 parts are value propositions, the messaging and the angles, mostly copywriting, the imagery and visuals they use in their site, and lastly is UX. And fun fact on split tests, a lot of people think that if you change your whole layout and a lot of those UX improvements that you make, those are actually the least impactful tests. The tests that we run that are usually winning are images or copywriting. That's why 2 of these are copywriting right here. So we have those again in the spreadsheet. Pick your 5 closest competitors and go and look at those 4. Super valuable. Really cannot recommend it enough. So once you go there, you want to actually start testing, right? If you want to implement, if your brand's not large enough, but I recommend you guys go into testing. More than happy, I'm making more content about it. But either way, does anyone remember the scientific method from 3rd grade? It's pretty cool. It's one of those things that for me personally, I actually use now from high school or elementary school, whatever, super useful. So observation question, research topic area, your hypothesis, testing with an experiment, analyzing the data, and reporting conclusions, and then the observation in question, right? So just taking an example of sneakers, right? So we've got an awesome sneaker lover here. The target demographic, males who shower once a week, spend their life savings on sneakers, would die for the gram, don't text back for days at a time, and love mirror selfies. So that's pretty much after you do all your research, you find exactly what you want, right? So super important, but I digress. We'll just go back to scientific method. So let's say you're finding on the actual site, and shout out Alexa, thank you. All right, put you on the spot. So for the observation, let's say we're looking at it and we're trying to break down males versus females, right? We didn't know that our customer avatar previous to doing this competitor analysis was really more males than females because let's say they're unisex shoes kind of thing. You go into the research topic area that you see when you tested something, or let's say it was an email that had a male model on it, because again, it's not just your website, the email crushed. It absolutely slapped. Okay, well, what about this email can we take a look at? Men, okay, let's take a look. The hypothesis is if we put more male models on our website, it should work better. Again, go back to our beautiful demographic of who we are. Test with the experiment, right? So let's say it's your hero image. You definitely don't want to do your copywriting or anything big like that, but it's super valuable to understand, again, messaging, imaging, that's really where it comes down to, the biggest tests. From there, you'll go and analyze the data, you'll take a look at it, report your conclusions, see what it looks like, make sure you QA your damn tests if you guys are doing it. There's 26 viewports, meaning screen sizes. I guarantee that any of your developers who are not specifically experienced in split testing, they will have it broken on some of those viewports. It's a 100% chance. I've just never seen it. So it makes it really hard for your test to win. Make sure you QA on 7 devices across 3 or 4 of your team members before you run tests. Super important. From reporting conclusions, and now your observation. This right here, actually, like, although it's just a small amount, this is really where the magic happens. It's actionizing the data that you get. So like I said, there's no like winning test and losing test. There's really just like, the action that you get, the compounding data points of your understanding and being able to actionize it. So again, let's say on the males, it works really well. Well, why don't we put a male model in our ad creatives? It's probably going to work a lot better. Why don't we give certain responses in customer support? Why don't we take a look at our next product line? Fundamentally, a split test can change the whole course of your business and your product line and literally everything, your supply chain, how you do it. It's like really crucial. So now being able to actually repeat this process, because it's a singular arrow that just keeps going, really make sure you find your conclusions and you actually make a follow-up test following on that one that you just had. That is the most crucial part. The thing that we do as a CRO agency, literally, we just do follow-up tests. Other people have we've always wanted to try these 5 things on our website, but that's absolute bullshit. You need to find something, one of those 5, pick it, or maybe you have 2 silos going on of hypotheses, and then you're testing this one and having follow-up tests, follow-up tests, follow-up tests. That's the way that you actually do CRO the right way, and it's like mission critical, super important. So the follow-up test, again, totally should have used that slide, but you get the point. ICE method. Final part of it, impact, confidence, ease. That's how you go and actually prioritize tests. Because people always ask me, in what order do we actually hit it? So impact is, all these are just 1 through 5. How big of an impact can this actually have on, if we go and do it? As something as large as a landing page, that's probably going to be a 5, right? If you're looking at something like, reordering some of the things on the bottom of your page, probably going to be a 1. Next is confidence. This is totally up to how confident you are, right? Like how much research you've done, or are you just kind of throwing shit against the wall, hoping for the best? 1 through 5, how confident are you? And then the last one is ease, right? It's like difficulty, like how easy is it to do? So a full landing page is a 1 because it's not easy, right? So it actually sounds backwards, but switching around your headline, it's a 5. It's pretty easy, right? So it's not, well, obviously, copywriting's super complex, but that's really the way it is. And in this spreadsheet, you just go through. I did a magic formula where you add the 3 before that. And it's pretty mind-blowing, right? But we've got that column here, and it's super important. So you can literally take your ideas, no matter how crazy and ambitious they are, down to little ones that you have. They're all useful. Put it in the ICE format. Testing timelines is something I yell at everyone. If Amazon and Nike, with their amount of traffic they get, only run tests for 2 weeks at a minimum, I don't know why any of y'all are special and should do anything different. So this is just an example of just, sample ones. Again, I believe this is in the template. If not, it's pretty basic to just create, right? 2 weeks at a time. So maybe it's tanking your website. If you get an 80% drop off from a test, there's likely a bug in it, but otherwise, let's say you just really nailed it or nailed it in the worst way, you can just go and cut it early, right? So that's pretty much it. But other than that, you need to let it run for 2 weeks because we've seen tests flip at the 1 week mark that we thought were losers, that were kind of losing, negative statistical significance, and then boom, knocked it out of the park because you had some sale or some unique thing, got a rush, maybe a PR blast, something. That's why you need 2 weeks of the data. So last part, 4 quadrants of traffic. Just a bonus topic. I'm going to run through it really fast. I did a study of over 1,000 e-commerce stores that I have access to. Minimum was 5K a month. Maximum was 15 million a month. It's pretty big stores, right? Pretty big swing, but we put them all together to determine the data points. Number 1, the way I call the quadrants of traffic, this is how I judge every test. Number 1 is that there's mobile and desktop users. Then there's also new and returning users. So when you break it down, there's mobile new users. There's first-time mobile users, first-time desktop, mobile users. I literally always mess it up every time, but you get the point. It's so hard to say. So from those quadrants, these are just overall, everyone here is pretty smart marketers. You guys know where this comes from. So this is just for the basic folk who don't really know where the traffic comes from. This was one thing that was super interesting is the percentage of total traffic. On average, 68% were new mobile users. Returning mobile users were 14%. Most people say, yeah, nowadays 80% of your traffic is going to be mobile. You add those 2 numbers together, it's a little bit above 80%. So super valuable in that regard. I don't recommend trying to hit that 3%, but I'll show you why. Now this is actually the conversion rate by quadrant, right? So when you're actually taking a look holistically and actually judging tests, new mobile users convert on average here at 0.5%. The desktop users are first time 1.45%. So if someone's on desktop, they're 3 times more likely to convert if they're a first time user. Same thing with new and returning. One data point that I forgot to put in here is there's a magic number if you go to your Google Analytics, GA4 or the old one. There's a magic number between 10 and 20% of returning users. If you are below returning users of 10%, that means you could probably retarget and make a bunch more traffic. If your return users are above 20%, that means you should probably pull back on top of funnel and slow down a bit and make more of a profit margin. So that's another random one. But these are the cool ones. You can go into Google Analytics and you can see like these numbers are pretty accurate down to what they said, right? Like each of them, conversion rates were darn near the same. I had to look through like 30 accounts to get one that was this close, but yay. So hopefully that was useful for it. And how we measure tests, you can actually go through and see mobile, desktop, new, returning. Look at the quadrants of traffic. We always make custom filters to find each of those 4. Just Google how to make custom filters in Google Analytics. Not super hard. Go and actually look at your tests through that, and it's going to make some major winners for you. Lastly, I'm going to run into this. I just recently created conversionnewsletter.com. It's super free as free gets. So if y'all want to jump on that. Otherwise, follow me on Twitter. Hope this was useful. And now I want to jump into Q&A, right? Because seeing CRO, you guys probably thought like you'd look at landing pages and like these ads and how this works and copywriting, like all the newest and sickest. But I really wanted to bring this down to like the most basic way of actually like being able to 10x your business. Because if you go and do this boring stuff, you will thank me a lot. Like a lot. You should thank yourself too, because you're making a lot more money. So I'll do a Q&A. Usually we go and roast websites, but yeah, we can just go and take it back. And Q&A, hopefully that was useful. Questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Are we good?
Do we want to pass a mic? Do we have that?
Who's got the mic?
Oh, first question.
All right, I got it. All right, cool.
What
so you're a seasonal business. You're growing fast year over year.
Yep.
2020 data to 2019 data doesn't really matter to me because we've 10x'd already.
Yep.
How do you test as a seasonal business when you're looking at things from a 2-week, a 3-week, a 4-week standpoint, but the summer has been heating up and the weather's getting better, so you're naturally getting higher conversion rate? What would you suggest we do?
It doesn't matter if your conversion rate's lower or higher. You have the same protocol. Because if you have higher converting traffic, you're still going to actually be able to see, like you're A/B testing the same traffic, whether it's higher converting or lower converting. So yes, there's a different nature. No matter what time of year it is. Maybe Black Friday, Cyber Monday don't run tests. Like that's usually what we do. But other than that, it's completely normal protocol because you're testing identical traffic. It's not like it's going to make a difference. What we're looking for in split tests is new incremental revenue. Version, control your PDP brought in 80,000. Your new variant brought in 100,000. That means, assuming all constant, you're going to make 20,000 per month of new revenue. Don't look at your conversion rate, right? So, like I said initially, don't judge it by your conversion rate. Judge it by incremental revenue that's coming in, not through just conversion rate. Who's up? Who's up?
Right there, Colin. Thanks. So yeah, my question was when you're talking about like the heat maps, how does that affect the site speed? Because we've used heat maps in the past, and I feel like our site speed just went to shit.
It did because no one knows how to make a node proxy in between their snippet and their actual website. So a bunch of nerds speak that yes, our snippet is actually 3 times faster than Hotjar. I'll bet you a steak dinner that you wouldn't notice a difference in your site once you install ours.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Who else? Who else?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you do QA on live devices. I was wondering if you had any experience with using a tool like Browser Stack, and if you have opinions on those tools versus live.
Don't. You need real humans. Browser Stack actually has an inability to get certain viewports, right? So different sizes, fancy word. So it can't actually simulate a true mobile device. You know how you can right-click and inspect on a desktop and it shows like mobile, but it's off? That's what Browser Stack does. It doesn't actually show mobile. It's literally impossible because there's different like code in like, Chrome or, Firefox or Safari, whatever, on your mobile device that you literally cannot use on desktop. So Browser Stack, I do not use.
So what you do then is you get you look at all the viewports that are actually on your site, and then you get those devices for your QA team?
Correct. Desktop's really easy. You just minimize it and literally just go back and forth, right? You just slowly open it up and down, and you'll see the breakpoints of if any of them look weird, then go and fix those ones. And then mobile, try to get 2 or 3 devices. And also, fun fact, spin your phone to the side and QA that as well, because that's usually a good indicator.
Thank you.
Very hot. I only live 5-minute walk away from this fine man.
Yeah, I'll come over and ask you this question personally. You pointed out before, like the grid of the different conversion rates, mobile, desktop, whatever. Can you go back? I just want to make sure you're not saying, and I know you're not, but you're not saying, oh, we should be spending more or doing more to get more desktop users, right? Because they have a better conversion rate. Fundamentally, you're saying they just do, but we can't get more, right? Like, I just want to make sure you're not saying like,
Yeah,
do what
no,
you can.
I'm not saying your ads should be just desktop, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like when people are going and analyzing, they're like, this is just really useful to be able to have as benchmarks, because people are like, oh, is my conversion rate bad, good, whatever, like, you know, is my mobile really inefficient, is my desktop really inefficient? So this is just benchmarks. This is not saying you should push your ads to desktop.
So follow-up question on that amazing presentation, by the way. I already downloaded heat map. How do you recommend companies to most effectively close the mobile gap, which is basically the difference between mobile conversion rates and desktop conversion rates, right? Because mobile friction is perhaps always going to be the biggest problem that companies are facing, where all their traffic comes to there, but obviously it's not operating quite as effectively as a desktop version.
Removing elements. Usually when big companies hire us and pay us a lot of money, they get really upset in the first month when we run a couple of tests removing like 3 or 4 elements on their homepage, and it's just like, whoa, boom, conversion rate, because we actually segment it using the quadrants of traffic, because we find on mobile it works really well, but on desktop it doesn't. So your desktop is different code base than your mobile. So you literally need to treat the two differently when you're looking at retroactive data and testing it.
Amazing, amazing presentation. I am actually going to fill some time, give up some swag while we mic up the next presenters. So I got a bunch to give away. Let's start with, who's the farthest traveled? Chicago? Did you really say Chicago? Oh, Toronto. I was like, Toronto's not bad. Where else? London, that's a strong. Beat London? Israel's pretty strong. London, what do we got? Bulgaria, okay. What do you want? We have pickleball paddles. That's pretty strong. Pickleball paddle, beanie. What do you want? Amazing. Come grab your paddle. All right. Who had the most flights? How many flights? And you can't win twice. 2? 2 flights? 3 flights. 3 flights going once. Oh, you got a Finsky. 5 flights? 4 flights. Okay, 4 flights are, that's not bad. 4, how many? 4 flight? Who's the 4 flighter? What do you want? We got hoodies, we got a pickleball paddle still, a beanie. A hoodie? Okay. Oh, that's the next question. Who had the most canceled flights? 3? 3? Can anybody beat 3? Boom, done. Oh, Lester, you had 3? All right, amazing. What do you guys want? I don't know. We only have 2 hoodies. There's that. All right. Yeah, hat, water bottle. You like the 5-panel? There we go. This is my Oprah moment. I've been waiting for this. I have another sized hoodie in here. I don't know what size it is, though. Okay. That's another hoodie. All right, amazing. We're getting them mic'd up. Okay, cool. Oh, we're already ready? Okay, we'll do one more giveaway. Is anybody into water bottles? Do people hydrate? No? Okay. Founder of OpenAI. Whoever answers first gets it. Boom. Who hit that? Amazing. Oh, you already won double prizing? Amazing. Who can name the 3 founders of Triple Whale, or 2 out of the 3? Boom, Brandon. There was another one over here. I have another one. I'll give it to you. Here's yours. And then who else hit it? Was it amazing? All right. And then we'll give away some of this swag later. You guys want to come up? Let's do it.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, come on over. Okay. We did kind of turn the degree of difficulty in getting up here to 11. So we're going to keep things moving. Let me tell you guys a little bit about our next panelists. Nate and Chris and Sarah. Nate Poland is the COO of Feet Clothing. Chris Mead is the co-founder and CMO of CrossNet. Sarah Murray is the founder and CEO of Curie. First, we'll tell you just a little bit more about Nate. He's an experienced operator and advisor for digitally native vertical brands. Early in his career, he spent time with Michael Kors before joining well-known brands Bonobos and Outdoor Voices. The cadence is the first thing to go. Chris is the co-founder and CMO of CrossNet, the world's first 4-way volleyball game. He's a Forbes 30 Under 30 winner, has skyrocketed CrossNet's retail success to availability in 3,000 plus retail stores. Some you may have heard of, like Walmart, Target, Dick's Sporting Goods, and more. And Sarah is the founder and CEO of Curie, a clean body care brand. You may have heard or seen them score a deal on season 13 of Shark Tank. And now they're a cult favorite and sold in hundreds of stores nationwide, including Nordstrom, Bloomingdale's, and QVC. So, warm round of applause for our panelists. They're going to tell us a little bit about balancing D2C and retail. And with that, I'll bring Raba back up.
All right, you want to start off and I'll just jump in?
Yeah. Good to be with you guys. Good to be with you, Sarah and Chris. So we're talking about D2C brands going offline into wholesale, something that's near and dear to my heart, and I would assume you guys as well. I'll start off with a really brief anecdote about D2C and wholesale. I was at Michael Kors, as Kevin mentioned, and we were blowing up, right? Michael was on TV, the business was incredible. We were in all these wholesale doors and points of distribution, and I was sitting there 10 years ago, 13 years ago, going, this is a mess. This is like a disaster. Wholesale is not the way to go. Direct to consumer is the way to go. And so I saw that Andy Dunn was building Bonobos. He was going direct to consumer. It was all about the one-to-one relationship with consumers. He was building guide shops that didn't carry inventory. And I was like, this is it. Like, this is what I've been waiting for in my life, my career, whatnot. And 3 months into my time with Bonobos, we were selling it to Nordstrom.
Hey, pull that sucker right up to your mouth.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
3 months after I started with Bonobos, we were in business with Nordstrom. We were selling into a lot of their doors. And everywhere that I've been from a direct-to-consumer perspective, we've sold wholesale. And it's just, you know, as far as we try to get away from, as direct-to-consumer brands, away from wholesale, there's something really powerful about it. The reach is undeniable. The economics can be really incredible. So excited to dig in and chat with these guys. And so with that in mind, Chris, I'll start with you. So CrossNet, you guys have built an incredible business offline. About a month ago, you tweeted an incredible spreadsheet that I saw with all kinds of leads on it. And tell us about that process of like cold starting a retail channel, cold starting wholesale. How do you go about it? How does CrossNet sort of approach finding new customers?
Yes, I tell the story a lot. Like, we grew up on a farm in Connecticut, me and my brother Greg. There's no venture capital, there's no retailer, there's one restaurant that sells chicken tenders. Like, how do I know the guy from Walmart? Not happening. So we literally built out a spreadsheet of 1,500, 2,000 leads, LinkedIn name, email address, phone number if I could find it. And we have a virtual assistant in the Philippines paying him $3 an hour. And every morning I wake up with brand new leads. So me and Greg will sit down for an hour each morning. We'll just outbound. Hey, I got the dopest 4-way volleyball game. How are you not selling it yet? Okay, cool. Can you find 15 minutes on the calendar? And about 10 minutes ago, we just got a Walmart purchase order for our brand new game that we're launching this summer for our new company, Good Sport. No broker.
Powerful.
Yeah,
Amazing.
it's crazy. So my suggestion, like, for everybody in this room is, like, before you work with a broker that could be like 10% of your sales or like just kind of giving away all this revenue, try yourself. Learn, fail. Start with the smaller stores. Start with 15 doors, 10 doors, 20 doors. Fuck up. Make a lot of mistakes. And then go to the Walmarts of the world before you bankrupt your company. So really, like, it just all comes down to putting in the reps, putting in the time, and it's honestly crazy how one LinkedIn message back can make your entire week of like work actually worth it. So, yeah.
So since we just talked about conversion rate optimization, I have to know, what's the hit rate of like outbound leads like that?
If I get one message back a day, I'm pretty happy.
Okay.
And how many emails are you sending a day?
I'm very lucky if I'm getting their email. I'm sending probably 40 DMs a day.
On LinkedIn?
Yes, I'll go to LinkedIn Sales Navigator. So if you are running a brand and you don't have LinkedIn Sales Navigator, it's like $70 a month. Whenever you have downtime or whoever is like your head of marketing or head of sales, type in the company name that you want to outbound to. So literally Dick's Sporting Goods, buyer. Add every single buyer there. Short little paragraph, like 160 characters. This is what I'm selling. This is what I got to offer. And also, this is why. So we just launched in Australia, sold like 15,000 units over the last few months. Hey, man, we need to be in Anaconda Sports. Sold 15,000 units in the last 6 months. How are we not in your stores yet? Okay, let's have a meeting. So I'm flying to Australia in June just for a meeting with a buyer. So it's kind of just putting in the reps and putting in the time. And at the end of the year, you'll have 12 new accounts.
Why do you think LinkedIn is more effective than email?
Well, one, they're getting a lot of spam emails all the time. It's harder to get their email. You never want to email somebody and like send them a bunch of shit. Like short and sweet. Like if Rob was sending me a text, it's like, it's all I need to know, right? Like very concise. Everyone like kind of makes it very salesy and spammy.
See, I do
So
text
short
back.
and sweet to the point. And like a lot of us are all like Twitter friends and all that, but like buyers are not hanging out on Twitter. You need to go to LinkedIn. Buyers do not care about your Twitter or your like fake life on the internet. It's like LinkedIn's where the people are. So like if you're not, and Shaq kind of kicked that off this morning, like your time needs to be spent on LinkedIn.
So like that's just sort of like air coverage, right? Like LinkedIn, digital outreach. What's your ground game like? Are you like sending out product to people? Are you like putting reps on the road? Any of that kind of stuff? Or is it?
Ideally, that would be a perfect world situation. We're not a $100 million brand by any means. Probably will never be. And that's completely fine with me. We're running a profitable business. Hopefully, I'm selling the rights to the four-way volleyball net for the rest of my life. And that's cool to me. So ideally, we're having reps like locally, or if I could check in on a store, but the education, as you know, is really hard with the reps. So once a month, once a quarter, we'll try to like coordinate with our buyers. And if there's like an open seminar, like Dillard's, for example, they'll have a seminar with 200 buyers on. And I'll be able to pitch my product for 15 minutes, and this is exactly what you need to do. And it's from there, it's hopefully that they actually do it.
I've heard a lot of brands have success getting into Whole Foods by going to their local Whole Foods and meeting with the manager or buyer or whatever. Have you ever done that? If you don't hear back, like go into the store with the
I've
game?
tried, and it always just leads to a shitty email. Like orders at like dicksportinggoods.com. Like good luck. It's always been directly with the buyers. But no, going in, and also like if you do get into retail, I'm sure you've maybe even done this. Like if you could build a regional home, like we're really trying to do like Miami-made CrossNet.
It's like the concept of like own your backyard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Is there any formula, or what's the anatomy of that message that you send out? Is it like the same message and you just personalize the name? Or are
Dylan
you
would
writing
like this.
40?
So it's a lot of just like testing, like, hey, these 5 messages, and then switching out like, oh, maybe we didn't sell 17,000, we sold 17,422, and like seeing if that works. But it's all about.
I actually DM'd you on Twitter, got on the phone with you, and got some tips from you. And it's helped me. One thing you told me that's really helped is putting the buyer's name in the subject line.
Yeah.
Because again, they get so many like emails, so many messages on LinkedIn. So if you're like Sarah dash like new game for your store, you told me to do that, and it's worked for me.
And the great thing for us, it's like we're in February 1st today. It's like we know how much money we're gonna make from retail for the rest of 2023. Like, hopefully we'll overshoot and we'll sell through and we'll get a bunch more orders. But at my worst case scenario, I can kind of build out a financial model. So I'm not sitting here in 9 months being like, oh shit, we had a terrible year, this is why. And any incremental revenue we can make from D2C, getting harder and harder to be profitable in first touch. But yeah, so why we're trying to get it to be like about 50% of our revenue this year.
So that's sort of like an approach of, machine gun outreach, like more leads, more leads. Sarah, you've taken a little bit of a different approach, which is let's go after sort of department stores, let's look at sort of tastemakers in the market, and even going to QVC, which I think is sort of a novel approach for D2C. So if you want to talk about your approach to growing your brand in the retail channel.
Yeah, I feel like I got advice a long time ago. I don't even know who it was from, but they said when it comes to the higher end specialty retailers, it's best if that's the space that you want to be in, it's best to go after those first rather than going to a Walmart or a CVS, because a lot of times the Nordstroms and the Bloomingdales of the world aren't going to be interested if you're already in mass retail. So that was a piece of advice I got, a long time ago, and I took that. Nordstrom was my number one from the very beginning. I was like, where could I imagine Curie? Like, what stores? And it was always Nordstrom. I actually cold outreach the buyer. Rocket reach is what I used. I emailed the buyer, got a response, got on a call. I got I think 3 or 4 no's before I finally got a yes. I was talking to someone in here about how it's timing is everything. The buyer has information that you don't, and it all comes down to just persistent follow-up. I think I followed up with the buyer like every 3 months and had zero shame in doing so until I finally got a yes. And Nordstrom, Bloomingdale's, Anthropologie, those first few hundred doors that we got into are, I think, seen as tastemakers, and they've drawn, I see it just as valuable as like PR and being on the front page of, the New York Times. It's like you go into Nordstrom, you see Curie there, that puts us in this category that has helped attract customers. It's helped attract influencers. It's helped attract other retailers, and helped us get onto QVC, frankly. So I think that approach, starting with the higher end and then getting into the more mass retail, was our approach and still is.
How are you thinking about marketing displays in the stores? Like, you guys are in a competitive industry. Yeah. What are you allowed to do? What are you not allowed to do? Interested compared to my category.
It totally depends on the store. In most of our stores, we do not have displays. We're in, Nordstrom, Bloomingdale's, Anthropologie. We're at checkout, grab and go item. No displays really there. Nordstrom and Bloomingdale's, we did have in-store displays when we first launched, because we actually launched during COVID with our hand sanitizer. That's what got us in the door, honestly. Again, going back to just being persistent, it's like right place, right time. I landed in their inbox when they were like, we need hand sanitizer that doesn't smell like tequila. And we had it. And we got, an in-store placement. We got our dedicated signage. We had photos of brand photography. It was like this beautiful display right when you walked into the store. Frankly, now it's like we're in kind of the beauty personal care aisle, body care aisle. And if I'm being honest, like if they asked us to make a display, I would want that. But those opportunities, I don't think they don't have an opportunity, for example, to like Target where you can pay for an end cap. It's more like they decide if you're worthy.
Yeah, it's surprising because like the narrative always on Twitter and LinkedIn is like, oh, those end caps cost a ton of money. And from my experience, I know in CPG you're paying an arm and a leg to even make $1. Like,
for people that don't know, will you explain what an end cap is?
Yeah, so when you're in a retail store, when you're walking down the aisle, right in front and center, there's a nice display for a bunch of brands. That's called the end cap. That's like the most prized possession in the store if you could get that. Some stores will charge you like crazy, and others like Dick's Sporting Goods will be nationwide end caps in all stores for 3 months for $0. And it's just because they want to promote the product, they believe in the product, and I simply just had to ask. So if you're not asking the buyer what I can do and doing it on a frequent basis, you'll never get those answers. So a lot of people are just not asking the questions of what else can I do for the store.
Closed mouths don't get fed. Where's Shaq Attack? Is he still running around? It's a Shaqism.
Sarah, I wanted to ask you about like reach in wholesale and how you think about, so you're in all these doors in Nordstrom and Bloomingdale's. How do you bridge the gap between that sort of like outreach to customers and finding new customers and how they ultimately migrate back to D2C? Or do you think about that at all?
It's definitely challenging to measure. except for maybe post-purchase survey, we see, Nordstrom, Bloomingdale's pop up. We don't sell our whole product line in any of the retailers, kind of like similar to what someone was saying about the Amazon strategy. Like, we have selected SKUs. It definitely does convert onto our website. We just don't know at what rate, really. And marketing, we're not putting any marketing dollars directly into these stores, like promoting these stores. It's more like our marketing, the money we're spending on Facebook, of course, is pushing those people to these retailers. And like after Shark Tank, we spent so much of 2022 out of stock. And what happened, it actually worked out great for these retailers because a lot of them had stock. And when we were out of stock on our website and, Shark Tank would air and then it re-aired and then we got the update, boom, like all those customers were going to the retailers. So now we look great.
I have a quick question, I guess. Did you guys ever, when you were trying to or get into a store, try and like sauce around that area with marketing, where you would like go into the store and ask for that product, or because I heard that's like a very good backdoor to essentially, I don't want to say fabricate because that sounds like a pejorative, but you start to get that FOMO in the buyer, where it's like, oh, this is the sixth person that's asked for CrossNet. Why are we not carrying it? Have you guys ever run paid behind that, or is that a full strategy? Or
yeah, we've done a little bit. To be honest, it doesn't really move the needle unless we're spending a ridiculous amount, which is still makes that whole future purchase order not even profitable at that point. But what we have done to support retailers is if we got somebody like a Walmart or a Dick's Sporting Goods, we'll actually place billboards, and this was last year during the COVID time, we placed billboards outside of the store. CrossNet now available at your local like Dick's Sporting Goods with an arrow pointing down. That was fun. A little bit more for personal clout than it is more like actually business performance. But you could then go take those ads, run beautiful content. You're getting good TikTok. You're getting good Instagram content. So if you do small little tests like that, it's been good for us. And it's a good, like, the buyer wants to feel like you actually care and that you're making an effort. And hey, I'm making an effort. I just took a couple $20,000 billboards to support this PO. Nate, I'm interested, like, you going to feet from these much larger brands, like, what is some of the stuff that you've taken that has worked immediately versus, like, stuff that you thought was going to work and just flopped?
How long do we have to talk about this? There's definitely like a mechanism that works for apparel businesses, particularly ones that are non-seasonal, like feet clothing. So we're in Dillard's and Von Maur and a handful of specialty stores. So speaking specifically to wholesale, just getting the like details right about your product and your brand and the data that goes into it. Making sure that your SKU library is super clean. Like, these are boring things, but the operational side of it really needs to be dialed in to like win in wholesale. And so a lot of it was making the decision really early on. I've been with them for about a year, and from day one it was like, okay, we're going to sell into major wholesale. How are we going to do it? So it's making sure you've got the right sales talent or the right sales approach, number one. Making sure that your product is ready to go into these retailers. There's a lot of complexity on the back end. And I think the most important thing and the most difficult thing for direct-to-consumer brands moving offline is you have this conception of like what your brand is in terms of like the digital presence. Like, we spend a lot of time and energy building creative, building beautiful websites and landing pages and all that stuff. And you ship into, doesn't matter if it's a Dillard's, Von Maur, Nordstrom, whomever, Dick's Sporting Goods, you ship product into those stores, and they don't really know or necessarily care as much as you do about your brand. So you have to spend extra effort, extra intentionality into like how your brand shows up in that retailer. And I think that probably is what scares a lot of direct-to-consumer brands in terms of going offline. So you've got to sort of like take a pause, imagine what the offline version of your brand looks like, such that you can protect the brand. It's almost like you're building a little fortress around your product in the retailer, to be able to tell the story about why you're great, why your product is exceptional, what problem it solves. All of the different marketing challenges we do online are even that much more difficult offline. So I think that's like sort of, there are always unique challenges, unique categories, different approaches for different products, et cetera. But there's like a commonality of just nailing your brand and nailing the message and protecting your brand even when it's in other people's hands.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on that? I was talking to John Shanahan. He was on the podcast, shameless plug, and he runs Strix, and it's like men's care kind of stuff. And one of the things he said, one of the biggest challenges they had moving into retail is they went all out on their package design, but the package design made sense if you were getting it shipped to you and you bought it and it was this incredible experience versus like it made zero effing sense on a shelf. Like there was, and so it was just these two dichotomous worlds of like incredible D2C packaging. It makes this unboxing experience like incredible, but then it would never sell in a retail store because there's so many other requisite things that help move product in a retail store, like show the product, tell it what it does, blah, blah, blah. There's all these other things versus having this beautiful box that you unbox, like Apple-esque. Can you kind of speak to that? And like, how do you modulate that? Because one, it's a big inventory move, and two, it's also, like packaging is one, hard, and two, expensive.
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to consider because it's likely going to be fundamentally different than what you're used to. You're used to like a protected 3PL that you sort of have a relationship or you own, carefully putting this stuff into a package and then sending it off to the consumer. And so there's this like delicate nature of how fulfillment happens. In a retailer, you're going through their big fulfillment centers to their smaller fulfillment centers. Everyone's touching it. It's going to the back room. They're unpacking it. It has to get to the shelf. And that requires, a lot of sort of thoughtfulness about how the product gets to that location without being damaged, how the customer can actually interact with the product and see it. So you can't like put it in a black box basically and have it get there. And so that's also something that you have to be really intentional about. And I've, personally like shipped product into Target that showed up all crushed. And the barcodes on the outside didn't scan at the POS. And like you would think the retailers would be like, hey, like your product's crushed and the barcodes aren't scanning, like why don't you just like take it back and then send it to us? They're like, we are going to throw it all away. So like these are the types of things that you really need to like, there's a whole world out there that you have to be more careful about and thoughtful about when you go into retail. And interested in Sarah or Chris if you have perspectives on this.
Yeah, going back to Strix, like their packaging also is like matte black, super minimalist, tiny, cool font and cool cutesy names. And I think what like John is probably referring to is like on the shelf, that doesn't hit because you're like, what is this? Like I have to like go stand really close to it and squint and read all these little letters on the back to understand what it is. Whereas like you normally go into a Target and it's like body wash, deodorant, and your packaging design is probably going to shift a little bit when you're trying to catch eyes in a department store or a mass retailer versus D2C.
Yeah, we actually we used to have a black ugly box that just blended in. And so we went to the sporting goods store and we're like, what color? And it just kind of worked that it was yellow. And now all of our boxes are bright yellow and everything else is black and gray and green. So you have the wall of yellow product that like really stands out. And so since we've done that, it's been a great change. Like we're still trying to get some of those black boxes out from the old days. But yeah, the yellow ones are the ones I want to sell.
One of my advisors told me that she's like, tell me right now what color is Tide? Like Tide laundry detergent. Like, can you guys?
Who got it? Everybody knows, right?
Orange.
Orange.
Like, everybody can visualize that, and you can be all the way across the store, and you can see Tide on the shelf, and you're like, oh, there's the Tide. And that's like a totally different approach than D2C, where you're trying to catch eyeballs with your ads, not necessarily your packaging.
Yeah, and I think D2C is indexed. It's basically like a post-purchase experience, like you've already bought it, versus like retail wholesale is an acquisition channel. Like you have to convince these people to buy it. Like very rare. I mean, obviously you can have some spill off where people want to go into the store where maybe I can't get my feet thing, so I can just go grab it today or something like that. But there's some challenges there. This is amazing. Let's fire up the Catchbox calling. Oh, look at that. Oh, you guys are reading my mind. Let's go. Let's fire up that Catchbox. Here's a quick poll. Who's doing wholesale in here right now? Of course you are, Brandon. You do everything.
30%.
Incredible.
While we're getting the question, I got one more quick question.
Hit it.
Really quick. So you had mentioned your 50% wholesale. I'm not sure how heavily penetrated Curia is, but I get asked this a lot. Like, what's your goal? Like, what do you want to be? 70%? Do you want to be 30%? Do you kind of just let it ride organically? Like, what's that like?
Yeah, I think 50 is kind of like where we want to be.
Yeah.
It's nice to have predictable profit margins that we could then build out a business from, rather than one day being super profitable on Facebook and the next 2 weeks being unprofitably. And I don't have a YouTube or organic content that we're getting so nicely these days. So it's like one trick pony on Facebook or Google, or I'll take my predictable revenue. So I'm trying to stack that predictable revenue as much as possible.
I don't have a great answer for that, to be honest.
All right, we got like
Fire up the catch box. Let's go. Oh, Greg, fire away.
You know, I love you guys, but you have a really good system for like doing this outbound every day, right? How do you guys think about? I don't really understand how like the rebuying purchase. Once you land with a buyer, like how much of your effort?
Hey, put that up to your mouth. People can't hear you.
Is this a real microphone? I didn't know that worked. Oh wow.
I
thought this was like a prop.
It's like the button that doesn't work at
It's
the
like a
crosswalk.
child's
No, that is an
toy.
actual
It'd be cool if it had a voice thing to make my voice deeper. How do you handle like relationships post that first purchase?
Yeah, you might have a better answer, but like I'm 30, right? So this is like my first like cool, nice
that.
company,
Right.
and like so we have a purchase order. We'll allocate a certain percentage of that purchase order back into the business, into their store. So let's call it a $100,000 purchase order. We'll put $3,000 back into the store. Buyer feels good. I feel good about it. We're then driving top of funnel like acquisition through Facebook or Google or TikTok or whatever it is.
Right.
And a lot of the time we'll try to indicate like now available at Sam's Club or now available at Dick's Sporting Goods. But really it's top of funnel first at our direct consumer site, then Amazon.
Right.
And then it's trickle effect down at the retailers.
But I mean, like, do you then reach back out to them, or is the
Oh,
repurchase like automatic? Is there like a
Yeah, so
platform
we
they go
we
to?
get orders sent every few weeks for replenishment or every few months.
So
We know we get pre-buys loaded up in the beginning of the year. So December and January, I'm getting all my orders for spring. Middle of spring, I'll get all my orders for summer and fall, and I'll go from there. If I don't hear back from the buyer, that's a bigger issue.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll be reaching out, being like, yo, what's going on with the sales? Like, how can we help? If you're not hearing something from your buyer, it could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing, but as long as the orders are flowing through on the EDI software, you're kind of in a good position.
Okay.
Amazing. Next one. Greg, let's go right in front of you, and then we'll go across to you, sir.
Can you guys talk a bit more about the actual payment terms for all these POs that you're fulfilling? Like these people?
They're terrible.
Because I had the same situation where earlier on when I started my business, we were approached by a larger retailer, and we really wanted to go through with this deal, but when they sent in the PO quantities and just everything, it blew us away, and we ultimately had to pass on it. We didn't want to, but we kind of had to, or else we just can't find money, especially when you're 20, just like starting out. So I'm wondering how it looks for you guys.
Ours range from 60 to 90 days. What
Yeah,
about
ours
you?
is like tomorrow they'll pay like right ahead.
So they pay right ahead.
Yeah, it's like small order, but like or all the way up to 120, which is like the worst. What I do recommend is if you're starting with retail this year, start with the little guys and then layer them on. So start with net 15 terms, then find a store like Shields, 35 locations, net 30. Then find a net 60, and then when you're willing to like build up that tolerance, you bang on a net 90 or net 120 if you actually have to do that. But if you start with a net 90, you will crush your business unless you have like crazy funding. Start with those smaller guys who are paying consistently, and then build it up. And also, if they're net 90, they're going to be the Walmarts of the world, which are realistically much more important than the smaller guys. Not that I'm saying that out loud, but like they like build out that rapport and build out that relationship before you like risk it on the big one.
Yeah, I would just add to, and I totally agree with that. I would just add that, yeah, wholesale can be really tough from a cash conversion cycle perspective, like in how you finance the inventory for that first purchase order, and then finally you get paid, and all of a sudden cash is coming into the business. So, unlike direct to consumer, it feels like fits and starts, especially in the beginning. That being said, like I think, and this isn't necessarily the case when you're just starting out, but wholesale to me is like really about relationships, right? Like how much can I learn about this buyer, learn about what they want, learn about their business, and learn about the leverage that I have as a brand. And so like everything is negotiable, even when Nordstrom or whomever comes and says, I want this payment terms, this type of damage allowance and return to vendor and all this kind of stuff. If you feel like you have leverage, if you feel like your brand is really unique and cool and that Nordstrom would do just about anything to get it in your store, and maybe that's a rare case, like you got to use all of that leverage and you got to negotiate every last penny, and as your business gets bigger and you have more and more doors and you're more successful, you have more and more leverage to be able to, like, with your current retailers and future retailers, kind of stretch those terms to continue to make your business more profitable. So I think, Chris, your point was right around like it's bit of a snowball, and then you just stretch the rest of the terms out as much as you possibly can to make it profitable and not a burden on the business.
Guys, one more quick question.
Yeah.
How do you guys determine what price per unit you sell it at to them versus like what you're paying for it?
I mean, typically, depends by category.
Yeah.
I would say at least in apparel, it's really sort of set by the market. There's like traditional markup structures, what keystone markups, and you can get creative with that. You can kind of, again, it's a matter of leverage or your own internal markup structure. If you're like, hey, I've got 95% margins, you can give more and say, here, give more to the retailer. You know they're going to be happy because they're making more gross margin. Or if you're the hottest brand and you don't want to sell to anyone and they're banging down your door, you can bring that margin back. But in my experience, typically, at least in apparel, it hovers around 50% markup.
Yeah, I see 40 to 50% is where conversations kind of start.
Wait, can you do an example? So like if your
Yeah.
COGS is just $10.
Cool, 10. You're selling it to them for 20, and then they're selling it for, let's call it 40 or 35, whatever's like in that sweet spot. So, margincalculator.com is a good one. Check it out.
Look at that. Yeah, over there in the back, Colin.
All right. So if you're purely D2C, how do you like judge/determine the best time to enter retail? And also, Chris, could you elaborate a little bit more on how you leverage your VA to save you time and do that outreach for your retail?
Yeah, so the VA works with Greg. Greg does a great job, so good work, Greg. But she just like literally combs LinkedIn all day long for sporting goods stores, pool stores, sporting goods distributors. So if I was Sarah, deodorant distributors, I don't know your category, CPG category. And then from there, she's putting the leads in there. I'm spending an hour, or even she's on my LinkedIn just cold outbounding. And then to your first question, like when does a D2C brand go into retail? I think right now the real answer is as soon as possible if you think you could drive demand and also start really small. Like I'd be trying to start, if I was y'all, like 10 locations. I'm not going Walmart with you guys right away. Like that's too risky. I'd start at 10 locations, prove it out, have some fun building content. As long as you guys are profitable and direct to consumer still, you're okay to take some risk with those wholesale channels and find something that works.
Yeah, I would agree. I think like there's never a good time for D2C to go to wholesale. It's like having kids. You're like, there's never a good time to have kids. You just kind of do it and like figure it out as you go along. I would recommend a little bit more preparation than I did with my kids, but like it's but like yeah, I think Chris is right. I think like there's opportunity to get out there. There's an opportunity to reach people in a different way. It's getting harder, as we know. We're all sitting here to reach people digitally. So strike while the iron's hot, Sarah.
I definitely think we waited a bit. I think having some brand awareness was important for us. I think a lot of people think like, oh, throw it on the shelves and it's gonna, people are gonna buy it. But that's not usually how it works. So we kind of like dabbled with like mom and pops. We were on Faire, FAIRE.com, like get into a bunch of mom and pop stores, see what sell-through is like. And then we started to get into like the bigger retailers once we had a little bit more brand awareness.
Amazing. Let's do one more question all the way in the back. First hand up. And also in the peanut gallery, I love the networking going on, but the noise is kind of spilling over a little bit. So if you guys want to party, we're going to have a big party tonight. So save that partying up. But you can just step outside. There's a Starbucks over here. I'll buy you a coffee. I love all you. Okay, next question.
Yeah, quick question. So how do you provide these buyers with a super effective order form? We're trying testing out like a Shopify app. I think it's called Wholesale Gorilla. But we've also heard that using just a straight up editable PDF works best. So curious.
I've never worked with a buyer who's willing to take my order form. If it's like a sophisticated store, they will have their own order form. If it's like a onesie twosie type of deal, like sure, we have a Notion link, and we'll send them to a Notion link. They'll drop like their 5 questions or whatever they need, and then we'll submit like an official invoice or PO. But yeah, I think the easiest way to kind of like sniff like for lack of a better word, like a novice in retail is like asking for the order. Like they're gonna send you the order form. Don't worry about that part.
Yeah, I agree. Even the small mom and pop stores will just send us POs at the beginning. Would just like send us a PO over email. They would always ask for a line sheet, which I would just whip up in Canva or Adobe Illustrator or something with basically products, description, price, and then they send you the PO. You send them an invoice, and it was all done over email. But then once you get into 10 plus store locations, usually they have some type of system or EDI or whatnot.
Yeah, the most important thing you do like tonight is build out a wholesale like retail sheet. Shows the product, map, MSRP, and then the wholesale price. And then also have one that doesn't show the wholesale price, so you can send that when you can negotiate a little bit more. And that's just kind of like your guide that you send to anybody when you're outbounding. When that LinkedIn person writes back, that's what you send them.
I'd recommend Airtable. That's all I have to say.
Powerful Airtable. Ladies, gents, that was incredible. Wholesale in a nutshell. Grab them if you have any more wholesale questions. We'll take maybe like a 3 to 5 minute break, and then we'll get the next presentation up. You guys have been incredible. Thank you so much.
Keep it on top. Nice job, guys.
All right, let's do like a 5-minute roll call. 5 minutes. All right, folks, let's start making our way back to our seats. We have a few more presentations, and then we'll have a nice little break, and then Moise and Sharma will come on to do a live pod. So let's break it up, get some butts in seats. Bueller. Come on, Brandon, you can get some people in some seats. I know it. Dylan, yell at those people. Tell them to go sit down. Tell all those people, go get a seat. Come sit down. Come sit, please. Moving, and we're moving, and we're moving. I promise, only a few more talks. We'll have a big break, and then we'll have a live podcast. It'll be amazing. And we're moving, and we're moving. I know. What's going on here? Do I need to get in the shame some people? Do I need to shame some people? Is this what you guys are going to make me stoop to? Shaming you people to take a damn seat? I have to walk through the crowd to tell you folks to stop networking and go sit down. Take a seat, folks. Anybody? Nobody. Unbelievable. Unreal. All right, yes. Okay, it's working. The tide is breaking. The tide is breaking. All right, amazing. All right. I love you guys. This is one of my favorite humans, but either tiny voices or pull it outside. Or pull it outside. Hey, Chris, it's great to meet you. All right. Get a seat or shut up. Amazing, amazing. All right, and we're moving, and we're moving. I love you guys, but let's use our tiny voices or go sit down. Amazing, amazing. And we're moving, and we're moving. Who else? All right, I love you guys. Let's either get a seat or use the golf voices. All right, and we're moving, and we're moving. Is everybody shutting up yet? Is this working? Okay, amazing. Just had to do a little lap through the room, shame some people. Very, very powerful emotion. All right, and people are still talking, but you are all off the swag list. Oh, there it is. That calming, deafening silence. Okay. And if everybody is talking, just give them that shame look where you just burn it through. All right, Kevin, it's all yours.
Thanks, Rabba. By the way, he will riff all the way into the after party, so thank you guys for giving us a minute. All right. I'm totally not kidding. So let's talk about our next panel. I'm excited to invite up Aaron Spivak and Matt Mullinex. Aaron is the co-founder of Hush Blankets. He's a 27-year-old Canadian serial entrepreneur who founded his first brand at the age of 18. He most recently co-founded Hush, a sleep improvement company selling the world's most popular weighted blanket. Sleep is important. He's a Forbes 30 Under 30 winner, a former hockey player, and the winner of the most epic pitch title on the Canadian TV show that's similar to Shark Tank called Dragon's Den. And we'll have to ask him about that. As far as Matt goes, he's the CEO and co-founder of Huron, a performance skincare brand. He's got quite the crazy journey, graduating from Stanford with an MBA, working in seed, Series A, private equity, and logging many hours in finance land at both UBS and Morgan Stanley. Fun fact, he was one of the first 8 hires on the Bonobos team. Many stories to be told, but right now we want to bring these guys up for some real talk from real founders. Give them a big round of applause.
Sit here?
You guys are the stars. I'm in the periphery.
Okay.
Right.
We'll come closer to you.
Okay. Hush, hush. Why don't we get started, I guess, a little bit with kind of your guys' journey, where you've been, what you're doing, where you're going. We'll start with Aaron, and then we'll go to you, Matt.
Sure you want to start with me?
You're closest to me. You want to be closer.
Yeah, so my personal journey or company journey?
Company with a little
different.
Sprinkle of personal.
Little sprinkle. Okay, cool. Well, we started Hush in 2018, and it was simply on the idea that we can just meet demand. So we clearly saw there was a huge hockey stick curve in demand for weighted blankets. Raise your hand if you've heard of a weighted blanket. Okay, keep it up if you've bought one. Yeah, keep it up if you still use one. Wow, shit. Yeah, or a Hush one. So we just saw we bought every single one on the market on Amazon. We just saw that how terrible it was. The beads were falling on the floor. Your toes would hang out, impossible to wash. The weight was all over the place. You wake up, your feet are sleeping because it's too heavy. And we said, why can't we just make one that's incredible, easy to wash, proper weight distribution, looks sexy on your bed? And we knew that people wanted it. They just wanted it to work. We launched January 18th, I think we launched. We made a sale the second day, and I think by like 3 weeks in, we thought like we were looking at Ferraris on AutoTrader. Like actually looking on Ferraris, we thought we hit it. We're
Like the meme, the one Instagram or the one Shopify sale in Lambos.
We just thought we had it. Like we were so new to it, but we scaled quite fast. Our first year, we did like 700K in sales. We thought we were like the kings, and then we went from 700K to like 18 million, and we just continued to double. And we've launched so many more sleep products. So we have a deep, deep passion for sleep, obviously, but we're practitioners in the space. We're in it. A year ago, we sold the business, but we still like kept the reins and we still get to work in it. So that's been our journey so far.
That's amazing. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, mine's definitely a little bit different. So my kind of personal affinity for the category is kind of twofold. One, I had worked in consumer private equity, as you alluded to. We were investing in brands kind of at the earlier stage of their life cycles, largely D2C based, some retail based. So that was kind of my foray into personal care. We had looked at a lot of traditional beauty and cosmetics companies. Drunk Elephant is one that stuck out in my mind. You know, Tiffany's an amazing leader, amazing packaging, super cool product. And for me as a 26-year-old at the time, the two personal care decisions I made every month were, am I buying Clean and Clear Clearasil, or am I buying a neon green Dove for Men top or a neon blue Dove for Men top? So I thought the delta in between the two consumer bases was huge, and the product offerings between the two was even bigger. So for me, there was a personal and a professional affinity. On the personal side, I was just the kid that grew up with bad skin. So as an athlete growing up, tried everything under the sun, nothing worked. I actually did Accutane twice, which is not enjoyable. Not fun fact.
RIP liver.
Yeah, 100%. 7% of people who actually do Accutane the first go-around have a flare-up 10 years later. So had about kind of in my late 20s. And before I went to business school, I was like, all right, I'm gonna figure this out. So ended up kind of like exploring the space, walked into an ASOP in San Francisco, spent way too much money on their kind of like off-the-shelf face wash, but for whatever reason it worked. So the thought was, could you kind of recreate this level of product efficacy, technology, clean ingredients, yada, yada, but bring it down to a consumer base who either had no idea where to start or were just getting started. So that was kind of like the early foundation for Huron. Shortly after graduating from school, I moved from SF to New York, met my co-founder in New York. My co-founder used to run product development at Estee Lauder, so he had a ton of product background. We teamed up in early 18, launched mid-2019. We've kind of been off to the races ever since.
Yeah, that's incredible. And if you were lucky enough to get a swag bag, that eye stick will change your life. It's a game on.
Maybe for tomorrow morning.
How many founders do we have here in the room? Raise your hand. Proper founders. Amazing. Okay. Well, this is fantastic.
You say proper founders?
You know, like you can kind of...
What's a fake founder? Raise
like
your
Elon
hand.
Musk, kind of where you like come into the company where it's like you take it over and stuff like that, but you weren't the person that like, you know, took it on the chin at the beginning. It's like it's challenging, right? Because this is the segue into the next question of... so personally, I've been at Triple for a year and a half, and I'm CMO. I'm not even the CEO. And I see what AJ has to deal with and what Max has to deal with. And my life's out of control right now. So how do you guys have non-negotiables, or like how do you structure your life, or what advice can you give to founders to, I mean, at the end of the day, you really don't want to lose yourself, right? Like there's definitely some trade-offs to be said of like, hey, maybe I just bite down on the mouthpiece and get this done from X, Y, and Z, but candidly, that's just not a sustainable place to live. So do you guys have any like non-negotiables, or like how do you structure your day, or does that make sense what I'm saying? And I'm going to start with you, Aaron, and we'll go to you, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a challenge for any founder to make that balance. But I think if you have a really strong like why, you know what I mean? Like why? I was speaking to someone 2 weeks ago, and I feel so bad I forget the brand because I'd love to plug it. But he basically started this brand on the idea that his mom like tragically passed away from like a rare illness, and he started this brand that supports like all these like small niche segment of people that like are in that segment that was going through what his mom was going through. And like we've all spoken to these types of founders where their why is so strong, you would bet the house on them. You're like, there's no way you're gonna compete with this guy. His like is all around his mom. It's never gonna change. So for me, it's like, don't really tell me what you're doing. Like I mean, I love all you, but I couldn't give a fuck what you sell, right? But like, tell me why you sell it, right? Like, what is the reason you get up and want to make extra money, or whatever it is, provide for your family? And for me, if that why is strong enough, then those take it on the chin, the punches, the sacrifices you need to make are super easy. Like for me, it was always I wanted to take care of my parents. It's just what it is, and like knock on wood, we've been able to do it. But like the last year and a half, post acquisition, it's been like, wait, what's my new why? And it's way difficult. It's not the same. It's not. I remember the CEO that bought our company, like. He's like, you're gonna change, and I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking change. And he's like, you're gonna change, and I'm like, I'm never changing, And he was right? So now I need to really look at myself in the mirror, and it's something that as founders you want to do often. Is be like, hey, is this what I want to be doing? Is this still motivating me? And if you have a strong why, then it's like those punches, those setbacks. iOS 14 doesn't set you back.
What about you, Matt?
Yeah, maybe taking it just from a slightly different perspective. I think super high level, kind of like why, vision. I think from a day-to-day perspective, every day is a complete shit show, right? So for me, it's like super important that there's 2 or 3 things that I can do every day just to add a little bit of stability in the day-to-day schedule. I'm definitely a morning person, so I have kind of an etched morning routine that I go through that just keeps me like mentally focused. I try to get moving every morning, try to do some sort of workout. And then we have a 6-month-old, so getting home in time for bath time is like super important for me. And I feel like if I can check all 3 of those boxes, then whatever whirlwind happens during the day is kind of like comes and goes, but those things are kind of like core pillars for me personally.
Do you guys have any non-negotiables? Like, for example, I think it sounds like working out or movement for you is one, Matt. Aaron, do you have any non-negotiables of like, I can't let, like, whatever happens, this has to happen? Like, I can't let work or me building this company push this out of my life?
I mean, I'm a psychopath. I'm a horrible. Like, you should follow Mark. He's like, this is routine. Like, this guy. He looks healthy as fuck, right? Like this is what you want, not what you want. I'm like full on psychotic. I like nonstop, 24/7. Like, it's just I don't know. I love it. It's just who I am. Like, obviously active, like eating healthy, but like for me, like a non-negotiable is just don't get in the way of my business. Like, that's my shit. Like, I don't give a like the phone call is not important. Like, I'm a really big like calendar guy, so like
that's a non-negotiable calendar.
Yeah, I guess. Like I write it down on a piece of paper. A couple people saw it in the back. They were laughing. Like, I literally write down my shit. It's like that is it because I know it is aligned with like my goals. But I guess that's my non-negotiable. But at the same time, like I will make changes and I will negotiate when it comes to taking care of the business. Other things I'm more lenient.
Quick question, then I have another big question. What was your guys' first hire? And I'm going to start with you, Matt, and then go to you, Aaron.
Outside of co-founder, I'm assuming? Yeah. We brought on a guy to run retention and CX for us because we felt that the storytelling component, the empathetic approach, the relatability was super important early on, and we wanted to tackle that really, really early. Now, it's an interesting mix because that person also has a quant background, and usually those 2 things don't mix well.
Was your first guy?
Yeah.
Shit.
So wanted someone who could really digest a ton of data, but was also willing to like track down FedEx tickets and run chatbots, the whole 9. So it was a fantastic hire.
I wish that was my answer. We hired it was $8 in Croatia, was it, to run customer service? Great guy, Costa. I loved him. Did a good work, and yeah, I mean, we just had like Leo. Like, Leo, who was also here as like my co-founder. Like, we scaled so fast. Like, if I can go back, I mean, sure, it's easy now to say I wish we didn't scale so fast. Like, we went from like $700K to like $10 million in literally a span of a few months, and like we didn't know that, like now if I would redo it, probably that's the direction I'm going. But all we had was like a leak, like a hole here, so we try to plug it and then there'd be another water leak and we just try to play, and like you look back now and it's like, hey, probably not the best thing, but that's what it was. It was like, okay, we have 700 support tickets a day. We need to build a support team. And it's like, oh my God, they're just destroying us on Facebook ads. They're calling us a scam because we can't deliver. Like, we need to set up a team so like we can respond and take care of those tickets. Like, wait, who's managing inventory? Because like the shit's supposed to land. We don't have our duties in order. Like, fuck, So that's kind of how we just kept running because we were so behind because we were scaling so fast. I think if I were to do it all over again, I mean, it's easy now to say, I would set it up properly so when when that scale does come, we're set up for it and we can receive it.
I mean, but you guys had such an amazing exit. It's hard to hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah, it's easy to sit in this seat, but
I mean, team aside, as you look back on those super early growth years, what would be one thing that you would do differently? One or two things.
Oh my God, where do we start? We have an interesting Christmas story. Our first like real Christmas. So we neither of us are in retail. So my background, like I own a cold pressed juice company in Toronto. So if you guys are in New York, like Joe and the Juice or some shit like. We have that, but in Toronto. I started that when I was 18. We've got 10 locations. Like I'm just like I know like my customer has a problem. They come, they say it to my face. They're like, yo, this juice sucks. I'm like, my bad. Here, take another one. Right. Online, they don't say it to your face. They come at you from like every possible angle but your face. And we didn't know that. So our first Christmas, I didn't know what Black Friday was. Like we just knew like Christmas. Like we're like Jewish. There's no Christmas for us. We have no idea what that means. And we're like, we're going through. We're like, okay, we got like 1,000 units. Long story short, we oversell. I think it was like over 10,000 people. But here's the caveat, okay? We had an order of 15,000 units. It was set to arrive end of November. So we're like, everyone chill. You're going to get it for Christmas. Relax. And everyone's like, okay, cool. We're going to get it for Christmas. We obviously didn't know that like Christmas is busy for the ports too, right? We didn't know that. And I hate to use the word screwed over, but unfortunately we screwed over like 12,000 people our first Christmas. I think we're the lowest rated company on BBB till today, like probably. I actually think so. Like I think we have like thousands of 1-star reviews. Like we had a bomb threat, like legit bomb threat, like address and everything. He's like, me and the boys. I'm like, man, it's a weighted blanket. He's like, exactly. I need this weight. I'm like, shit, So it was really bad. Like we had to like hide. It was like, I'm like underplaying it right now, guys. It was really bad. Like people were like messaging my mom and shit on Instagram, like telling her like her son's like a scammer and shit. It was really bad, but we thought we learned our lesson, but like because we had that bad setup, like going through it again, I would understand like, okay, shipping times are exaggerated. Give ourselves like always, we overpromised and underdelivered for like a full year and a half, and it attributed to a lot of our scale. But like we look back now, all those people that bought those first 2 years, they don't buy anymore. They just hate us, right? It's like you go to a restaurant, you have a bad meal. You're not coming back. Like even if they give you a voucher, you're just like, screw this restaurant. You know how many restaurants there are? So we have that same feeling. I wish we could have provided a level of service to those customers that they would stick with us. But you live and you learn.
Yeah. What about you, Matt? What's kind of one mistake that you'd probably turn back the clock?
Honestly, I just tried to do way too much in the beginning. Yeah. I was very not intellectually honest with myself to determine where am I really good and deploy all of that energy in those particular verticals. And conversely, where do I suck and where do I need to either outsource that work to or figure out if that work is even mission critical, because it's not, then it should just not even be a focus. And I think we were really okay at a bunch of different things versus being really, really good and focused in like 3 to 4 particular areas.
Yeah, I think focus is insurmountable. Like amazing focus, and amazing focus is usually a function of a very strong why. And so I think those together can be really interesting. In terms of kind of, and it's kind of sound corny, but like what would be the best piece of advice you would give to like your previous self or some aspiring co-founder or not co-founder, some aspiring entrepreneur that I just started X company. Aaron, I saw you had a great exit. What's one thing that you would tell me to do?
Oh my God, I don't know. What would I tell you? I mean, it's really important to know yourself. Like you just kind of touched on that, right? Like having that like humility to be able to be like, okay, this is how I want. I'm doing too much. I need to pull back. I need to like every year I basically have this word that describes my year, and this year it's simple. So like everything needs to be simple. If it becomes not simple, I'm like, fuck it, I'm out. No, I don't give a shit. I'm not doing it, right? So, and it's because I know myself. I get super complicated. I like to get like nitty gritty. I want to go off the rails. Like my team even knows like 80% of the stuff I say is just like goes right over their head because it's not happening, right? But like the 20% is maybe where we can find some, like we can simplify and actually execute. So like I would say if you really know yourself, then you're able to leverage what you're good at. And of course, when you're starting out, you have to wear some hats that you're not maybe the best person for that job. But the faster you realize like what you're good at and what you like to do, the faster things will flow. So, I mean, it's tough to say like the one thing I wish I would say to someone starting out, but at the end of the day, like I think the cheat code is played out. Like if the next 3 years, 5 years go exactly the way you want them to, like you have the magic wand, and then put yourself in Aaron 5 years from now, and if it like, what does that Aaron feel like? Like, what do they look like? How's their life? What's the lifestyle like? And if that person doesn't want to make you cry from excitement, then you need to look yourself in the mirror. Like that moment, that if exactly the way you want it, right? If your brand goes exactly the way you want it, that feeling, if it's not like a feeling that makes you shake in your shoes, then like it's just, you're not going to be able to stick it out. It's just because there's so many tough times ahead. So that's what I would say is like, if best case scenario, are you exponentially happier? If the answer is yes, then I would bet.
Yeah, no, just some similarities there on that front. I think one is just to start. Like, I think so many people find an infinite number of reasons or excuses, quite frankly, as to why like they shouldn't start business X, Y, Z. So it's just that nudge or that encouragement just to start. But secondly, it's been kind of a topic we've been dancing around. I mean, one of my early professional mentors was a 25-year vet in the SEALs. And he always said, like, the SEALs are so good because they don't pick fair fights. And for me, that always resonated. Obviously, like, body wash is a non-contact sport.
Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean pick a fair fight?
Well, and his thing was to, like, look, all of our raids are conducted at 2:15 in the morning when it's pouring down rain outside.
What if the enemy knows now?
But, like,
no, just kidding.
But it's not noon, right? And it's perfect. So it's like, you have to find what your actual competitive advantage is in whatever space you're encroaching on, and you just have to pounce on it. Because this whole entrepreneurial journey is just one perpetual game of whack-a-mole. And as soon as you see like a beam of light that emerges as an opportunity for you or your brain, you just have to fucking pounce on it so hard. So you just have to be very, again, honest with yourself. What are you good at? What are you not good at? And kind of how do you double down on the competitive advantages that the brand has?
Yeah, I love that. There's a concept called beginner's mind that it's super important, and it's harder to keep that as you actually get more expertise. And so the more you can keep that beginner's mind's interesting. But I think said another way, Aaron, if you want like a paraphrase, is don't play games you can't win. Like that's the fair fight
play
stuff.
games
like
you can only win.
Exactly.
Right?
That's another corollary, right? Same, but different. It's like if there's no probability to win, or if they're like, why are you going to play that game? Just punt it and go to the next thing. We're going to fire up the catch box here in a second, but since both you guys have co-founders, we'll start with you, Matt, and then we'll go to you, Aaron. Talk me through that process, because I've heard a bunch of different things in a bunch of different ways, and like a co-founder is almost, in a lot of ways, more intimate than like your actual partner. And so kind of how did you find them? How did you vet them? What did that process look like? Because it's a big deal, right?
Yeah, it's a huge deal. It's a really good question. I mean, I think being a part of the early Bonobos team, I actually saw a co-foundership go awry, which was really tough to see, and it really like kind of laser etched in my mind around, here's what I think I would look for in a potential co-founder if I were to go that route. I think the most, quite frankly, toxic co-founder relationships are folks who are friends and have the exact same skill set. Like it's just a very, very dangerous thing to start if you're not very clear and communicative up front around, these are my roles and responsibilities, these are your roles and responsibilities. We need to collaborate on what's in the middle, and like we have to respect each other's kind of playing ground. For my co-founder, he has a product background, 30 years. So it was very clear, like I would kind of initially tackle a lot of the finance, ops, analytics, marketing. He would make sure our product was a 12 out of 10. We would meet in the middle where we needed to, but we had that kind of early discussion of separation of church and state super early on, and it's led to a really strong relationship.
Before I jump to you, Aaron, is there any red flags? Like, is there something where it's like, oh man, do not partner with this person? Or like, is there anything that you would look for when you're sourcing a co-founder? Because I think the first one you said in spot on is that if you guys are a Venn diagram and you're just overlaying each other, how do you create value? Like, I don't need you. Right. Like, you need complementary skills, not supplementary, and so it can be really challenging. But outside of that, is there any like?
No, well said. I was just going to say that it's total supplementary skill sets, because there's so much to be working on over the course of the day that if you're just attacking the exact same problems, it's not going to bode well. And quite frankly, like at a certain age, if you try to all of a sudden pick up a brand new skill set, that's also very tough to do. So I think looking for someone who can complement your skill set, supplement your skill set, I should say, is the way to go.
What about you, Aaron?
I mean, I have like, I don't know, I probably need to go to therapy for this, but I hate being alone. So like, I played team sports my whole life. I just I think the greatest joy of winning the game is the party. I mean, I played hockey. The party with the boys after the game. Like, that's the fun part. Not that. Like, the game is tough, right? It sucks. You're getting hit in the face and shit. But, like, the party is worth the group effort. And sometimes certain guys pull more weight, and sometimes you got to pull more weight. So I just think, like, for me, I don't think I'll ever have a business in my life where I'm alone. I just think it sucks. You know, my girlfriend has this agency, and she's a solo founder. And, like, I look at her, and I'm like, who are you going to celebrate that new client with? Like, yourself in the mirror? Sucks, right? But like for us, it's like we get to like high five. We had like that hug post acquisition. Like we went on the den together. Like it's something that like another person can share this journey with you that you just can't have as a solo founder. And you need, first of all, you need someone that, when shit sucks, it's great to send a text like, what the fuck do we do, you know? And it's like, don't worry. And like neither of you know anything you're gonna do, but like we play the part. Like I text him probably 80% of the time, like, what the fuck? And he's just like, it's good, bro. And then like 2 days later, he's like, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, it's good, man, it's good, don't worry. You know? So like, and you need that because we panic as founders. Things don't go the way we wanna go. So I need that. Like if you're a solo founder here, like honestly, I tip my hat to you. It's the most difficult thing in the world. I would never be able to do it. It's not in my skill set. But to your point, like we're totally different, right? Our goals are the same. We want the same thing for the business, but we're totally different, completely different skill set. And there's so many times, specifically like early on in the business, like I'm not a web guy. I'm not gonna fix your website. If your pop-up doesn't work, don't call me. I have nothing there, right? But like so many times early in the business where those things can crush a business and his skill set's just like, boom, we'll fix that. Done. Right? So for me, it's like if I'm going to get a co-founder, it needs to have opposite skill sets. We need to have the same goals. But I think the biggest thing to prevent that blowout, and guys, I've seen this so many times, it just crushes me, to be honest, is core values. Like the same core, I mean, sure, we're both Jewish, but that's not what it is. It's like the values are like someone that would never steal. It's actually really important. I know you guys don't think that, but like they have access to the bank account. It goes through everyone's head at one point. Like, wait, like how mad are they? Are they that mad? Right? Is it possible? So someone who would never steal, being honest, like there's so many things that are just really important. It's kind of like a relationship, but it's deeper because it's like money and shit. But I think it's really important. I always find that people go for the lowest hanging fruit. Like what you did, like New York, like crazy, like that's incredible. Like I want to learn that for like the future perhaps, but like we met at a bar, you know? I was 22, 25. I was a 22-year-old with 80 employees and 7 Jew shops. Thought I knew what I was doing. And he was like a solo SaaS founder by himself with like a bigger business than my whole 80-person operation. So we were just kind of like really interested and like, wow, that's cool. And we just kind of became friends. And then we're just like, wait, do you want to do this? Like, we'll dedicate our nights. I think we did like 6 p.m. till 1 in the morning or 12 for like a full year. And the goal was to buy the Ferrari. I wasn't joking about that. We never bought the Ferrari, but it turned into something big enough where you were able to have that conversation with your co-founder and be like, yo, we're either going to quit our day jobs, which was our other businesses, and or sell it, and go all in on this, or we're just gonna pack this up. And like that conversation is actually so hard to be like, yo, the thing you were building for the last 5 years, in my case, I was building it with my brothers, you gotta sell or get the fuck out of, because we made a commitment. And from that moment on, like the business obviously went where it went, but you know, for me, it's like the co-founder is the biggest decision you'll ever make, and they can make you or break you.
I love that. There's a great book by Krakauer, also a movie called Into the Wild, and there's a great line in there that said, happiness is only real when shared. And I think you're really onto something. And if you guys are in the Telegram group, if you're not, get in the Telegram group, but that's been one of the coolest experiences in there where everybody has all these like really negative things happening, and everybody's either throwing goodwill or like, hey, how can I help, and all these things. So having that support network, I think, is huge.
Hey, actually, quick question. Who in here is a solo founder? Yeah, that's really impressive.
Shit, I'm so sorry.
Really
Fuck.
Kudos to all you guys.
Yeah.
Amazing. Let's fire up the catch box. Oh, you got it already. All right. Questions. All right, over there, Colin. The gentleman in front, and then we'll go back to the Yankees second.
Thank you. So, in terms of like product development initially, so the first product both of you came out with, I've heard a little bit about your story. Never heard your story before. But how differentiated is the product supposed to be initially? Like, is it just going to be a little bit better with the stitching, or is it just going to be the same ingredients with a better label on it? How different does a new product actually has to be? So, because I'm looking at a couple of industries, and I'm like, can kind of make it different, but do I have to re-evaluate the entire world, or?
So, I mean, probably in your space too. But so, we sell commodities, right? We sell pillows, bed sheets, blankets, mattresses, mattress frames, everything in your bedroom, right? And you can buy that. Everyone can name 10 places they can go and buy that right now. I mean, the product has to be different, but actually, I think of it completely differently. I think about what's the story, right? So for me, it's like always about storytelling. Like, how did we, and we're in Canada, guys, by the way. We make 80% of our sales in Canada. And hopefully US, we'll see. Canada's big, but a lot of you guys treat it like another state, which is why it doesn't work for you. But it's just true. It's the story. So for us, it was two founders who, were suffering from anxiety. Lior spent time donating his time at a camp that to service children with special needs, and they had a stimulation room where he found the use of weighted therapy, and he's like, well, it's good for kids, but why isn't it good for adults? We went out, we created the best product ever that was washable, that worked in your room, that took care of all the pain points. And then now it's positioned as a story. And then, and we were the first to do this 5 years ago. Now all you fuckers do this. But we gave 1 in 10 away to charity, right? And it was our biggest thing. We went on TV about it. Like, it was these two young entrepreneurs that were creating this innovative product in a space that had a tremendous amount of demand, and we were local. And we started local, and then that ball kind of grew. That story people buy, right? Not, hey, we made a better weighted blanket. It's got cooler zippers on it, and it's got really cool colors, and by the way, it works. So for us, it was always about the story. Like, our business went from $700K to $10 million. It was not marketing. What we did is we called 1,000 of our customers, and we're like, it was our first summer. We made no sales, and then we called. Leo was actually going to quit. I'm not lying. He's like, yo, this shit sucks. Like, fuck this seasonal business. I'm not into it. I'm like, all right. So we called and we said, why aren't you guys buying the weighted blanket? You bought it all January, February, March. You're just buying it like crazy. You're not buying it in July. And they're like, Aaron, we love the product, but like we're sweating in places we never knew we could sweat before. It's disgusting. So it's like in the corner, like I'm not using it, it's too hot. And we're like, holy shit, why don't we make a cooling weighted blanket? Because you still want the weight, but you don't want to overheat. So then we developed our own fabric, and we created this story. We spent a year developing this fabric that no one wanted to make for us. Then we took the Kickstarter, because you have to buy so much fabric, and then we bet on ourselves, and it was like this huge entrepreneurial journey of going and creating a product that works, and like thousands of people were rallying behind that story. Sure, the product's great, it's cooling, it keeps you cool, but it's the story. And then we sold 1.5 million in 30 days, and people were fired up. And then we went on TV, and it was like, oh my God, I watched these guys when they were just selling this one crappy product, and we just keep that ball rolling, so people get wrapped into the story. I think like we're about to launch like our first weighted goes weightless. We're launching our first like weightless, but with our ice technology. And the same conversation we literally had 2 days ago with our team when we were developing the marketing, and everyone's talking about, give me the specs and like tell me like exactly how the zipper goes around. And I'm like, guys, I didn't actually. Okay, I said this. I said, fuck you and your specs. We're talking about the story right now about this product. We spent 2 years, and there's a tremendous amount of people out there. Like, raise your hand if you sleep hot. Like, you sweat. Exactly. That's our demo. And raise your hand still. Okay, raise your hand if you sleep hot. Keep your hand up if you're actively using a weighted blanket. That's my fucking point. My point is you need the temperature regulation, but you don't want the weight. That's our story. We went out and we created a product for everyone that had their hand up. Not the zipper. We'll do that. We'll take care of that. It's got to be an amazing product, but people don't buy that. At least for us, when we sell commodities.
Similar story, not quite storytelling, but for us it's experience. So, I mean, as Moise can attest to, body wash is anywhere from 73 to 90% water. So the delta gives you little to work with from a differentiation factor. There's elements like lather and how things break and whatnot, which you can certainly control. But for us, the biggest piece of feedback we got early on was around scent. Like, I love the scent, I love the scent, I love the scent. So for us, that was a really interesting sign around how can we kind of expand our palette of scent and fragrance to include in these products. So again, it's around experience and how can we find ways to maximize that like really small wiggle room to actually make the products truly different.
Yeah, that's great. I would also recommend, if you're not familiar with it, there's a great framework called Jobs to be Done. And basically, the too long didn't
Well, we did
read is
that.
that people don't buy products; they hire them to do jobs, and that's why Aaron is probably so hot and bothered. Where like features don't matter. You need to be able to put this in a story of why are you so smart that you bought this? Why is your life going to be better after buying this? Why can you tell your partner that you're a genius because you got this now cool weighted blanket? And that has nothing, 0% to do with features. It's all about the narrative and how to. And frankly, if you can make people feel successful, and if you can make them feel successful early on, like the more early you can make them feel successful, that emotional bond will just really, it's insurmountable versus they have about going back to the people that you had some challenges with in the beginning, right? It's like you're never gonna get those people back, no matter what you do. They are spurned, like they are on this earth to never buy from you again. And it is what it is, but that's kind of, I love that thought process of it's all about narrative building, it's all about storytelling, it has nothing to do with features.
I mean, I know I keep making everyone raise their hand, but raise your hand if you actually know what jobs to be done is.
Yeah, and Bob Mesta, yeah.
It's a
Disruption
very like important thing, but I think a lot of people get it wrong because they ask why you bought the product, and yeah, you switch that to like a company journey question versus the customer journey question, and it's more like what are you looking forward to most about the product, and you'll realize it's actually a lot different for different people. It's like why did you buy it? Well, I bought it for my cousin. It's like okay, cool, that goes into gift, but what are you looking forward to most? And for some of you guys who like put your hand up that you sleep hot, maybe it's getting a full night's rest. And it lets you position your product a little bit different.
Yeah, that's a great point. We won't dive too much deeper into this, but there's a whole thing called the milkshake. Clayton Christensen, Bob Mesta, they do some of the best work on there, great practitioners. All right, we're gonna do one more question with Kenny. Let's go ahead and get Ron mic'd up as well. Where's Big Ron? Let's get him mic'd up let's get you mic'd up so we can slip you back on the stage. And by the way, you guys have done this auditory, amazing. A+. Thank you for being super respectful and awesome. Okay, where's Kenny? Shoot.
All right, Aaron, I've got a quick question for you. So talking a little bit about the acquisition, I think we have a lot of e-commerce operators in here, so I want to ask for your advice. Let's say a 2-year-old e-commerce brand doing $8 million this year, want to do $12 million next year. What are the things that somebody can do to position themselves for a successful exit, let's say 12 to 24 months down the road? And with that, can you also tell a little bit about the story of your acquisition?
So you're saying you're at 8, you're going into... The question is, do you know who you're going to sell to?
No.
You should make a list of who that potentially is going to be. It's very important. We knew actually the very first day or the very first month that we started the business exactly when and who we were going to sell to. We didn't know how, obviously, but we knew where we needed the business to get to, and then we essentially, in a perfect world, we actually worked backwards from that point. Say, okay, the business needs to be at this point. This is the type of companies they buy. This is why they buy them. And we got out there. Like we were speaking to them well over a year prior to it. And you really want to be in a position to not to have to sell, right? For us, there was moments throughout, I mean, if you've sold a business in this crowd, it's an emotional roller coaster. At certain points, you're just like, fuck these guys, I could do it on my own. And then at other points, like, I need them. And it's very tough because at any moment, the deal can be over and you don't know how you can't tell people, you want to tell people, you still have to run your business. So you really have to be ready for it. You have to know your numbers, you have to be really ready for it. So for us, it was like a year of just flirting and it's like, do we want to do this? Is this really what we want to do? And then it was also like, where does the business need to be? And what deal do I need to make to be happy? Like for us, we felt that we had so much unfinished business at Hush. We still do. So we knew that we wouldn't do any deal that kicked us out of our seats because we wanted to stay in our seats for a period of time. So it's really important to just draw out a perfect deal for yourself and say, okay, not multiples today are not the multiples, we know that, right? So what multiple do I want to sell at? Who's buying companies like mine at the multiple I want to sell? And you'll notice it's only 1 or 2 people. There's not that many people buying your business. And then strategically work backwards based on previous investments they've made or acquisitions they've made. It's really a science. It's really rare, and I know it's happened, it's really rare that you're sitting at your computer one day, you get an email saying, hey, we want to buy you for full price, exactly what you want. Do you want it? It's very rare. It's usually like
relationships, months of conversations. They're buying you, your company. Like, what happens if you leave? There's so many difficult questions. So for me, it's who do I want to sell to? When do I want to sell it? What kind of money do I want? What kind of deal do I want to make? And then who's out there to fill all those buckets for me, and then work backwards. And you'll realize that that's kind of the easiest way to do it. But we knew from like literally day one. I wish we had like a recording of it because we recorded so much. But literally day one, we're like, this is what we're going to sell for, and this is who we're going to sell to. And that's exactly what happened.
And then what are you seeing out there in terms of valuations today? If you're talking to brands, helping with acquisitions, like what should founders be driving for? What's a good price? What's a lower price? And what's that key multiple? Are people just looking at EBITDA? Is it revenue growth? How would you tell people to structure that?
I mean, if I was buying, I wouldn't buy an e-commerce store right now, to be honest. I think a lot of founders, this is super contrarian, I'm so sorry. I think a lot of founders have a lot of fucking work to do this year. It was super easy. In 2018, I would just go on Facebook. I would be like, hey, Zuckerberg, here's like $1,000. And he's like, all right, here's 2. And I'm like, okay, what about 4? And he's like, okay, fine. Right? And it was like over and over again, and we kept scaling, and it was uncontrollable. We was using a free theme for 4 years. We built a $40 million business on a free Shopify theme. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't exist today, right? I'm so sorry, I forget your name. The CRO master in the back. Dylan? Like, that wasn't needed 3 years ago. Like, I literally took a picture from my manufacturer's website and cropped it on like Canva and posted it, and it was converting. Like it's much more difficult now. So it's rare. Like, this is an operator I would bet on. Like, this is fucking amazing, right? But like, that didn't need to happen. Right? Now it's like, if I was starting a brand now, it's way more difficult. It's way more strategic. There's no flywheel effect. So I would say, like, I mean, the valuations have dropped huge, right? And you need to show that you could grow in this environment. Like, Leo and I are having this exact challenge right now, and we ask ourselves every single day. It's like, well, how do we add, 10, 20 million bucks to the business? It's like, you can't do it on Facebook. I mean, I know, okay, I get it. But like, by the way, we're bootstrapped. We were profitable from day one. We don't run at like we were like 25% net margin, super clean business, no bullshit, no debt. But that's how we built business, right? Now it's like, okay, I need to raise money. What's my burn rate? When am I going to be profitable? So for me, it's like really drawing it out and seeing if that end result, I guess it comes back to the why, does that make you happy? Like, how much money do you need to raise? What you're going to spend at? If I was still, like, we didn't sell, I wouldn't even be looking to sell for the next 2 years. I would be built proper foundation so that in 2 years from now, we have a business to sell. When things get better, when my systems are like functioning properly and I have a business that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. Great question, Kenny. Amazing shout out. Shout out Mentor Pass. If you're not using it, you should be using it. Give it a hand for these fellas. Amazing, amazing stuff. Awesome. All right, let's get Big Ron up here.
Okay, you guys doing all right? You hanging in? Okay, good. Let's keep it going. Our next presenter is one of the good guys. His name is Ron Shaw. He's the co-founder and CEO of Obvi, a brand redefining how many of us think about collagen. He's a strategic thinker and a senior leader with a long track record of creatively using technology and resources to support innovation and revenue-generating business goals. Ron's built custom CRMs, designed countless reports, implemented operational frameworks like you've never seen, and scaled multiple businesses to crazy figures. He's the guy. He's also co-opted our shirts in really creative ways, so I want to talk to you about that later. But right now, let's bring Ron up. He's going to talk about how not to die, extending the runway for startups. Big hand for Ron.
Thank you. How are you guys? I actually just got in about an hour ago, so I'm still freezing. But bear with me as I go through something that a lot of people probably don't find too interesting, and it's finance. But I believe since 22, this is probably one of the most interesting topics. So I'm going to go into a little bit about how we scaled Obvi to $40 million in 40 months with a little bit of financial engineering. So before I jump in, just going to go over who I am, for those of you who haven't gotten a chance to meet. So I was an accounting major. I started at a company called Deloitte, and that was my path. I was supposed to be an accountant, and I got the chance to actually work as a controller at an incubating brand called Fit Life Group, which owned Shreds, Flavor God, and Skinny.com. We incubated different brands in the health and wellness space. I was a controller, and we brought this incubator up to about $75 million ARR. So it was a really great experience, and I kind of got into the whole marketing and startup space by taking that leap of faith. From there, I went on to become the director of marketing at Aloha, which was a vegan protein company, and got to really work on their subscription and just their overall e-commerce business. From there, I hopped on over to a company called Hooked on Phonics. I was really passionate about how kids are learning. So I was the VP of marketing there, and I helped with their churn rate and subscription business to make sure that they're able to move to a digital space from an analog space, which was mainly books, to now going fully digital. From there, started a marketing agency called Ghost 3 Media with my partner Ash, who's here in the crowd somewhere. And while our goal was, we've been learning so much and working on so many different brands, can we culminate what we've learned and actually cater to more companies? And that's exactly what Ghost 3 Media was. It was a performance marketing agency focused on health and wellness brands. So where am I today? 2019, started a brand called Obvi. It's a health and wellness brand catered towards women. Although unisex, we picked a demographic of women and have really scaled our presence there. The brand's kind of disruption point is collagen. For those of you who know it, is good for your hair, skin, nails, and joints. We wanted to make collagen less utilitarian and less boring, so we made it flavorful, pink, tasty, and exciting to take. So, probably wondering why you should care about all this. We bootstrapped the business from $10,000 to $30 million in 3 years. Then we raised a $2.2 million seed round using Twitter and LinkedIn. We have now, since then, gotten to $40 million in about 40 months. And we're an 8-person team. And 2021, we were Brand of the Year by Stack3D. So here's what I'm going to cover today, and try to keep up and have plenty of QR codes for you guys to scan at the end if you don't keep up with some of this stuff. But must-need tech stack to survive, marketing and finance, why it works together, and easy hacks to save money. Right now, I know a lot of the discussion is how to make more money and efficient money and stuff like that through marketing, but saving money is also making money. How to focus on cash flow cycling, how low MOQ actually equals higher customer retention LTV, and how higher AOV and lower churn and how you can focus on those. So a few tips there. And then at the end, just some golden whaley nuggets for you guys to take away. So put your phone down if any of the following apply to you guys. You have less than 6 months of burn left in your brand. You can't raise capital in this climate. Ad costs are making it impossible to scale. Competition is only getting worse. Saturation in your industry is only increasing. And your CAC to LTV ratios just don't make sense. Cool. So before I jump in, just want to kind of set the tone of everyone who is struggling, because I know that is part of some of the underlying fears that many brands have and founders have. We're in a post-pandemic, pre-recession. We're in mid-inflation. We are post-iOS 14, and we're facing one of the largest economic downturns. So if you're struggling or you're having some challenges, you're not alone. And also, look at what we're facing. I believe we're building businesses in one of the hardest times in the history of building businesses. So let that sink in, and now I'll jump in. So let's tackle some of these big problems, and we're going to start with some of the must-need tech stack to survive. Okay. What I have here first is retention.com. Can I get a hands of whoever has heard of retention.com? All right, cool. So some of you, that's good. So retention.com, we actually just onboarded with them, and it's incredible to see when you can create impact with something so quickly. So with retention.com, we've been able to get emails for people who aren't leaving their emails, right, in a format that helps us go after them, right, and be able to market to them. And we've been able to see a 5x ROI just within this last month of starting with them. When you see numbers like this, it's kind of what people call free money, right? If you're looking at how to make money, look at some of the easier tools like this. Diana and Adam, I think, are in the room. If you guys get a chance, go and see if the retention.com makes sense for you, especially when you're able to kind of make more value out of people you're sending to your website, right? Which is traffic. We're all paying for traffic. We're paying a lot more money than ever. And so if you're able to get more value out of that traffic by able to get more from their emails or being able to target them again, I believe it's pretty valuable, and we'll keep you posted. But so far, we're off to something that's literally making us money while we sleep, which is incredible. Next part is, and something that would probably challenge a lot of you guys to look into, is how subscription is set up. Lifetime value is important, more important than ever, right? And we can't just keep saying LTV without doing anything about it. So for us, one of the things we did is we moved from Recharge to Stay AI, which was formerly Retection. Shout out to Gina. And literally every subscription KPI increased by double digits. Our recurring revenue increased by 30% in the first 90 days, 45% in the first 180 days. Our subscriber count increased by 76% in the first 180 days. When we first started Obvi, we weren't going to be a subscription business. Post everything that's gone on in the world, we have to be partly a subscription business. It's the only way we can afford to keep running the business the way it needs. And Stay AI has been a crucial part to that. So I challenge everyone to look into their subscription platform that they are using and at least understand if you're getting the maximum efficiency. Another piece that's been really important for us, and I think everyone probably has heard of TapCard in this room, but what's really important is when you're creating an app for your brand, what a lot of people don't realize is tools like SMS and email still cost a lot of money, right? Especially with rising costs around per message rates, and email, Klaviyo being pretty expensive as you get to higher send rates. What's really cool about building an app, besides the actual fact that you have an app for your brand, is push notifications cost you nothing, right? So we're literally sending 1 to 2 push notifications a day to our 40,000 downloads on TapCard. So what's really cool about this is being able to find a new marketing channel almost, while not having to break the bank and have rising costs in your tech part of your P&L. What's really cool here is just in the last 2 years alone, TapCard's brought in almost $2 million in revenue for us. What I challenge you guys to do is if you have a brand, if you can't find 2 reasons why not to have an app for your store, go to TapCard and create the app, right? Their team is incredible. Most of their team is here. JJ's here. Spend some time with them and really understand. Like, you may think your brand is too small. You may think it doesn't make sense for your brand. Maybe you just have 1 SKU. It doesn't make sense. You'll actually find out that there's more reasons to do it than there isn't. So it's been a crucial piece to some of our growth. All right, we're going to jump into some easy hacks to save and make money. Cool. So one of the ways that we've been able to save money, we've actually saved $25,000 by making this switch, is there's a tool called Find a Loop. How many of you guys are using a bookkeeper that you don't really talk to, or some format of a bookkeeper right now for your business? Okay. So what Find a Loop does is it's an actually fully automated, AI-powered financial tool that does real-time bookkeeping. What I really love about that is you're able to see your P&L or balance sheet real time. So like if it's the 12th of the month, you can literally go and pull up your P&L and see it live. They actually do real-time reconciliation. You just connect your apps. They also have an Amazon integration, so real-time Amazon sales as well are going to be integrated there. We made the switch. Not only did it save us $2,000 a month with our bookkeeping fees that we were paying to our bookkeeper, but it also found a bunch of inaccuracies that our bookkeeper had. So not only do we not have to wait till the 15th or the 20th of the next month to find out how the full month did, we're also able to save money while we're doing it. What I challenge you guys to do is they have a pretty cool feature. It's just go and plug in your Shopify store. It's completely free, no credit card, nothing. And they guarantee that they'll find inaccuracies in your books in the first 48 hours. So they take 48 hours to do 2 months of your P&L, and I'd take that challenge if I were you. What I'm going to go through next is actually just a random month of a P&L for Obvi, just being super kind of open about it and just showing you some places that you can maybe quickly save some money. So this was a month of April where we did about 1.6 million, profited about 300K. And I'm just going to go through kind of some of the above the line items, because otherwise we'd be here all day if I went through each piece. So first thing is when you're looking at your revenue adjustments, which is how much discounts are you giving to your customers, right? If this number is above 20%, and this is something that we're actually testing currently live right now, find other ways to just get away from the, hey, sign up for this newsletter and get 10% off or 15% off. So what we're testing is an app called Get Fondue. And what they're going to be giving is they're going to give our customers cash back via gift card to our store. So what's really cool here is one, I don't have to give them a discount up front. I have to give them cash back, but it's going to drive retention because it's to my store, right? So that's pretty strong. And then lastly, there's this endowed theory, which is a Starbucks theory, where I think it's like 30 or 40% of people don't end up using the gift card, right? So net effectively, if you're looking to bring your revenue adjustments down, which if you think about it, right, when you're looking at your P&L, and there is a line item that takes up 20, 25%, right, from your bottom line, that's one place where if you can even cut that in half, that goes straight to your profit. So keep you posted on this. Next part is our merchant account fees were over 3%. So we worked with M Pro to bring it down by 10%. I think 3%, above 3% is a good threshold to go and look at your merchant fees and see if you can save money. We saved about $48K for the year by switching. A good place, again, for us, $48,000 to the bottom line for the end of the year, that's great. That could be a low-level salary for someone or a part-time salary. COGS, ideally, again, this is different from industry to industry, but you want to be around 20 to 25%. We kind of stick right around there, so it's just a good threshold to just look at and monitor and always kind of renegotiate pricing and stuff if you're falling above those thresholds. I believe that 3PL fees should be at 10% or below. Ours is at 9.9%. This is one part where I know a lot of people get comfortable. 3PLs are not something that you want to switch around and move around. It's a pain in the ass, right? But what's really cool, I think, is if you actually go in this market, go and price shop a little bit and kind of get out of the cookie cutter or the big box 3PLs that are out there, you actually can find a lot of savings. Like, for example, the 3PL we work with, we don't pay any storage fees, right? Because they're based in Wisconsin, they have a ton of land, and that's one of the big perks, right? So just think about it, like and they charge us a flat fee for fulfillment, which I believe is about $1.80 or $1.60. But if you think about some of these things, like if you can get that money back, right, how much of an impact could that make? So just a couple of ways to look at your P&L a little bit differently and some new thresholds to look at and reevaluate, really. Okay, another easy hack, save money, and this is something also new to us. We kind of always stayed away from affiliate. It just wasn't our thing. Always worried about the bad customers, the customers that would cause a lot of refunds or whatever it may be. And most recently, we actually onboarded with Paul Street. Aaron Paul should be in the room. If you guys can get time on his schedule, try to. But we onboarded with them, and what's really cool is they have this whole thing around quality over quantity. So instead of just a ton of affiliates running media for you, they're picking 4 to 5 really, really strong affiliates, and then they're working on those for you. So for us, just first month alone, the quality of the customer has been great, the AOV has been great, and then the attention you get from working with someone like Aaron has been great. So, and what's really cool about why this can make you money and save you money in a way is you don't have to pay for this up front, right? You don't have to pay until the sale comes. So I'm sure you guys are all familiar with affiliate marketing, but just working with the right group can make a huge difference. All right, cool. Another thing is we brought kind of the dropshipping model to our gear store. So if you go to myobvi.com and you check out our gear, we probably have 30 or 40 pieces of apparel there, okay? We don't own a single piece of inventory. We never will. We work with a really good dropshipper here in the US. She's based in the Wisconsin too. What it makes us is $10K a month, about $120,000 a year, okay? For just print on demand, right? These are SKUs that she actually uploads herself, designs herself, and manages herself in the back end of Shopify. And then we just tell her we want to make at least a 25% profit margin, and that's it. What this creates is a lot of brand integrity, brand value, and walking billboards all around, especially when you have a community like ours, which is about 60,000 people. Just another good way to make money without having to spend it, right? Cool. Another thing we did, we actually wrapped some trucks most recently because we launched nationwide in Vitamin Shop. And what was really cool is we saw a lift in our retail, but also the extensive brand awareness was really powerful because the brand also starts to look bigger than it is, right? We negotiated down for 2 trucks for the price of 1. It's coming out to about $2K a month. If you think about $2,000 a month, right? Obviously, everyone has different ad budgets here. This is something that could be really powerful to test out without breaking the bank. But also, I've seen people get very creative on how they utilize the asset itself, right? Running ads with it or creating videos and stuff like that. So we use on-the-go advertising, but again, another good way to just diversify away from Meta, which is, I know, where a majority of the spend is going in this room. All right, going to jump to cash flow cycling. For those of you who have been following me or have listened to me speak before, might find it a little bit repetitive, but there's a couple changes. All right, cool. So the concept of buy now, pay later. This concept exists for businesses too. It's not just for customers who use Sezzle, Affirm, Klarna, or Afterpay. And what I mean by that is us as business owners, there is tons and tons of finance tools right now, right? And assembled brands, Dashify, Wayflyer, Plastic, Parker, Settle, Ups. There's so many to the point where it's starting to get overwhelming, right? But what these tools help you do, especially in the short-term process, is actually give you a chance to get to a negative cash conversion cycle. So what I'll go into now is I'll take a deeper dive into how we use 2 of these tools called Parker and Plastic. All right, so what Plastic does, Plastic gives you the ability to pay any ACH via a credit card. So it's an intermediary system where if you have an ACH bill due, so call it your inventory bill, $100,000 inventory bill, you have the ability, instead of that just cash going out of your bank account, to put it on a credit card, right? So Ash, my partner, loves to spend money on Facebook, like absolutely loves it. It's what he does all day, every day. He's probably doing it right now too. So in a month like March, for example, spent $420,000, okay? We luckily have terms with Facebook, which I recommend you guys all request, that we don't have to pay them for 30 days, okay? Now, what's really cool about that is we get the 30 days, but I want even longer, right? So I go to Plastic and I say, hey, Plastic, I want you to pay Meta, okay? I don't want to pay it. I'll give you a credit card you can charge, and in exchange, whatever that credit card term is, I also get to add that on to the net 30 I'm already getting from Facebook, right? So now I'm going to link this to Parker, okay? What Parker is a credit card that gives you the ability to choose different payment tiers, okay? So you can choose a 60-day card, which is for 60 days, you don't have to pay it, and it's a rolling cycle. So whether you charge it today or charge it tomorrow, it's 60 days from the day you get the charge. So if you think about it, I give this card to Plastic, and I'm like, hey, Plastic, you're going to pay Meta, and you're going to charge my Parker card. So I got 30 days for free from Facebook, and I got 60 days from Parker. So what was charged in March is not going to be due till almost June, right? Parker also just recently launched a 30, 60, 90-day card where you can break up your payment and choose how much you want to pay in each threshold. And they also have a 1.5% cashback card. So these finance tools, I think if you use it smart and you use it the right way, use it in a smart way and use it the right way, can give you the runway you need for your business to survive and honestly just get more time. Other cool thing we do is we go to our manufacturer and we say, hey, we want to pay you more per unit. What can you do for us in terms of paying you back with some more time? So for example, for something that costs us, like our collagen may cost us $9.39, we tell them, hey, we'll pay you $9.71. What's the best you can do on terms? So the terms they changed it to was 50% down still, but net 30 on the balance. This gives you 30 days extra to pay. It's kind of a twisted theory where we're always trying to bring the price down, but just bringing price down may not be the win that you need right now. The win you need right now may be getting runway so you can think through your business model in this new climate. Same thing with inventory. Use Upside, which is now rolled up to Ampla. But for basically anywhere between 2 to 5%, you can buy an extra 30 to 120 days, right? The one thing a lot of people will say is, well, when you annualize these numbers, like 2 to 5%, these are like, 16 to 25% APR, right? The thing is a lot of us are not in the position to think about annualizing things because our business may not even survive if we keep thinking of numbers like that. So sometimes using short-term financing, as long as you can work on the other parts of your businesses, right, which is making sure you can convert inventory, making sure you can get to a negative cash conversion cycle properly, this will give you the time you need with minimal fees. So let's recap. I bought product, didn't pay right away. Ran $400,000 in paid media, didn't pay right away. Started selling inventory before we owed the money, right? Because if I'm getting 90 days, now I have 90 days to figure out how to sell that, right? And nothing was owed for 60 to 90 days from the accrual of the charge. So the key takeaway is baking in about a 3 to 5% margin for your fintech fees will help you create a negative cash conversion cycle, which is what all founders, I believe, should aim for when you're looking at the finance piece of your business. All right, gonna go into why low minimum order quantities can actually help with higher customer retention and LTV. So let's talk MOQ, right? You look at brands like Supreme, Ghost, Nike, they've actually been following this model for a long, long time, right? And what they're doing here is they're buying items that are in lower stock and putting it out there, and all of us kind of go to an app, especially Rabba, right? As soon as a shoe drops, and you're gonna try and buy it, right? And what they're creating here is through a finite amount of inventory, a low amount of inventory, they're creating purposes for having a higher lifetime value and retention rate with us, with customers like us. So we kind of tested this at Obvi. What we did was, over the last 2 years, we've launched about 32 MOQ-driven SKUs. And I'm talking, we did about 1,500 units of each of these flavors that we launched. Turns take anywhere 14 to 28 days. The cost for us to do all these launches were around $700,000 across the year. And then what we would do is, as soon as it sells out, we would stock it out, and it would create FOMO right away, right? People are missing out. But for us, it was creating a lot of high cash flow because we hyped it up really well, right? Just to give you a sense, this is how many flavor variations we launch. I know this is not applicable to every business, right? A lot of you can't do this because you may not be in the same category. But thinking about how to use product variation to drive retention has been something that's been really powerful for us. And it's a model that's working for massive brands like Nike, Supreme, even Ghost. $8 million of our revenue last year was driven through low MOQ launches and restocks. The other cool, powerful piece is if a launch does really well, you bring it back for a restock, and sometimes we see even more revenue come from a restock than the initial launch. So just thinking through innovation, sometimes we bucket everything into innovation and say, yeah, we're innovating. Sometimes look at it a different layer, whereas can you innovate fast? And can you create a low MOQ cycle to it? So key takeaway, low MOQ will increase the ability to do launches, increase retention, and LTV, as it has been the case for us. All right, what I'm going to go into next, it's probably going to sound like a broken record, and probably a lot of overlap of what you've heard before, but I'm going to go in super detail. So here's some like higher AOV and lower churn tips, and something that's worked for Obvi. We have a bundle builder on Obvi. If you go check it out, it's under Build a Bundle on the mega menu. And bundle builders are typically seen as something to increase the basket value, right? And of course, that should still be the primary goal. What we do with our bundle builder is also turn it into a little bit of an experience, okay? So when you actually add 3 or more items in it, we have pink confetti flying down, right? And it almost makes someone feel like they've achieved something, right? So when you're expecting someone to spend more, also make them feel like they're earning the ability to spend more, right? So again, create experiences out of where you're asking people to spend more so that they feel like they want to do it. Our cart, which I believe is one of the most prized possessions of Obvi, is we actually created a gamified gift bar where after each threshold, they can unlock a new gift. We have 4 free gifts. And we even actually created the free shipping icon as an endowed gift. Everyone gets free shipping, for example, on our site, but we made it seem like it's earnable, right? And so now people are psychologically like, okay, wow, I already unlocked free shipping. One more item, I can get this funnel or a shaker cup or a free product, right? On the bottom are special offers. Make sure it's actually an offer, right? Don't just put a product there expecting people are going to buy it. We put the reviews there, put the title, make it look like it's something that they're actually going to be excited about getting right when they're about to check out. Our upsells, a lot of you guys may be using CartHook or other tools. Actually try and make them look good. All those, the only all text with the little timer on top, hoping that people utilize those to actually check out. Put some time into the CSS, get somebody to do it if you can't do it yourself, and make the experience look good. So that's how our upsells look from CartHook. All right, next piece is we had a hypothesis that if we're able to remind people kind of right when they're about to check out, that if they actually switch to auto ship, so subscription, they would actually save money, right? And right when you're in that perfect moment where you're about to decide to check out and you can save a little bit more, we have a little pop-up that triggers towards the end of when you're about to click checkout and says, hey, you can save $6 by just switching to auto ship. And we make the toggle super easy right in the cart, if you can see, and that's great out there. The results, first-time subscription revenue increased by 46% on POP. Site-wide, we had a 6% lift in conversion rate. And then site-wide, we also saw a 6% lift on per-session value, right? Something so simple, reminding someone that they can save extra money at the right moment is pretty powerful. Another thing we tested, we had a hypothesis that if we include an auto-ship toggle in the cart, when people see the big discount there again, instead of just on the product page, which is probably where they saw it last, that they'll be more apt to clicking on it. Our results ended up being, we saw a 10% lift in subscription per session value. That has almost turned into about $12,000 in new monthly revenue for us, right? If you think about it, again, just easier ways to bring in more money. And I think Dylan and all CRO folks would probably appreciate that in the sense of just little things that can actually create more value. Another thing we tested, instead of the radio buttons for subscriptions where one stacks on top of each other, we created a toggle. So this box sits kind of right in the product page format, and the toggle is right there. We had it on auto-selected on. We also have little value propositions, as you can see here, money back guarantee, for shipping, blah, 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 right? What this creates is like an experience that's a little bit different from what you're used to seeing everywhere, which is just radio buttons. So our theory was that this would actually increase subscription value. We also, on our collection pages, as you can see here, we added right under add to cart, we added the ability to auto ship. You start training the person to think that auto ship is part of the experience. It starts becoming something that they follow through their journey. We ended up seeing a 13 cents subscription user per value lift and a 40% lift in first-time subscription revenue, which is about an $11,000 difference for us. All right, key takeaway on this is just invest in CRO, or at the very least, invest in your cart. I'm going to say something that people may not agree with, but I would, if you can afford it, go and create a custom cart. I know there's a lot of apps and tools to do it, to do it your way, but creating a custom cart, it is the most important middleman on your website, right? It is literally the person it's a tool that's passing along a customer's intent to actually you getting money, right? So why are we not spending the most time and money on the cart, right? We spend about $7,000 on ours over time through our CRO company, but that $7,000 has been paid over 20 times over with just different modifications we could do. Now, another thing is just talking to your customers. They wanted a price reduction, so we surveyed them. We sent out a postcard with 20% off. Again, changing the marketing strategy, not so much just emailing and SMS, texting them an offer. We use Postpilot to send out an offer. ROI was pretty strong, and we still test it here and there for different types of campaigns. We also do a lot of negative surveys, like, why aren't you enjoying Obvi, right? We get comments like, I don't know any recipes or how to use it, right? So on our TapCart app, we created a section called recipes. just literally give your customers what they want. It's going to end up lowering your churn. All right, I'm going to go through the golden nuggets and wrapping up here. So, cool. All right, stop chasing reward points and chase net 60 to 120 day through card offers from like Parker or other credit cards that are out there. The chasing the points or a free hotel room and a free flight, I think that's not the right mindset in today's climate. Outsource your 3PL. If you're managing it yourself, just at least look at the price savings, right? If you're above a 10% on your shipping and fulfillment fees, really reconsider where you are with your 3PL. Hire fractional finance services and use Final Loop. At least, even if you don't use Final Loop, at least go and see if you have inaccuracies that they can spot that you didn't. We use Fully Accountable for our CFO and controller, and then Final Loop for our bookkeeping. We are still all in cost-wise. We're still less than a one full-time hire in the finance category. We use CartHook for upsells, PostScript for SMS, Klaviyo for email, Wonderment for post-purchase, Octane AI for quizzes, Postpilot for direct mail, Stay AI for subscriptions, Triple Whale for attribution and tracking, Retention.com for email acquisition strategy, Paul Street for affiliate. We use Parker for interest-free net 60 to 90 card, Brex for employee expense management, Upside or Ampla financing for net 90 under 4% interest for your inventory. And then you also have tools like Wayflyer and Assembled Brands out there that are a little bit higher on the APR. And then we pay all our ACHs, if not most, anything that's above 25K through Plastic so that we don't have to push that through our bank account. We use Gusto for HR. Sin7 is our CRM and ERP. Bill.com for APAR. Afterpay for buy now, pay later offering. And then Insurance Canopy is a great insurance company for CPG brands. A lot of what I covered today, Ash and I cover on a podcast that we launched called Chew on This. Check it out if you guys want some of these in a little bit more extended format. And then lastly, I have a QR code up here. I want to do, first of all, I think founders, and I use it myself on the other side, MentorPass is a great tool. It's a tool that I've been able to learn from founders, and I've been able to give value back. So the first 3 people that do sign up on here, I'm giving 3 free MentorPass calls on here. And then lastly, I went through a lot of things that will probably require either an intro or maybe some more explanation. If you're not a stalker, you can just text me. Otherwise, maybe just DM me. Yeah, that's it. I know covered a lot. Tried to cover as much to give you guys value back, but I don't know if I have time for questions.
We'll have to do questions at barbecue. Okay. Amazing. Thank you, Ron. That was incredible, my man. Wonderful stuff. Dude, amazing work. You know you're the best. All right, we're going to do one more quick talk. I know we're bumping up against it. One more quick talk. Jimmy's going to go deep on email deliverability, and then we'll have a little bit of a break, and then Sharma and Moise are going to come do their thing, and then we're going to do barbecue. So thank you guys for being so amazing. We are moving.
All right, we bringing him up?
Say it was 15 minutes, is that what you said?
No, I'll bring it up now. Okay. You hand those to David. You got it. Okay, folks. We're going to keep it cooking and power through. I know you guys are hungry and you want to network and hang out. We want you to do all that stuff, but you can't miss this. Let me tell you a little bit about our next presenter, Jimmy Kim. He's the former e-commerce retailer and email marketer turned SaaS founder located in sunny San Diego. Jimmy's the CEO and co-founder of SendLane, an email and SMS marketing automation company that helps over 1,700 plus companies save time, generate more revenue, and increase customer retention with email and SMS. Peanut Gallery, can you do me a solid? I'm going to send Raba back there. He leverages his expertise and market knowledge to build a product designed for the data-driven digital retailer, enabling them to make better decisions in their marketing. Jimmy brings a unique voice as a former retailer, an email marketing lover, and an email deliverability expert. It is our pleasure to welcome to the stage Jimmy Kim, who's going to tell us a little bit about email and SMS marketing.
Awesome. All right. Well, I got a challenge here now. You got to get those people to pay attention. So hopefully I can drop something that makes them catch their attention and hear me. So Hello, everyone. I'm going to start off here. Who am I? I'm Jimmy Kim. I'm the CEO and co-founder of SendLane. I start off with a little why do I matter and why do I get to talk about this kind of stuff. So first of all, I'm a former retailer. I used to own a men's streetwear clothing brand in Las Vegas, a brick and mortar that actually turned e-commerce. I was actually a Shopify Plus store in 2013 when we first launched our e-commerce, and eventually we became a full e-commerce company and no longer retail, and I exited that in 2017. I'm a digital marketer. My other business, I've always used email as one of my primary drivers of revenue. So I learned an email really early and often, and I've seen the evolution of change and so forth. And then, of course, today, who am I? Obviously running SendLane, email and SMS automation solution. So today's agenda, I've got a couple things. So first, why should you care about deliverability, right? A lot of you guys probably have heard about deliverability. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. I'm going to tell you about how I learned it and what I went through to learn it, how you think deliverability works. I think that's really something that we've really learned about people is most people have a thought of what they think of deliverability is. However, I'm going to tell you how deliverability actually works, right? Deliverability actually works, right? So we're going to do a deep breakdown on Google, a really deep breakdown on Google. It really gets you guys understanding there's a lot of things that you're probably not thinking about, things that you can improve and optimize and work through it. What should I do to get better at this with email, right? I'm going to give you some tips. I'm going to give you some thought process, things that I go through when I'm working with clients. I've got 2 case studies to show you guys. These are clients that I walk into distress inside, and I start working with them to help them fix their problem, get those emails delivered, and so forth. And I got a little free gift at the end, something worth about $500 that we sell. I'm going to throw out for everyone for free gift, and I'm going to make sure that you guys get it. All right. So why should you care about deliverability? First of all, before I even get into anything else, I want to talk about it. So first things first, right? Well, first things you guys all know. If your email doesn't land in the inbox, it doesn't matter how pretty your designs are. It doesn't matter what you're selling. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It's got to land in the inbox, right? Secondly, that one little optimization can dramatically improve your bottom line of your business. The more people you reach, the more people that see it, the more people that click, the more people that are going to buy, right? Pretty simple math. If you're doing paid media, obviously, well, retention and your follow-up sequences and everything else included with it are all part of this, right? If you're not using and thinking about your email, but you're spending millions of dollars on the top of the funnel, well, chances are you're probably not maximizing your value of that paid media effort. And it's something that's been traditionally expected by store owners. That's what I write, expected, because a lot of people don't realize, and one of the things I look at is I've been in this market for a while, and I look at it is, the e-commerce market or even retail market is, it's a lot of infancy on that side of things, and a lot of things that are learned in other markets haven't been really explored in this market yet, and I think I see it already because, well, I've already faced it before, so I'll talk about that a little bit more. And 2023, obviously we all have our opinions. I'm a founder. I think about a lot of things, but 2023 will be a big learning experience on deliverability for many of you guys in this room because you guys don't realize how much money you're leaving on a table, and the fact that you're not communicating to your customer because you wanted to put all images all over your email. Well, we'll talk about that in just a second. All right? So what makes me an expert, and what do I get to talk about this, and why do I get to share this with you guys? So first, I zap all the way back to 2008 when I started online. That's when I left the car business and I jumped online and decided that I was going to go really learn this. And back then, email deliverability was so easy. As long as I knew there was a real inbox and a real email, I could deliver it to them. Spam box wasn't a problem. Sending 300,000, buying a list, it was all right back then. Well, that fasted forward me to 2013. And so in 2013, it was myself and 2 other co-founders. We were sitting around a table and we're like, man, we could do this better. We can't find what we want. We had MailChimp or Bronto. One was really basic and one was really expensive. And we were stuck. And so we said, hey, if they could do it, we've been doing email, we could figure this out. And that's what we did. And then over the years, well, we burned a lot of IPs. Basically, we went out, tested, really failed a lot. We did all sorts of things. Every trick that you guys have probably thought about in your mind about how you can trick the deliverability system, I've done it most likely. And I've done it 2 or 3 times and tried to go through it. But what that's helped me learn is understanding how and what's going on with it. And then the evolution started to occur. And I think this was the most interesting part as I look back into 2008 and I look at now today, right? So first things first, the promo box showed up. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The evolution of spam traps and providers. A lot of people don't really understand spam traps. Remember that old Yahoo or Hotmail email that you signed up for a decade ago and then you forgot about it and it went away? Well, that thing's probably a spam trap now, believe it or not. providers take old emails that are dormant and they leave them alive on purpose to catch people mailing bad data, right? So that started to pop up. Then we had the evolution of ISPs. We saw Yahoo, AOL, we saw them merge, we saw them split. You know, we saw all sorts of things happen. People get sold and bought, people upgrade technology. We saw the shift of what happened with email providers, right? And then we saw algorithms, right? We all know there's algorithms, just like SEO, just like everything else that we all deal with as marketers. It's very common to deal with algorithms and the evolution of that. And then we have things called yearly resets. I bet you a lot of people don't know this, but Yahoo and AOL, twice a year, they reset their IPs on your reputation, on your sender. So if you're not doing good practices and you're doing well and all of a sudden you fall into the hole, it's because you actually had a problem already. You were just being masked by a good reputation. And that happens all the time. We see this happen all the time with our users, right? And then the evolution of intelligence. Let's face it, AI's here. Everyone's talking about it. There's things that are reading your emails. There's things that are reading your images. They see it. So those evolutions started to occur. So I start off with this first slide and says, what do you think about deliverability? I'm not saying that everybody here thinks like this about it, but I would say the majority of people that I talk to end up thinking about deliverability just like this, all right? So first, you log in, you go to your ESP, whatever you're doing, and you select your audience, you create some engaging content, create a segment, do all the fancy things you do, and then it sends off into the world, and then it inboxes, right? And then sometimes it doesn't inbox, it doesn't deliver, and then you get really angry. And you're like, I hate my ESP, they did this to me. And then you start really thinking, well, what is it, right? So I said, well, that's great, and that's probably the most basic function of what deliverability means. And more or less, more people will understand it that way, and that's probably just fine for most businesses. But as we're evolving, as your businesses are growing, scaling, this starts becoming a topic. So we're going to talk about how deliverability works in 2023. All right, so first we're going to start off with the basics, right? We're going to start off with the 3 types of grouping of IPs, okay? And you guys have all heard this. I'm going to tell you guys in a very layman's term how you should be approaching this in your business. So first, everyone knows what a shared IP is, most likely. It's a group of senders in the same pool. You have like 50, 100, 1,000, whatever customers on one pool, and you guys are sending out of one IP. Now, the benefit is very simple. Large volume, fast spin up, and it's easier on the errors. However, and this isn't as relevant anymore these days with shared, but a negative is that one bad fish, one bad person who goes off and buys lists, scrapes lists, does something, and hits something really bad, can screw up the entire pool of a shared IP, at least temporarily, and it could affect your emails. I'm sure you guys have been on an ESP at one point, deliverability went to shit one day, and you were like, well, what happened? And the next day it got better. That is a lot of times because there was a negative impact in your shared pool. And that happens, all right? So then everyone goes and runs and says, I really want a dedicated IP, because everyone thinks a dedicated IP must be the magic, must be the secret, must be the solution to my problems, right? So the good news, it's your own pipeline. You own it. You're the only one that gets a mail out of it. You're the only one that controls that reputation. Unfortunately, your own reputation, your own control also ends up with the negatives. Now, here's the negatives. First, slow ramp time. Very obvious, very slow. Everyone's heard this. You guys have gotten dedicated IPs. You need to send 100 emails a day, 200 emails a day, 400 emails a day, and you ramp, right? Really slow. Secondly, the constant volume. That is something that people do not understand with a dedicated IP. In order to maintain a dedicated IP, you've got to maintain volume. And that means that if you send 100,000 emails today, you need to send 100,000 emails tomorrow and 100,000 emails next day. The moment you drop, you've got to build back the scale. And it becomes a problem for people that don't understand how to manage that, right? And then, of course, one trip up, you screw up, you select the wrong segment, you pick the wrong audience, and that could cause you guys all the way to the top and start all over fresh. Often I go and audit an account, and they're on dedicated IPs, and they don't have Yahoo working, they don't have AOL working, they're all blocking, they're bouncing. That's because you were blocked, because you're on a dedicated IP, and you tripped on yourself somewhere, and no one's helping you, right? And then the third one is the authenticated sender. This is kind of the new age of change, right? And what I talk about is a hybrid of both, right? I would say it's 75% dedicated, but you're using the power. So you get to use the large benefit of a shared IP, but then you get the power of a dedicated IP because you're using things like DKIM and SPF and making sure that DMARC is saying, this is your domain and you are giving this authority to this shared IP to send my email, right? So the negative still is that you still lack the control of ownership of the IP. No doubt. But in most cases, and most of your businesses here, unless you're sending 100 million plus emails a month, like it really doesn't matter. Authenticated is probably the greatest for everybody right now. So that's how we're going to start off with this talk process around IPs. Now, Let's think about a little bit deeper. All right, so I showed you guys this earlier. You log into your ESP and you send your email. We just talked about that. Now, let me talk about how this actually works. And I'm going to go through the algorithmic process of how Google thinks about your email and how they score it and how they rank it, all right? So we're going to start off here. So we're going to use Gmail. So Gmail starts scoring your email right away. The moment you send that email and it gets accepted into Gmail, the first thing they look at is your fingerprints, your IPs, your DKIM, your SPF, your DMARC. They want to make sure it's real, right? Second, then they go to your domain. Is it a real domain? Is there a website there? Is there things happening behind there? Then they go to your subject line and review that. Check it against spam subject lines and bad subject lines. They look at your footer, right? They look at your footer of your email and make sure that you are following all the right processes. You've got a can spam, unsubscribe, manage subscription button, and all those different items that you need. Then they look at the images. They don't just look at the images. They take your images and run it through Google search, right? And they look at it. Is it a stock image? Right? Is it been used? Has someone taken your image, popped a Viagra big thing on it, and spammed it out to billions of people? Well, they're going to rank you based around that, right? So they start looking at the images. Then they look at your first link and say, well, let me look at that first link and see if it's blacklisted or whitelisted or if it's proven, it's been used. Is it a shared tracker? They think about that. Then they look at all the secondary links, the tracking links that are running through there. Cookies are dropping. Because obviously, if you guys don't know, when you click on that link, it goes through a process, and they're looking through all that. Then they're looking at your final destination link. Is it relatable to the email? Is it relatable to the main domain? Is it relatable in that you're actually driving people to someone that they care about, right? And then they look at your landing page links. They actually go on your site, and it's looking at, now they've landed on your page, are those links linking back out? Are they trying to trick the system? Are they trying to do something, right? And then they look at the ESP's IP and reputation. That is important, but not as important as it was by any means anymore. In the last 5 years, this thing has tremendously changed on what an ESP's IP, reputation, the old failure of what I call sender score. Like all of those things are just old technology and thought processes. This is how things are changing because it's no longer about third party, it's about the main providers making these decisions. All right, so you saw how Gmail starts scoring. Well, it doesn't stop there. It continues on. Well, then they go to your domain, just website. You send from jimmy.com. Well, they're going to go to jimmy.com and they're going to start scoring your win. So first they're going to look up, do they have a terms of service? Is it a blanket generic? Is it filled out? Does it have uniqueness to it? Then they look at, does your reply address work? Does it actually reply? You set what a reply to? When you set that, when you reply to it, is there a real MX box behind that? Is there something that's actually happening? Then they check it against your IPs and volumes. Are you sending this volume? Are you new volume sending? Or what is this IP and how much volume has it sent historically? Then they look at your privacy policy, just like your terms of service. They also make sure you have a real privacy policy that says that we've collected your email, we're sending you email, there's opt-out processes here, how to contact them, company information. They want to know that that all exists. Then we continue on, and they look at your Google Analytics. You know how you guys all hook up your Google Analytics? All you're doing is empowering Gmail to look at your website and making sure that they can see that people actually want to be on your website, and they're not bouncing too hard, and you're not driving bad traffic to it. That all matters to your reputation of your domain. Then they check your domain, your content, your links against spam networks. Tons of them. In fact, Gmail's main alliance is spam hosts. That's who they align with today. And all the other networks has different ones, right? Yahoo, they use spam hosts, but they've got a homegrown one. They're merging with AOL right now, and they're working on it. Hotmail uses spam hosts, but they're focused more on consistency, on volume, and complaints. Apple, they have something called Proofpoint, right? And they have a homegrown system behind it. AOL has spam hosts, and again, they're merging with Yahoo, Verizon, OAuth, and then of course, Outlook has something called Fortinet, Vade, and OTP. So these are all different providers and different things. If you guys have ever checked your domain on a blacklist before and saw all those crazy blacklists, well, they don't use all of them, but they use certain key points behind those as well. So this is the alliance that comes in place, and I just had this exercise. So let's go back into what we're thinking about. So now, at this point, it's starting to decide, is it going to inbox, or are they going to put it into spam or junk box, all right? Now, they start looking for signals. They don't stop here. Has anyone here ever experienced where you saw an email, right, either in spam or inbox, and then saw it disappear and go the other way? Yes? No? No one's seen that. Wow. OK. Well, this is what actually happens, right? So your email lands in whatever folder they decide, inbox or spam. Then they start live scoring you based on engagement, OK? Are the emails being received going to valid emails, aka a bounce? Is it a real email or not, right? First things first. Are the emails being received by their spam traps? They've got millions of little things. They're called pristine traps. They're out there. They're expired email addresses that they're still receiving emails from. and they look at it and say, are they being received by those spam traps, right? Are the same account clicking on every email or every link, right? Are there bot problems? Are you sending to a bunch of bots trying to trick the system? Are you using a network? Are you trying to trick Gmail at that point, right? Have the recipients received an email from the sender in the past? Now, this is all based on the principle warm-up. Everyone understands a warm-up process on email. But that is what they're looking at, is saying, hey, did John receive an email from Joe before? Are you still receiving email from Joe, for example, right? And then does the reply address work? We already talked about that. What spam trigger words are being used, right? We all know the spam trigger words, guaranteed free, 100% off, all these things. That doesn't mean that you can't use them. But these things can alert people, right? You guys jump into your spam box today and you just look at all the junk you have in there, you'll start to see consistencies. Number one will be emojis, that's the first thing. But everything else behind it, from highlighting to words and keywords, you'll see all of those being popped up. Then they look at the subject line, they use AI to understand, is it clickbaity? Is it just getting people to open it? What are they doing? And then is the sender a person? Info, support, I'm talking about info at, support at, news at, no info at. They're looking at those things because they're scoring you and looking at those signals. And from there, they go, how does the user react to that email? Now they even think deeper now. This is what happens next behind Gmail, right? Then they go, do they click? Do they reply? Do they share? Do they share and forward to a friend? Do they remove it from the bulk or junk folder and move it back into the inbox? Do they read it? And how long, right? They're watching how long you're reading it. Do they forward it off to a friend or someone else that they want to send it to? Do they trash it? Do they archive it? Do they click spam, right? Junk, right? Was the email wanted? That's what they're trying to guess. They're trying to understand, was this email actually wanted, or did they get tricked to opening that email? And then what happens again is they will rescore it while it's happening in real-time process, and it may end up in inbox, or it might end up in spam or junk folder, right? And I've actually, why I mentioned earlier, why I said, have you ever seen it? Some of the things that you'll see is sometimes the email starts off in spam. Because there's enough engagement, because Gmail's testing you, they will pull it out of your spam box and put it into everyone's user's inbox. And sometimes you'll get an email that's 6, 7, 8 hours late. You wonder why it's so late. The reality, it wasn't late. It was just sitting in your spam box. It just got pulled out into your inbox. So it's something you should look for. You'd be surprised by it, but that's a signal that you've got something going on and Gmail is not happy with you. They're not happy with the content. They're not happy with something around there. All right, so, well, what about promotional box? Isn't that spam? This is something I hear all the time from people. People really, really hate the promotional inbox, right? So I'm going to tell you something. Promotional inbox does not equal spam. It's still the inbox. In fact, if you're on a mobile device, you don't have tabbing on your mobile device. You get promotional emails or that. It's only a Gmail. And the whole idea behind a promo box is very simple. Gmail wants to provide you, the end user, with a great experience. So their number one goal is, hey, your personal emails should go in your personal box, your promo emails should go in your promo, your social emails should go to social, and your updates should fall in your updates, right? That's how they thought about it. That's how it's being used, right? So promotional inbox does not equal spam. Promotional inbox depends on the actual user behavior. All right, you got 5 people right in front, right? All 5 people can be subscribed to my list. Just because she got it over in her primary box does not guarantee that he will get it in his primary, nor will he. Or 4 of them can get it in a primary box, and 1 will get into a promo box. It's all user behavior generated based on the way you interact with the email. That's how Gmail thinks about it, and that's how promo box works. All right? Depends on the templates, right? Look, they're no stranger. We all use templates, pretty designs, and emails. Well, guess what? You eventually create a fingerprint. All your emails all kind of look the same. You got a brand design and everything. They look at those templates. Well, the templates match. Most likely it is. That's why people go, oh, well, if you write a disruptive email, still trash your template and write a plain text email. It showed up in my primary. Well, duh. You got out of the pattern, and they think, oh, this must be different than the ones that they've been sending in the past, right? Trying to trick the system, right? Depends on the message and content. You start talking about sales and free shipping and this and that. Well, the AI is reading and going, this must be promotional, right? And the shocking news at the end, it's not dependent on your USP. As much as I'd love to sit here and tell you that I can fix all your promo box issues, it has nothing to do with me. In fact, it has everything to do with everything to do with your actual email. So what should I do to get better at email? I think this is always a question people ask me all the time, and they're like, you know, I get it. There's deliverability. It's important to me. It's things that I want to do. But the reality is, how do I get better at it, right? First of all, test a lot. Test a lot. Right? And I'm going to tell you how to test in a second. Please don't use an app like Glock App's one of those. They're not really giving you the real test behind them. They're actually just giving you a very generic answer, and oftentimes they're quite wrong. So it's important to know that. So first thing you're going to do, you're going to create 10 inboxes. And how are you going to create these 10 inboxes? They are completely free. You're going to first start off and look based on your audience. I created a sample one here. This is what most people's look like. 50% Google, 20% Yahoo, 10% AOL, 10% Microsoft, and 10% other. Based on your demographic breakdown of your own personal audience, you need to create 10 inboxes. For example, in this one, I would create 5 Gmail boxes, 2 Yahoo, 1 AOL, 1 Hotmail, and 1 Apple, right? Never open these emails. This inbox is designed for only one thing, to sit there for your viewing pleasure, for placement, and understanding where things are going. So you take this idea and you start testing with it, and you start sending emails. And what you'll learn real fast is that behavior of the inbox will give you an idea of an indication of how that email will land, right? So that's the first thing you start testing on. Then, right, if your email is causing inbox issues still, it's time to test even deeper. All right, so step one, this is my first and most simple test that I tell anybody when they keep seeing their emails in spam. I'm going to tell you first thing. Try adding a one-tier sender domain and test email tier. Not a blast, just in the test email. Notice here on the image you'll see your site and yoursite1.com. This is not to trick the system. This is not me telling you to go buy this domain. This is simply telling you to do this simple test. And what you'll see if it's inboxes, you got a domain problem. You got a burnt domain, that's what they call this. When a burnt domain, you have done something so bad to Gmail at this point that they don't trust anything you have, no matter how good the content and how small your audience is, right? They've now decided that you have a domain problem. And if you do, you need to check your spam listings, blacklistings, check your DMARC, SPF, DKIM, and review your sending practices, right? That's what you got to start with. Now, let's just say you did that and it didn't solve the problem. Well, if it's still spam boxes, you have a problem. Look, hold on, let me go back to that. So if you did that test and it inboxes, now you need to go back and say, now it's spam boxing still, and you still have a problem, right? So then you've got to start looking at these areas. Links. Where's your website going? Where are all the links going right now? That's important to look at, right? Are you linking out? Are you putting it up to TikTok? Something I've noticed recently with TikTok, it's causing spam boxing issues to happen right now because I think it's government providers and all the different things that are happening in the market with TikTok. People putting TikTok links are falling into spam. New. I don't know how long it's going to last, if it's going to change now, but it's happening. That link is ruining your entire email because it's putting it in there, right? Your content, your words, I talked about this before, making sure you have the right words on the screen there, right? Your images, they're duplicate, they're all images, and you have no words on it. There's all sorts of things that might cause that, right? Then you look at your subject line, you look at your pre-subject line, you look at your sender name, you look at your sender address, and then, of course, you look at your canned spam disclaimer, aka your unsubscribe message, and making sure that all of those are aligned. Now, you go through this test, and how do we do it? Well, the test is very simple, and of course, unsubscribe link. You start eliminating. So the test is very simple. I have this problem. I go through this list. I start deleting things. Okay, first, I said links, right? I remove every link out of an email, and I send a test. Oh, wait, it inboxed. I got a problem with my link, right? Still didn't inbox. All right, well, then I'm going to go to my next thing and say, well, all right, I'm going to say it must be something to do with my words, right? I'm going to start stripping first paragraph out, send test. Second paragraph out, send test. Third paragraph out, send test. You'll find it eventually, right? That doesn't work, then you go to your images and so forth. So the way you use that little framework is you're basically going through and testing up. And you're ensuring that you're looking and eliminating until the moment that it inboxes and ta-da, you found your problem. And now you got to solve it. And if you put everything back except for that one element and it still inboxes, you know your problem. And now you know what to avoid, right? So you got to think about that, and you got to start thinking about it. So then you go into this and you go, well, it's inboxing now, but why aren't I getting clicks? And I know a lot of people think about this. Oh, I'm getting great open rates, and I got all these things going on, but I've got a 0.5 CTR. Like, that's bad, right? Well, I'm going to tell you the honest answer. This is the reason why you're not getting CTRs. Your content, not me, not anyone else, it's your content. You don't have relevant content. The people on the other end that are opening emails do not want to click on your emails. Very simple. I know everyone thinks that their email is the most important email that they're sending out into the world, but the reality is your customers might not. So I talk about that. That's really important. So then we talk about iOS 15 and open rates and the misinformation that is really occurring out there and the decisions that people are using. The number one way that people think deliverability works is I'm just going to take my active contacts and mail those active contacts for 90 days, and that's going to make sure that I win. Well, if you're don't know what you're looking at, and you're using open as a signal, which is inherently flawed, as everyone knows already, but you're using it, I pulled a couple different screenshots that I thought were interesting to look at, right? Privacy filter, we all know what that is. When you send an email out, and I have an email, like my phone right now, and I've got my Gmails hooked up, and when it comes, the mobile caching of Gmail will automatically download my image, trigger the open signal to the provider with the image opening up, and cache that image into storage into Gmail, so that when I open my email, it's already done and it's loaded, right? That's the idea behind it. So notice this real quick, right? You had 4,766 really open to email, but most people don't forget about the fact that privacy, it needs to be turned off in order to get a true number, and they stick on that 7,500. Well, what do you think happens if you send to the 7,500 when you know that roughly 3,000 of those people actually haven't opened your email at all? They're just simply receiving it on their phone, right? Well, all your data starts getting skewed. Your CTAs start getting skewed. Everything starts getting skewed behind that, right? And in fact, if you look even bigger, and I pulled this from ActiveCampaign, for example, you can see how big that deficit can become, right? Just because their device is receiving emails does not mean that they're opening it. It's a good signal. It tells you that at least it's a real inbox, but you need to weigh it differently than you typically weigh an old signal of an open rate, right? And then you need to focus on other things. I think people always focus on opens, and people focus on them, and we all know they're nice to look at. But the reality is you should be focused on your clicks, your revenue, your interaction with the CTA. So what happens? What links are they clicking? Where are they going afterwards? And of course, using website behavior to kind of trail that, right? And then you should be using third-party tools like Triple Whale to obviously measure that and create specific landing pages for those campaigns. So let's jump into 2 case studies. I'm going to jump into these. They're just anecdotal stories. I just want to kind of tell you these stories. One's a small one, one's a bigger one. But I want to tell you what the process really looks like when you're trying to solve it. It's not a magic bullet, unfortunately. It's a lot of testing. It's a lot of figuring out. So I'm going to tell you about this brand. So the first brand is a collectibles, and in the niche of collectibles, they are doing about $334 average order value. And I walked into this, right? So you look at this, and you may say, oh, that's not bad. 8% unique, right? 12% open, right? They have 9.4K in Google. All right, that's not bad. Well, I don't think that's acceptable. I think that we're not doing a good job on our side, but we see the problem, right? So first thing I do is I do the classic thing. I minimize, and I get rid of anyone who hasn't engaged, and I just see, is the domain accepted? Will Gmail be okay with it? And suddenly, right away, Gmail says, yeah, we're good with the sender, just the data's not good. Something's not there. We don't trust you yet, right? It's basically what you start hitting. So then I go, all right, well, let me go ahead and shoot it back up and try to push back on it because I saw a good open rate, and then I get even worse. Suddenly, I'm like starting to scratch my head, and I'm like, well, what's going on here? Why is this not working? Why is it kicking back? Well, I go back to the drawing board, and I cut it right back down to the bottom, and I see, okay, we're getting those engagement signals right back. In fact, I need to do it one more time in order to show that I'm going to be consistent in a 24-hour period by mailing another time in 24 hours again with the same consistent number to make sure that they see, hey, this person's selling good content and so forth, right? All right, confirmed all is okay. Let's scale just a little bit more just to make sure everything looks okay. And then I try again, and I push, and I fail again, right? It happens over and over again. And this is the crazy thing about email, because something in there was causing Gmail, for example, in this case, not to trust email, even though it's a great brand and everything they're doing. So then I go back and I scale down, and it gets worse because I screwed it really bad, right? At this point, I screwed it up real bad. Customers probably panicking, worrying. I say, trust the process. We'll figure this out together. Right? So we try again. I've got a little bit more active signals. I pull in my most recent buyers. I do different things, and I start getting engagement. And then I start scaling up, and I start continuing to push. And there's a little bit more story there, but it ends up getting me back into the place we did, improving, bring reactivation to some of the old clients that weren't getting emails or being ignored, and brought them back and got them successful. So let's talk even bigger. All right, so let's get bigger here. It's an automotive niche, AOV $44, so not such a big AOV, but they're a high velocity brand, and it's an exciting brand there. So this is what I walked into. They've got a Google side of things, 5.35. They're actually doing great across everything else. AOL, Yahoo, Apple, Microsoft, too small to really see, but at Google looked really bad. 5% is really bad, right? So I said, wow, this is bad. So I did the first basic move, and I cut it down to the active people, and I cut it down to active people using all of the more generic open, right? Looking at it generically and seeing that I got that, started to get acceptance. Okay, the domain is not completely fried. I just need to get Google to trust me. So then I need the Google to love me down. So I go really tight. I go to like 3-day engage people on my website, my purchases over the last 3 days, really tight window to make sure that I'm finding the really tight audience so I can gain Google trust, right? You see that open rate, right? So then I start steady, increase the volume. I move it up a little bit. All right, I'm feeling really good. I feel like things are working. And I say, all right, now it's time to push. I'm still holding my metric. The metric's 10% that I like to look for and unique. I'm still barely holding on there. I think I'm good with it. Let's keep pushing. And I push again, and I start to see more acceptance, and I start scaling even more. I start pushing higher and higher, getting myself into scale, and then, of course, I touch the sun, right? There is a moment in which you'll start to hit the cap of your data. I went too far back. I was working on a little bit of reactivation with this customer, so I went too far back in history. I started hitting bad things, and boom, went bad, right? Well, here's the thing. You can just back off at that point, start to recover. This brand started to take off, figure it out. But from that first slide, I walked in at 39K. They walked out with my process, working with him, working through the process with him with deliverability, and coming out by engaging 130,000 people. And I'm sure no matter what I do, and no matter what the message is, 130,000 people receiving versus 39,000 people, you're going to probably feel an impact on the bottom line. All right? So what did I do to do this? Real simple. Everything I just told you in this presentation. Everything I told you in this presentation is not magic, it's just the process. It's a process ultimately, right? So I'm going to give you 10 quick tips before, because I'm way over time already, and I know there are more speakers waiting, but test a lot often. Clear sender name and email. Authenticate yourself. You know, obviously these are just basic principles. Subject lines and pre-header. Just make sure that don't have too many of the spammy words or too long. Make sure they're engaging. The use of emojis. I think this is always important. Stop using so many. You know, one of the things I try to explain to people is when you see the rocket ship and you're like, whoa, wow, rocket ship looks so cool. Now let me ask you what Gmail sees. Gmail sees ... / uppercase T side, right? What do they think that is? Looks like spam. Looks like spam to me. It looks like a bunch of jargon to me. I know it's emojis. They know it's emojis. But when you start abusing it, the system starts hating it. That's the number one thing. If you look at any of your spam providers, I challenge all of you guys, go to your spam box. Most of your shit that's in there is going to have all sorts of emojis all over it because people think that it grabs attention, but it actually hurts you often. Use one. It's okay, just one. Maybe two if you're on a wild day, right? And then the body of the email, obviously, what's inside of it, your links, where they go. I talked about this already. The 40% text-to-image rule. This is something that I see quite often. Agencies hate me because I say this, but the reality is, if you're not doing at least 40% readable text on your email right now, you are not letting the algorithm actually read your email and understand what you're sending. They're looking at your images. And if you're using stock images or images you've used in the past, they're ranking you on those images, not on your actual content and everything else. So use 40% text to image minimum, if not more, right? Active, inactive data, come on, we all know this. Don't get a list from 10 years ago and think that you can just blend it into your active list. There's a strategy behind it, obviously. But don't just blend it in. Think about it, right? Spam trigger words, free, guaranteed, lifetime, all those keywords. Not saying you should not use them. It just purely means we should be more mindful about those words. And of course, a clear footer with unsubscribe. Don't try to hide it. Don't use multicolors. Don't try to put black on black so you can't see it. People are going to leave your list. It's okay. They didn't want to be a part of your brand. That's called life cycle. That's okay. So make sure you have a clear footer with unsubscribe. All right, with this, I have a little gift here as I kind of end this. I've got this thing. We have an entire course thing called E-commerce Academy, and just for today, we're giving away a course. It's a $500 thing we sell for our customers, and people want to learn from the basics of email all the way to the deeper things that I just talked about, including higher level strategy, past probably what you've thought about, especially with the advanced side of things, and really it's just explaining how to really think about it. So you can download it for free right now. Expires February 3rd. And that's it. So thank you there. Here's how to connect with me. There's my emails, and we'll email you the slides. Cool?
Amazing, Jimmy. Amazing. Connect with Jimmy. Ask him about more email deliverability. He's hanging around. Coworker Madison's hanging around. Go learn more about SendLane. Go sign up for the Academy. All right, some decision points here, people. We have Moyes and Sharma coming up, so take about a 10 ski. And then we have dinner at 7. So if you guys want to duck out or something, this will probably run about an hour. So we're going to start at 5:15, so a 10 spot, do whatever you need to do. They're going to start the live pod of limited supply, and then at 7 o'clock, we're all over at Lambert's. If you don't mind, remember to either have a wristband or a lanyard to get into Lambert's. That's how we are screening people, so make sure for that. And you guys have been incredible. So we have one more podcast. Stay if you want. We would love to have you, and then meet us at Lambert's at 7 p.m. You guys rock. Thank you so much.
Toughen up the boundary. Are you really even half as brave as everyone thinks? Could it be made differently? A deeper motivation for even more? Aren't you a little late for a second point of view? You've acted this way. Your words are rearranged. The ones that feel brand new were never used that way. You know, you know, you know. Snow piled on the ground. The hours start to splinter. Now that you're not around, and I go in circles, pacing through the dark, thinking, how did it get to spending our nights apart? Wish I could start this over. Say the things I should have said. I know I feel like I'm a different person than I was the day left. You used to pull me closer, spin up the silk cocoon. Your head was on my shoulder, straight through the afternoon. So I run it backwards, right up to the start, thinking, how did it get to junk on the curbside, spending our nights apart? Wish I could start this over. Say the things I should have said. I know I feel like I'm a different person than I was the day left. my breath and it's you. Smell your perfume turns me the happy kind of blue. There was a time that I reckon I fell right back in to you. Julia, I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool. Julia, I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool. It's hazy in here and it's you that I fear, but I stay and I reason you're worth losing seasons. It's true. I make up excuses, try to leave you, but it's useless. You and I are a couple heathens, and I'll die for this feeling. For you. We can't do this again. We're circling the air, and I leave her here. Julia, I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool. Julia, I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool for you. I'm a fool.
All right, folks, 5-minute heat check. 5-minute heat check.
I don't wanna leave the room. I'm afraid of falling through. From the big city, if you don't believe me, check my attitude. Acting like I'm something new. Living on a trick or two. I lived a good life, but I think I had my fun this time. But I don't wanna be anyone. I just wanna be anyone. I take my victory lap now. Get my flowers while I can. I'll be the one who can laugh now. If I never get the chance, I'll be singing. Look in my eyes, I think I mean it this time. I'm gonna give it up. I think they can call my bluff. Living in my head too much. I see the signs, it's written in white. I'm losing touch. Coming at me all at once.
All right, folks, if you want to start making your way back to your seats, and we'll get this live podcast started. Also, feel free if you need to go back to your hotel or do anything to freshen up or what have you. They will be dropping this podcast, in a couple weeks, Sharma? When would this drop? In 2 weeks. So if you can't watch it live, this will drop in 2 weeks. We have barbecue at Lambert's at 7 p.m. So if you guys do need to do anything and you need to tidy up, don't feel pressure, but we're going to go live pretty soon. All right, let's start migrating back to our seats. You guys up here. All right. Last event of the day. Let's turn it down. Let's peanut gallery it up. Make sure everybody's chill. Where's Moise? There he is. All right, let's bring it back. Last time I'll ask you to do this. You can be as loud at Lambert's as you want. Fill up on barbecue, pickle chips, the whole deal. It'll be amazing. All right. Hey, Shrey, whip those people into shape. Tell them to go sit down. Dude, use your big boy voice. I know you can do it. You're an authoritative figure. All right, let's bring it back. All right, amazing. Like I said, we have Lambert's at 7 p.m., so if you guys do need to go back to your hotel, freshen up or whatever, this is probably going to run, 45 minutes to an hour? Something like that, give or take? Yeah. 40 minutes. Okay, there's going to be Q&A. Oh, amazing. So if you do want to stay for the Q&A, so they're going to do a 40-minute limited supply live pod. We'll do some Q&A, and then we'll migrate to Lambert's, 7 to 10 over at Lambert's. And it will be like a dinner style, so you do not need to eat before Lambert's. So amazing. All right, these guys don't need any introductions, so let's just get it started. And amazing. Day one, almost over. Incredible, right? Live podcast. Look at this front row. Hey, look at this goated front row right here. I mean, this is the real deal. This is as good as it gets up here. And also, I just want to say thank you again for everybody coming out. Also, I want to give a shout out. This is a little bit of dirty pool, but to my bosses AJ, amazing. Thank you for green lighting this. And where's Max? Max is amazing, human as well. Thank you for green lighting this. You guys are just incredible humans, incredible people, and I really appreciate all you do for me. All right, with that being said, boys, the stage is yours.
Awesome.
Okay, fantastic.
This is it. I guess, should we do the intro?
Yeah, sure. This is what, episode 4?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's episode 4.
All right, episode 4.
It's on the notes.
All right. You want to bring it in?
Sure. Okay, this is episode 4. We're doing it live, and this is the first time we've done season 3 in person.
Yeah.
You know, we prepared for this in your car outside, actually, which was interesting. Okay, we're going to talk about 2 things that have happened recently, or at least one thing that's happened recently, which is Serta's bankruptcy. And we're going to get into some slides as well. And then we're going to talk about mistakes that you made purchasing, or you feel you made purchasing long weekend.
Long weekend.
And then we're going to get into a Q&A.
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Is it possible to roll the slides that we've got? Okay, so Serta declared bankruptcy. I'm not sure if you saw this news, Nick. I was always really interested in mattresses because a long time ago I was going to start a mattress business instead of a deodorant business. So I was following this, and Serta declared bankruptcy January 23rd, so about 8 days ago. Wow. And this will get into direct-to-consumer, I promise. So they had raised, Serta was bought by a private equity firm for $3 billion. They had about $2 billion in debt. And they had 3 different tranches of debt. And do you know about how tranches of debt work? Or can I go through it really quickly?
Yeah, no clue.
So there's one lender that's in the first position. So basically, if anything goes bad, they get paid back first.
It's like a preferred stock?
Yeah, it's like a preferred stock, and then there's like common, and then there's subordinated. Think of it that way.
Got it.
So the guys who were in the first position had $200 million in debt with Serta. The guys who were in second position had $832 million, and the guys who were in third position had $862 million. And that's how you get to about $2 billion in debt. The business goes bankrupt. The guys who were in their first position continue to have $200 million in debt in the new business. The guys who are in the second position lose they get all the equity of the business, so they become shareholders, and they have about $105 million in debt. And the guys in third position, which had $862 million, get nothing.
They get fucked.
They get fucked.
Yeah.
So the reason I wanted to bring this up was because there was a mattress company called Tuft & Needle that started back in 2012 and ended up selling their business in 2018 to Serta. And so this business was a rocket ship. It existed before Casper existed. In 2013, they did $1 million. By 2017, they're doing $170 million, which is bananas growth. At this point, they've only raised $500,000 in debt as well. They raised $500,000 in debt. It was a little bit odd, actually. They raised it in 2015 when they were doing $42 million a year, and they did it to finance some brick and mortar expansion. But really, I thought this was interesting because when they were growing, one of the things that they announced in 2014 is, hey, we're shutting down our viral growth campaign. They had a referral program. This thing accounted for 45% of their sales. Basically, if I refer you, I save I get $50 towards a Tuft & Needle mattress, and you get $50 towards a Tuft & Needle mattress. These were the only promotions they did, and they shut them down.
It was actually 50?
Yeah, it was $50. Wow. And they said post this, it was still profitable. And they were like, look, one of our core tenets is fair and transparent pricing. No marketing gimmicks, no unfair markups, promotions suck. Which I thought was, I always follow this brand because when this was pre-native. So I was looking at this and I was like, these are the guys that I want to model my brand after. And then, after they sold their business, they've got promotions on a daily basis. So this is their website today. President's Day sale, save up to $625 off mattresses. This started today or yesterday. The day before, they were having a legacy sale, $200 off of a mattress. And I got to think, and these guys have sold their business to Serta. The terms weren't disclosed, but everyone thought it was around $500 million, and everyone thought it was very stock heavy and not cash upfront heavy.
And when was that acquisition?
2018,
okay.
So about 5 years ago.
After they were doing about $100 million.
They were doing $170 million, and they announced it. So in 2017, they did $170 million. They've got 150 employees. I think they're one of the top selling products on Amazon. They're certainly number one on mattresses on Amazon. 2018, they're working with Amazon to create Amazon exclusive products they sell to Serta. And the reason that I brought this up was because the business went bankrupt. And so the stock that they had is now, if they got stock and none of the terms were disclosed, is worthless. And so I got to thinking, like, what are some lessons that can come out of this bankruptcy? And one of the ones that I really liked is this Warren Buffett quote, which is, "When it's raining gold, reach for a bucket, not a thimble." Have you heard this before?
I don't know what a thimble is.
I don't know. A thimble is like a small
Like a
bucket.
little condom, yeah.
Yeah. Something like that. I think it's used for sewing. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's basically a bucket this big.
Okay.
Have you ever played Monopoly?
Yeah, of course.
It attaches to your thumb. See, okay.
Got it.
I'm not sure why it would attach to your thumb. But anyway, basically he's like, don't put out a thimble that's this tiny bucket. Put out a huge bucket because it's raining gold.
Right.
And I got to thinking about Tuft and Needle, and I was like, why in 2014 and 2015, when they're growing like a rocket ship, did they cancel, the thing that was driving 45%
Right.
of
For
their revenue?
$50 of gross revenue.
$50
which
of gross
is probably
revenue.
like $10 in COGS, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like, and why didn't they run promotions?
Right.
Like, why did they think they were better than the Nikes of the world and the Apples of the world that continue to promote their products? And I got to thinking about, like, during Black Friday, all of these brands were like, should we run promotions or should we not run promotions? And I have no idea why people don't do promotions.
It doesn't make any sense. There's Jolie.
Yeah.
That guy's like notorious for saying, I will
No
never run a
promotions?
promotion.
Really?
Yeah. Even on Black Friday, they didn't run any promotion.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I think Jolie's a little different because they have like the pretty good product market fit right now. But I don't think anybody. The thing we always hear is, devalues our brand.
Yeah.
But no one gives a fuck about your brand most of the time, unless you're Nike or Apple, and those guys discount.
Yeah, I don't think it devalues your brand. I think that customers can expect it, and as long as it's not like the J. Crews of the world, where every day you get a new email with a different discount,
Right.
it doesn't devalue your brand.
Yeah, I also think certain categories, like if you're in a category where your competitors who sell a very similar, maybe even commoditized product like mattresses,
Yeah.
There's no reason somebody would go to Tuft and Needle if they're getting basically another mattress at a heavier discount.
Yeah, I think that's true as well. I always go back to like this slide with their revenue, and I'm like, okay, they said in this blog post in 2014, they're like, we've canceled this referral program, and it's driving it's hurting our growth, but we're okay with that because we want transparent pricing for everybody, which is a value that the brand doesn't live by today, and that's not a big deal. Like, there's nothing wrong with changing your mind. I just wonder how much cash they left on the table, because when they had product market fit and own the market and pre-Casper and Purple and all the other mattress companies, they didn't do anything about it. They're like, look, we're growing, we've got product market fit, we're just growing, we can grow nicely, and we don't have to spend on referral programs or do promotions. How much cash did they leave on the table as a result of that?
Probably a shitload. I mean, it looks like, so Casper launched in 2014 and Purple launched in 2015. And I'm sure as soon as those guys launched, it was just basically race to the bottom.
Yeah. And so I never appreciated when people were like, we never run sales, because I always think you're leaving cash on the table.
Yeah, it's like the novice thing to say.
Yeah, that is a novice thing to say. People are constantly worried about their brand, but they shop from Nike and love it. They shop from Apple and love it.
Right.
And they never feel like their brand equity is being reduced. When they buy a pair of Nike shoes, they're not like, you know what, Nike sucks. They're like, Nike's amazing.
Right.
So anyway, this is one of the lessons that I think came out of it is, they were like, promotions suck. Now they're running President's Day sales.
When's the bankruptcy sale start?
When's the bankruptcy sale start? First, there's $2 billion in debt, okay? That's a lot of debt to have to purchase. And they've already restructured it, basically. So the bankruptcy sale is going through pretty smoothly. You know who else did this is Allbirds. Like a couple years ago, or maybe a year ago, when we were doing our podcast a year ago, the first time ever I saw Allbirds discount on Black Friday.
Yep.
And I was like,
and
finally.
away too.
Yeah.
Last year, I think, first time.
I'm like, these brands have finally gotten it. They think that when they have product market fit, they're like, we think we're too good for discounts.
Right.
And then when they start discounting, as entrepreneurs, we're like, what we see is that means your growth is sort of flatlined.
Yeah, I also think there's just other ways to discount, like gift with purchase.
Yeah,
Go
gift with
find
purchase
if
is
you're
great.
selling bed sheets,
Yeah.
and you can add a pillowcase that costs you, $2 in COGS, and you can mark it up as a $25 value.
Yeah.
That's a discount, but it's not. Then you're not affecting your product.
Yeah, you're right about that. I have no problem saying here's 10, 15, 20% off. Like, make it work for you.
Right.
Do you know Ezra Firestone? Mm-hmm. I always when I started in e-commerce, I started going to his conferences, and they were fantastic. I don't know if he still does them. And he's like, I run a sale every 6 weeks. And I was like, this guy's running a sale every 6 weeks and has like a legitimate brand,
Right.
I'm not sure if 6 weeks is the right cadence, but I think discounting needs to be done. Okay, the other thing I wanted to move on to is say I think a lot of these brands aren't honest with themselves. I always look at this slide when I think about direct to consumer, and I'm like, we thought that we were this guy who was like holding back the tanks and holding back brick and mortar stores, and that's not the case. Like these tanks in Tiananmen Square ran over direct to consumer.
Yeah.
And I think not enough direct to consumer founders are just honest with themselves when it comes to the scope of what direct to consumer can achieve. I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago when Tuft & Needle was doing that program, they were like, hey, our direct to consumer model is going to upend brick and mortar stores entirely. In fact, when they said they weren't acquired by Serta, they said that they merged with Serta.
Right.
And when they merged with them, they're like, we need to get them to sell Serta mattresses online, not sell Tuft & Needle mattresses in brick and mortar stores.
Right.
And so they were like, the new business model for mattresses is going to be the internet and not brick and mortar stores. And they were completely wrong. And they didn't come to the real, they weren't honest with themselves in 2018 and 2019 and 2020, where their sales started to flatline. And they're like, look, our conception that all sales will happen on the internet for mattresses is wrong, and we need to adjust our model.
Yeah, I feel like too it's so important to just detach emotions. I remember one time running a John Legend ad for Hint Water, and we found out this was when he started. Him and Chrissy were very anti-Trump, very publicly.
Yeah.
And a lot of our sales, like people who are Trump fans, bought water. So we had to stop running these ads, and I got in trouble for turning it off for that reason, simply because the founders couldn't understand or comprehend that their customers were also Trump supporters.
The founders of Hint were like, hey, you need to turn this ad off?
Exactly.
And it was a profitable ad?
It was a profitable ad.
Wow. That's sacrilegious. You should have called the police. You should have called San Francisco police and been like, arrest these two motherfuckers.
The honesty is a real thing.
Yeah. The other way, we were talking about this in the car, Cometeer sort of had a round of layoffs recently, which really sucks for the brand. Mm-hmm. But I was looking into their numbers, and I saw on Twitter that someone's like, these people raised at an $800 million valuation for Cometeer coffee.
It's a technology company.
Yeah, I have no idea how Cometeer coffee is an $800 million brand.
Makes no sense. The
Starbucks,
coffee's good.
Yeah, Starbucks is a $100 billion brand or a $125 billion company. How is Cometeer coffee, which no one has ever heard of, worth $800 million? How are you going
no sense.
How are you going to live through that valuation when you're fundraising or trying to exit that business?
Yeah, I mean, I think. What was the other company we looked up in the car? Wendy's.
Yeah,
Wendy's is like a little over $4 billion.
Yeah.
That's saying Cometeer is worth just under 25%
of Wendy's.
Of Wendy's.
Yeah.
Wendy's nuts.
It's
kill your valuation.
It's absolutely bananas. The way I always think about it is when I joined when Native was a part of P&G, I would talk to the brands at Procter, and Pampers is a $10 billion a year brand. They were the first brand at P&G to crack $10 billion, and I'm like, this brand is doing $10 billion. I think every e-commerce business I know combined probably does not do what one Pampers does.
Right.
And so I think it's really important to be honest with yourself and be like, look, we're not going to be able to get everybody to purchase our product through our website, and we need to go omnichannel or where our consumers are, and I think that was a big mistake at Tuft & Needle. At Native, we were at a 60 million run rate on direct-to-consumer before we ever touched brick-and-mortar stores. And we were selling more, we weren't on Amazon. We got onto Amazon. We were the #1 selling deodorant. We were selling more deodorant on our website that was built on WordPress than Amazon was selling, than the deodorants that Amazon was selling combined. All of the deodorants at Amazon combined. We were honest with ourselves, and we're like, this is great. There's 5% of people are buying deodorant on the internet. We have 4% of those people. 4% are from Native.
Yeah.
The other 95% are still shopping at Target and at Walmart. And we need to go to where that consumer is. And so today, Native does over $100 million a year at Target, And Target is a way bigger channel than their direct-to-consumer website. And Amazon is nearly as big a channel as their direct-to-consumer website. Like, we were just honest with ourselves, and we're like, we have to go chase revenue.
Right.
And that chasing revenue means going to where consumers are.
Yeah, it's so true. Especially even with the Amazon debate, I feel like that's kind of fizzled out now.
Yeah, because
when
everyone
should I get
list
on Amazon, or if I should be on Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree. You kind of just have to go wherever the people who have money and are going to give it to you are.
Yeah, that's right. That's the beauty of this game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's switch gears and talk about mistakes you made when selling, when buying long weekend.
Yeah. So, all right. So we bought long weekend.
What was the purchase price?
1.6.
All financed.
It was all financed.
Okay. So no cash out of pocket up front.
Correct.
Wow, I like that deal
And
structure.
so the way the deal was structured actually doesn't affect us that much. What I'm about to say, like what we fucked up. But basically, so like looking back on it, we have long weekend. We have another brand that we started from scratch, and that probably took us 4 months to build from the ground, including branding, site, inventory, creative, shoots, all that stuff.
Yeah. What was the cost of building that?
Well, I mean, most of the team is like in-house. I would say the main cost was inventory.
What was your first PO for inventory?
$200K.
Okay.
And so let's say $200K in inventory, maybe another, call it $20K between, $20K for site development, and I would say, there's team time, which isn't really counted.
Okay, let's say $300,000.
Sure, $300K. And what we've been able to do in 6 months compared to what we've been able to do from buying a brand is completely different.
Yeah.
So going from zero, right, we can dictate everything. We can dictate the messaging.
Yeah.
We can dictate what type of customer you want.
Yeah.
We can dictate, how we are going to, what's the angle to separate ourselves from competition. Versus with Long Weekend, we bought it and it already has a customer base, it has a subscriber base.
Yeah.
It's got a customer list. Now, here are the things we fucked up.
Yeah.
I think I told you, or there was a day when I texted you and I was like, do you have a Brooklyn-based office I can set people up in to make product? And you were like, you're an idiot. Yeah. So then we connected with Mary.
Yeah.
And so Mary got the product, and basically like the inventory it basically came in a massive container.
Yeah.
The inventory was, pretty rough inside. It wasn't packed properly, which we couldn't have forecasted. The materials also kind of came in buckets, but the problem was that there was just a lot of inconsistencies. So for example, the weight of the stick was wrong, which I should have caught that, right? I should have just like bought a stick and weighed it and seen what the actual weight was. Mary literally picked it up. She's like, this is not 4. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's printed right there. She's like, get a scale, I'll tell you.
So it said 4 ounces on the stick of deodorant, and it was
But
less
it's
than
3.
Okay, gotcha. Wow.
So that
Don't
was
worry about
one.
that. That's not a big deal.
Yeah. No, we bought, I think, 1,200 stickers in LA.
And you re-stickered them?
We stickered every single one.
To 3 ounces?
Yeah, because Mary's like, you don't want to get sued.
Oh, you're not going to get sued over that kind of stuff. Are you
I don't
crazy?
know. Man. I don't know. I'm just saying. All right, brown guys in legal don't do well. The other one was...
We have a country we can escape to.
Yeah, true.
After us, okay? We'll never find us.
We'll just be in a cave running Facebook ads.
This is my life right now.
Yeah. So the other thing was, like, I probably should have hired a chemist to just come in and audit the recipes.
Yeah.
And look at the
Go in
product.
formulas
Go
when
through,
you're making
go in the
product.
formulas, which I didn't. I was just like, cool, this works, we'll take it.
Yeah.
And then the last couple ones was like, things we did a little bit, but we didn't go too extensive on. Thinking through like the consumer shopping cadence of like a shampoo versus a conditioner versus a body wash versus a deodorant, and how to account for those. And then the last one is really like AOV. Like the AOV is so low, we can't really even run an ad.
What's the AOV?
It's like between 30 and 35. So
okay, and you have a post-purchase upsell, an upsell on the add to cart. Okay.
But it's still not there. And so what we've realized now is, well, one, we're probably not going to buy another business like this. But two is we have to completely change the brand, elevate it, new products,
Yeah.
new SKUs. We're wiping half the SKUs off.
Yeah.
And that's the only way this thing gets to a better AOV and to a point where we can actually grow it with
Yeah.
ads.
Okay, so you don't like buying a product. You didn't like buying it because you basically thought. I guess if you had done all that diligence, if you're like, okay, this says 4 ounces and it's 3 ounces. I got a chemist and they said, okay, this is a formula, whatever. How would that have changed the outcome? Would that have done anything or not done anything?
Yeah.
Or you just been like, hey, I don't want to buy brands anymore. I want to start them because I get to.
Yeah, I
start
probably
them
would
cheaper.
have done the latter. Just
Yeah.
decided, all right, let's just, at this point, we basically bought a logo, an email list, some brand trust, some subscribers, and, that's pretty much it. I don't know that it was worth the purchase price, although we're going to turn it into something worth more.
Well, yeah.
But,
Also, you didn't pay anything for it, so it was definitely worth the purchase price. Like
Yeah,
it was
in my
zero
head-
cash.
in my
Yeah,
head,
yeah,
still.
fair enough. I bought this brand a few years ago for it was doing about 500,000 in EBITDA, and it was selling through a bunch of channels, direct to consumer, Amazon, in some brick and mortar stores, and the Costco onlines of the world. And I had the exact opposite experience where it actually grew a bunch. I put out this tweet a long time ago, and I was like, "Hey, I'm looking for a CEO to run a brand." Do you remember that tweet? And I was like, "You will become a millionaire if you join this. If you're the CEO of this company." That guy is going to make the guy who runs that business now will probably make $1 million this year, I think, or something close to it. We've gone from $500,000 in EBITDA to about $5 million in EBITDA over the course of the last 18, 24 months. The brand continues to be on fire. Like last month was our first $2 million month in sales for the brand. And I, as an outsider looking in, I'm not operating the brand. I have no idea why this brand is doing so well, which is so crazy. And I talked to the CEO, and I'm like, "Why is this brand doing so well?" And he's like, "I don't really know either. Like Amazon sales are just on fire, and it's an incredible product." And so I'm of the opposite. I'm on the opposite side of things right now, where I'm like, I want to buy brands because they just seem to work. Like I have this a CEO that I don't have to ever talk to. He runs it himself. There's a bunch of EBITDA. He's incentivized. Where he gets paid a percentage of that EBITDA from where we purchased it at 500K, and we're like, oh God, I don't remember the exact percentage. I think he gets paid 10 to 20% basically of the first 500K of EBITDA, and after he gets above 500K, he gets 20 to 30. I don't remember what the band was. Maybe it was 20% there. And it's phenomenal, and it just does well. And there were a couple mistakes I made when purchasing it. Like I didn't do enough diligence in terms of what inventory the brand had. They probably had, I want to say we paid $750,000 for the inventory or something like that, and probably $200,000 we had to write off right away because when you looked at it, you're like, it never turns. No, it didn't come damaged.
Oh,
it just never turns.
sold.
Yeah, they had $200,000 of inventory that would never move.
Yep.
Well, but what, you mentioned that you were moving all the long weekend stuff from one 3PL to another 3PL.
Yeah.
First, every 3PL, as soon as you leave, fucks up with your products
100%.
intentionally. And so the one thing I found is you can go there and go to the warehouse manager and be like, "Hey, I'm going to Venmo you $200 when you put the stuff on a pallet and it leaves, and I'm going to Venmo you $300 when we receive it, and we make sure that it's in good shape."
Yeah.
So you're going to get $500 in your pocket. Just make sure that you pack it. When you pack it, you're not an asshole.
Yeah, we anticipated that, and we just basically sold through in one warehouse, and then the next shipment just goes to the second warehouse.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you like starting a brand more just because you control the messaging.
Yeah, control the messaging, control who our customer becomes.
Yeah.
And I think also another thing with long weekend is for every change we want to make, it's okay, well then how does this affect current list subscribers? That's basically what we paid for, right?
Yeah.
It's how does it affect the thing we paid for or the recurring subscribers too?
Yeah. When I was a native, we changed our formula a bunch, and I was always we never have the bandwidth. We're never at a scale where changing formulas or changing products isn't justified because it's a better product right now.
Right.
So if you're doing under $20 million a year in revenue or under $10 million a year in revenue, I think you should just go ahead and you should just be we think this is a better product. We might lose 20% of the subscribers we already have, but this is a de minimis amount.
Right.
Our goal is to hit a much larger number of subscribers. And so I would just aim for that.
Yep. I'm going to text our team to nuke it right now.
Yeah, to change the product, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, better for, these businesses are built on low CACs and low AOVs, but really where you start making money is when you get to a repeat purchase rate that's sustainable and makes you a ton of EBITDA. And I think I told this story before. Like in January 2017, I was like, I want to get to $1 million in returning customer revenue by November or December of 2017, and we got there in May because there's this massive snowball effect once you get a great product in the hands of a bunch of customers. And so if you're at under $10 million, your existing customer base is great, but it's not going to get you from 10 million to 100 million. You need to acquire a lot more customers, and those new customers have to have a better product than you had in the past.
Right.
And that's how I always thought about it. Like today, if I were running native, I'd have second thoughts about changing the product because it's just in the hands of so many people.
Yeah.
But at under $20 million, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, totally. What were mistakes you feel like you made if you reflect back on selling native? Like things that you wish you did differently?
Yeah. That's a great question. I think one thing I didn't do well enough was I wasn't short-term oriented. I always thought about I want to build a long-term, sustainable, and successful business. And so one of the things that we would do at Native is if you clicked add to cart, we had this pop-up where we'd say you could either buy if you purchased one stick of Native coconut and vanilla deodorant, we'd either try and upsell you to a 3-pack for $30 or a subscription for $10. So it'd almost be a downsell. You go from a $12 price point to a $10 price point, but you have a better LTV. And so I was building this long-term sustainable business, and I was like, let me upsell you to a subscription because I'm going to make more money over the next 5 years if you're a subscriber than if I get 3 sticks of deodorant in your hands right now. And that seems like a really smart idea. You're building a long-term successful business, but guess what? Like your acquirer doesn't know that you're making these great trade-offs.
Right. Did P&G even know what subscription is?
They know what subscription is. But they don't know what we're doing there.
Right.
And so I made this, when I realized that I was selling the business, I should have flipped the switch and been like, fuck the long-term goals of the business. Let me go from $12 AOV to a $30 AOV. The business is going to do much better, or it'll look better in the short term at the expense of the long term. Profit will go up, revenue will go up, and when I go to P&G, I can basically have a lot more leverage when I'm negotiating the price. So I thought that was a really big mistake. I wasn't short-term oriented, I was long-term oriented.
Yeah.
So I think that was one of them. The other one, is anyone here selling their, is anyone here sold their business already, or are people sell? Okay, everyone's in their business. Okay, if you're selling your business, once you realize that you want to sell your business, I would call call up an attorney to build trusts for you so that you can reduce your tax burden. And then I would also hire really aggressive tax attorneys to try and reduce your tax burden. And I was in California and trying to avoid California state income tax. And I was pretty successful on that. I owned 90% of the business. I only had to pay California state income tax on 7% of the business when we sold the business. The other part I was able to, put in a different bucket and get away from California state income tax in a legal way. I wasn't doing anything
fully
illegal. But it was just aggressive tactics. And I had to call, I used to be an attorney. I contacted 10 attorneys. And 9 of them were just pay the tax. It's not a big deal. And I was like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, fucking attorneys.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, go pay the tax.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
This is my
money. Pay me $1,000 an hour, and I'm going to tell you to go pay the tax.
Yeah, I did not pay their bills when they gave me that advice. I was like, you're not the type of attorney that I need. And so I just went attorney shopping. And we got to a guy who's like, hey, why don't we think about these structures? And we asked around and those structures worked out. And I wish that more people would do that. I feel like a lot of times people come to me right when they're about to sell their business and they're like, how should we think about the tax? How should we think about taxes? And how should we think about the structure of our business? And often it's too late. You could do a lot more if you do it today than if you're in the sale process.
Right.
Once you're in the sale process and have a valuation of your business, it gets a lot tougher to say, you can put your business into a trust based on the fair market value of the business today. Fair market value of a business today is a really obscure number.
Right.
The fair market value of a business when you're in a sale process, someone has written you an LOI, it's not an obscure number anymore. There's a number to be had that the IRS is going to be aware of. So you got to do it before you start that sale process and not during the sale process.
That makes sense. Do you remember what your fair market value was?
We didn't do that. That was a big mistake.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm answering the question about mistakes. That was a big mistake.
Yeah.
But one of the things that we did, if you're selling your business and you're a C corp, you have to pay 23.8% taxes. If you're an S corp, you only have to pay 20% taxes. And so when you're getting your business ready for sale, you want to know what type of entity structure you have to try and save on those taxes.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, it sounds stupid.
Are there any other attorney tricks that you know?
Are there any other attorney tricks other than going shopping for attorneys?
Yeah, well, you were an attorney.
Yeah. Go shopping. Like, attorneys, like you ask 10 different attorneys and they'll all give you different responses. You want guys who are aggressive and not, they're not like, oh, just do the easy thing, which is to pay taxes. You want guys who are going to minimize their tax burden and get excited about that.
Right.
Like, I could tell I found the attorney that I wanted to work with because he was talking about structures and I could hear the intonation in his voice go up. And he was like, we're going to be able to save you X millions of dollars. And he was excited and that got me excited. And I was like, this is my guy.
That's the guy.
That was awesome. But I wish that I had done a better job of that as well. Yeah. The other thing I wish I had done a better job of is I wish I was more, I didn't know what my business was when we were trying to sell it. I was like, we have 8 people on this team. We're holding it together with duct tape.
Right.
Facebook ads could collapse on us at any time. We made a deodorant once that had a glove in it. So someone was using it, and they're like, it looks like there's a finger in this deodorant. Like, they'd used it, and I was like, what are you talking about? They sent a photo, and I was like, oh, fuck. It looks like there's a human finger in there, and they're like, turned out it was just a glove.
Yeah.
And so, we refunded them and, sent an apology letter and all that kind of stuff, and that was great. A couple other times, people found, metal pieces in their deodorant because our manufacturing, quality control wasn't what it should have been. And, all of these things were in my head when I was doing this. I was like, fuck, imagine if someone goes on TikTok or on Instagram and it's like, I found a screw in my deodorant. It's not good for the brand.
Yeah.
And so all of these things were in my head, and I was like, oh no, I got to sell this business before one of these things collapses or before one of these things takes us down. And that's not the case. Rarely do those things really take you down. One of the guys who was trying to buy our business was this guy who ran a company called Dr. Teal's, which is an Epsom salt. Are you familiar with those guys?
No.
It's huge at Walmart. It's in 5% of all households in the United States. It's Epsom salt. The guy who was running it was this shark, and I loved him. And he's like, he asked me, he's like, have you ever been, in our management presentation, he's like, have you ever been sued? And I was like, no, we've never been sued, thank God. And he's like, you're not a real company if you've never been sued, but this is a fucking hobby still. And I was like, holy shit, this guy thinks I have not been sued, and that's a bad sign of the business.
Yeah.
I wish I'd just gotten more comfortable with that type of risk. Today, I'm a lot more comfortable with it. When people, that's why when you were like 4 ounces to 3 ounces, I'm like, don't worry about that kind of stuff. Now I'm really comfortable with risk. You should.
I mean, you're also like a Harvard law graduated attorney.
Yeah, but let me tell you that a Harvard law graduated attorney would be like, don't worry about that 4 ounces to 3 ounces.
Just pay me $1,000 an hour.
It's not, you don't have to pay me anything. It's not going to come back to bite you. Like, there have been brands that I've seen where the ingredient list is wrong, where they've got allergens and they post no allergens, where it's not vegan and they post vegan, where they say it's not where they say it's gluten free and it's not gluten free. All that kind of stuff happens, and not just from small brands like ours, but massive brands by the P&Gs and Unilevers of the world. Like, everyone's human and makes mistakes, and there's contamination and leaks and wrong packaging, or some guy doesn't know what he's doing and puts the wrong bottle on the assembly line. That kind of stuff happens, and everyone gets through the day. And the one thing I would say is, if you're worried about that litigation stuff, attorneys only come after you when they see big dollars. Like, attorneys will come after P&G because they're like, you have a big budget to settle these things. You're worried about PR risk, all that kind of stuff. If I contact an attorney, I was like, hey, I want to sue Long Weekend. They wrote 4 ounces and it was 3 ounces. They look up Long Weekend and be like, this business was purchased for $0. What are we going to get out of it?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry about that kind of stuff. I wish I was more risk tolerant, and I would encourage everyone else to be more risk tolerant as well.
Good advice.
Okay, should we move to some Q&As?
Yeah, let's do it. Where's the, there's a ball or a mic pillow somewhere around here. I think first one's right here.
So thinking about the spectrum of Jolie to J. Crew in discounts, where's the sweet spot?
Closer to J. Crew than Jolie.
Yeah, I think it's like, personally, I think, if you're running heavy growth advertising, I think it's worth running a discount. Like, otherwise you're spending dollars bringing people to your site. And if, majority of people are always looking for a discount or just a reason to buy, right? That's why landing pages work so well. You can convince them of the reason to buy and a purchase that's going to make them not sound stupid when somebody asks them, why'd you buy X, right? And so I think you should always run a discount, even in, depending on your category that you sell in. Apparel tends to be higher for new customers. Beverage tends to be like 20 to 30%. You can kind of find your categorical sweet spot But I think it's almost silly to just spend traffic, especially in prospecting, because then you're spending money educating somebody, and then your competitor is going to get all the benefit of it just because they're giving 15, 20% off. And then I think the annual like merchandising moments, Valentine's Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day, those you should run a discount because that's when people are ready to buy. And if you don't, then it's not. Nobody here sells a product that they can't find an exact replica of, without spending 20 seconds on Google. And so by not discounting, you're just giving ammo to everybody else.
The other thing I think that it does is, when you're trying to sell your business, you want a healthy repeat purchase rate. So if you're looking at non-prospecting, if you're looking at retention, and you can boost that repeat purchase rate, you're going to get paid so much for being able to boost it. If you can go from 25% repeat purchase rate to 35% by discounting, that's a massive increase in retention, and you will get paid on the other end of that. And I always think about it as just part of my gross margins, where I'm like, okay, my AOV or my sale price is not $50, it's $45, because every customer I should expect to take a 10% discount, and I'm okay with that. That's the cost of being, my sale price is actually $45. I've increased it to $50 artificially, and then I've given 10% away.
Yeah.
A large part, going back to the tuft and needle and commentator conversation, a large part of the quick rise and fall of direct-to-consumer businesses can, of course, be attributed to macroeconomic conditions, zero interest rates, and the pandemic. But another part of it could be part of the repositioning of CPG as SaaS or technology-focused, when over the last few months we've learned that the nature of revenue is different, it's not truly recurring, and the margin profile are completely different. But VCs and management teams did buy that story. Moving forward, what role do you see VCs playing in CPG and e-commerce? And in what instances should founders be looking to raise outside capital of that nature?
That's a good question. I mean, I think generally VCs are like TechCrunch reporters. Like they're trained at money, but they're not trained in the field, and so they basically they're basically playing the casino. I think. I mean, obviously some VC bets are incredible bets, but I think especially in the world of CPG, it was like there was a few brands that kind of kicked that off. And then there was just this flood of capital that came in, and that's how you get Cometeer raising at nearly $1 billion valuation. I think when that was happening, the real winners were like Thrasio, who were just buying everything for 2 to 3 times EBITDA. And I don't know. I feel like with brands, it's hard to imagine what you could, how to value it. I always think of when a brand sells, it's really for the sale of the brand, right? Like when Kate Spade gets traded to Tapestry, Tapestry's not buying a customer list, they're buying the brand name that then they can do something with, and that's what the valuation dictates, or that's how the valuation is dictated. So I think early stage venture got pretty carried away with that, and I've seen deals where it's like somebody's making, I don't know, $100K a month, they're valuing themselves at 30 million, or like they're pre-launched, they haven't even launched, they don't even have a product prototype, and they're a $10 million company, which just sounds ludicrous to me.
Yeah, I think it's often I think VCs should play virtually no role until you're a $30 million brand. First, a lot of these businesses you should be able to launch with a really small budget. But also, I think the business goes upside down really quickly when you raise dollars. So if you've raised at a $20 million valuation or a $50 million valuation, a Series A, well, you're going to have to find a home for that business at one point or another, and the multiples that CPG businesses trade at just don't justify that $50 million valuation down the line. I think the right place where VCs, and really it's more consumer private equity or consumer growth funds come in, is when they come in and they buy a business and they buy 50% of it or 70% of it. And they're like, you're going to take a bunch of chips off the table. We're going to give you a bunch of cash so you don't have to worry about money again. But you still have enough skin in the game where you're trying to build a bigger business. I think that's a great place to get excited about. And there's a lot of businesses that do that. The VMGs of the world do that. There's TSG, they do that as well. There's a lot of those consumer type of growth funds. I think that's where it's really exciting and where they can do something amazing. The bankers who represented Native, I remember they told me that Too Faced was this cosmetics brand, and the guys who sold Too Faced, the founders of Too Faced, sold 70% of their business to a growth fund and made, hundreds of millions of dollars. And then when the business grew a bunch more, and when they sold the last 30% that they had, they actually made more in that 30% than they had in the first 70%, which is pretty nuts. But I think that's where things get exciting. At the early stage, you're basically setting yourselves up for failure because you'll never be able to achieve the early valuations that you're seeking based on the multiples that exist in the market.
Hey, it's Barry. You said earlier, I was so interested that you regretted not focusing on AOV, right? You were focusing on LTV, trying to get the subscriptions. But you regretted that because you think you could have gotten more money from the acquiring business. How could you have known that, right? It's so interesting to me hearing you say that because you couldn't know depending on what business it is. I would imagine the LTV play would look better, but you're saying because of that type of business that acquired you, they don't look at it that way? They would have rathered the cash.
They don't know, they're not running analyses like that. They're not like, okay, your LTV is going to be higher on imagine 3 months before you're selling your business, you turn all the dials you can to hit a crescendo where you're maximizing revenue and profitability and not necessarily LTV on long-term customers. And that's the way I think about it. I should have just maximized short-term revenue and short-term profitability. Having spoken to 25 buyers when we were running our process, or a couple dozen buyers, nobody understood these things. If you try and sell your business today to Procter & Gamble, despite the fact that they've now gone through several of these acquisitions, they will still not know what that means. And I remember post-acquisition, I was actually I reported to the guy who ran deodorants, and I was like, look, do you want me to maximize LTV or maximize revenue? And he's like, I don't know how to answer that question, so just make your own choice. And I thought that was a brilliant answer on his part, where he's just like, I don't know, we've never had that type of question here, so do what you think is right. Nobody understands direct-to-consumer. If you're selling to another direct-to-consumer business, they will understand that. If you're selling to a big CPG, they don't speak that language. They don't know what LTV is. They don't know what the repeat purchase rate looks like. And so there's an information asymmetry, and you get to control it. And you get to control that narrative, and you can push all the levers you want, and then control the information asymmetry so they hear what you want them to hear. That's a really powerful thing.
Yeah. So Moise, you created Native, very very focused SKU, just one brand. Nick, you're talking about you bought a brand, you're starting a brand, and one of the conversations on Twitter a lot these days is the holdco, the holding company of multiple brands versus creating the Native, creating the Cuts, the True Classics, the Gymsharks, where you focus on just one brand. I don't think there's one answer, but I was just curious to hear your thoughts on the holding company with multiple brands that maybe are not 50 million, 100 million, but 5 million, 10 million, and holding more of those.
Well, I'm happy to go first. It really depends on what type of outcome you're searching for. If you've got a holdco, or if you've got a holding company with 5 businesses doing $5 million in revenue, I don't know what you have. Who's going to buy that? Some private equity firm? Yeah, maybe a private equity firm is going to buy it, but they're going to have a lot of leverage in that because they're like, I'm buying a CPG brand, an apparel brand, a shoe brand, and 2 other random things, an automotive brand. And so there are not a lot of businesses there are not a lot of strategic acquirers who are interested in things like that. One of the things that happened at Hint is after launching water, they launched sunscreen and I think deodorant actually. And I was like, what is
toothpaste briefly?
I was like, what is this company doing? Who's going to buy these guys? Coca-Cola or Procter & Gamble? And Procter & Gamble is going to be like, I don't want a beverage company. And Coca-Cola is like, I don't want a sunscreen company. We're not in the business of creating over-the-counter cosmetics that are regulated by the government. And so I think when you have a holdco in so many different categories, you put yourself at a disadvantage in terms of selling that business to a strategic acquirer and maximizing your value. On the flip side of that coin, because I sort of I'm trying to do it like this holdco structure myself, there's a lot of cash to be generated from businesses that generate $10 million in top line and a $1.5 million. It's a lot. It's not hard to get to a $10 million top line, $1.5 million EBITDA business. It's way harder to get to a 40 million top line, $7 million EBITDA business. So it's way easier to start 4 of those $10 million businesses than one $40 million business. And so if you're trying to maximize for cash flow or putting cash in your pocket, I would do the other one. I would go with the holdco and say, you know what, all these businesses are generating a ton of cash. If there's a cataclysmic event, like someone finds screws in your deodorant and your sales go down, no problem. It doesn't harm all of your brands. It just harms one of your brands. So for me, I would think about the outcome that I want. If I'm looking to sell a business to a strategic acquirer, there's no strategic acquirers for 4 holdcos in 4 different categories. There's only private equity, and they've got a lot of muscle over you when you're doing something like that. But if you're like, look, I'm trying to maximize for cash flow, I would do the easier roll of the dice, which is 4 businesses in a holdco.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you could, in fact, I think the way to do that is instead of trying to build brands that flip for 100 or 200 million, I think you'll have a lot more success building something to 30 or 40 and selling it and doing that a few times versus trying to get one at 100 or one at 200. But it depends what your personal goal is, right? How much time you want to put in and what you're looking for out of it. All right, maybe we can do a couple more.
Yeah.
Hey, this question is for Nick. I'm curious, what kind of growth strategies are you looking at or in channels when AOV for long weekend is 30, 35? I'm specifically interested in even at an earlier stage in a business when there might be only a few SKUs and there's only one purchase. Yeah, where should we go when Facebook and Instagram ads aren't exactly the best?
When you say one purchase, do you mean that it's not a repeat purchase item, but it has a $30 AOV?
That's right.
I'd shut the business down.
Me too.
I would not run that.
That's a bad. I wouldn't start that business
unless you have look at Feastables, right? Feastable. Well, even then our AOV got to 80 or 90, but that only works because you have Mr. Beast. Feastables would not work if we're running Facebook ads as a brand new company trying to convince people to buy something once. And so, I think you can do low AOV if you have a high consumption rate or repeat purchase rate, or it's something that fits into a routine and is hard to take out of that routine. But otherwise, there's just no way there's no margin, right? If you have a $30 product, let's say your margin is $20, maybe $18. Now you have $18 to pay yourself, pay your staff, pay your rent, and pay for ads. It's really tough.
Got it.
I'd probably just go heavy on influencer or find some sort of a celebrity or do what Isaac does and build a massive YouTube audience, and then you have your own distribution.
No, I think your first answer is right, which is, and it's a hard answer, which is don't get involved in that type of business. And if you've got that type of business, switch to a different business. Your time is your most precious asset that you're going to have. Yeah. It's going to be very difficult to build a meaningful business at $30 AOV on direct-to-consumer with no repeat purchase rate. In fact, I cannot think of a single person who's done that successfully.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 more guys? Sure.
Sure.
Let's do one over here, and then who else? And then back over there to Chase. We'll do 3 more. But that's a hard truth. It's not fun to say, but that's going to be an uphill battle, and you don't want to get involved in an uphill battle for 5 years. Someone on here was the Navy SEALs only pick battles that they can win. Go pick a battle that you can win that's way easier than that.
What are your guys' thoughts on, I'd say, non-traditional discounting methods? I know you guys had mentioned Apple, and Apple does constant discounts for students or teachers or businesses, but they never change the prices of their products ever. Their retailers will. So Walmart, Best Buy, et cetera, has ability to discount old products, but they lose margin on that, not Apple. But what Apple instead will do is give vouchers when they run sales, trying to protect the brand image that people are so worried about protecting without giving discounts, but also incentivizing people to purchase by having them spend less money with a quote-unquote voucher or cashback incentive.
So the question is, what do we think about non-traditional?
Yeah, is that a viable source?
Yeah, so Native will run promos at Target, and they'll say buy 2 sticks and get a $5 Target gift card, and Native pays for that promotion. Great, no problem. Non-traditional promotions are fantastic if you can be creative about them, or if they just drive revenue. There's nothing, and Apple is maybe the exception to every single rule, and I wouldn't be like, okay, Apple is the brand that I want to emulate because they make incredible products. They have no problem spending $10 billion in R&D to produce this laptop. So I wouldn't necessarily compare myself to them, but yeah, use any type of promotion model that works for you. We used to give away free travel size deodorants because it would cost us 60 cents and the perceived value is $3. I think Sarah at Curie does this promotion where she's like, buy today and get a gift card that you can use next month, because it helps her create consistent revenue for the next month, increases her repeat purchase rate. It's a brilliant strategy, and I wish we had done more of that. So I'm all for those things. Just try and figure out what works in a way that helps consumption and doesn't we talk about brand value. You don't want to end up being J. Crew.
Yeah, or running like an evergreen 40%.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I would say too.
Two more, but let's go Chase and then Jack, and then we'll wrap it up.
I think the whole point of this mic is that you can throw it.
It is true. Isn't that crazy?
We got it. Earlier, you mentioned that your current feel about businesses is you'd rather build than buy. If you don't have a Mr. Beast in your corner, isn't that inherently more risky by getting into something without a proven product market fit when you can, like you did, buy something for free?
Yeah, I mean, so like the brand that we started, we basically looked at data from other players in the market to understand like what are the chances that we can hit success within a certain budget. So we set aside, let's say, a $50,000 budget and said, all right, if we can't make this work, we're going to scrap the whole thing and move on to something else. So a celebrity would obviously help a ton, but ads work. Like good ads work. If you have good ads, you have good creative, you have good landing pages, you have good storytelling, you have good messaging and explaining, and you have an angle that differentiates you from the next product that sells the same thing, then I think it can work. The other thing is we went opposite on AOV. So we went higher in AOV, which allowed us to play around a little bit more, gives us more wiggle room. And we don't really have overhead costs right now. So we have that wiggle room to play around and see if something works. And if it doesn't work within that budget, then we'd shut it down. But I think in the first $7,000, we realized that it works. And so now it's just a matter of, okay, well, out of $7,000, we realized that this stuff is starting to work, and that type of stuff that we thought was going to work doesn't work at all. We also then, every night I'll watch an hour or two of user recordings on the site to see where people are clicking and what they're highlighting and what they're scrolling to and what they're stopping their scroll on. And then, I'll make that adjustment to the landing page, and then the next day I'll see how it runs. Did the click-through rate on the listicle go from 48 to 53%? Or, did I add a new variation that got a 63% click-through? And, what was the difference there and why did that happen? Even down to I'll go on LinkedIn and look up every single person who buys and see where do they live, what do they do, how much money do they make, and try to figure out why they're buying.
Says that on LinkedIn?
Well, you can assume job title and where they live. But I think there's definitely ways to do it, right? There's so many. Think about how many Shopify stores are started every day. Not all of them are going to find a celebrity, but all of them can figure out a way to try to crack that code. And if you can't crack the code, then let it go. But a lot of the stuff that we started and will continue to start is all based on data that we see, right? That's the other advantage that I guess we have is we get to see a lot of what works and what doesn't work before we decide to go make that investment.
Are you using Hotjar to do that optimization or something else?
Hell no.
What are you using?
I'm Brown. We're cheap. Microsoft Clarity.
Is that free?
Completely free.
Wow.
And it's got heat maps, scroll depth maps, user recordings. Wow. And it's got this one thing that no other analytics platform has called dead clicks, which is you can see what people click to where they think they're going somewhere, but they're not going anywhere. And so, a lot of times on a landing page, it might be the logo at the top, or it might be an image that's not hyperlinked, or it might be, sometimes we'll find titles are not hyperlinked, and people are clicking it. And so you change that, all of a sudden your click-through rate goes way up.
That's great. Okay, one last one.
Hey guys, firstly, love the podcast.
Enjoyed listening to it a lot. And Nick, we just got our Hooks lander back.
Let's go.
And it is absolute fire.
Love it.
So everyone go to Hooks. It's great.
You planted this guy out.
Yeah. Man, I gave him $200 at the beginning, and now he's about to get $300.
Coming off my Hooks payment, I hope. My question is actually for Moise. Moise, we've kind of built our business a lot based on your philosophy, which is all about focus, single SKU, single channel, not trying to do too much. And that served us incredibly well up to now. We're kind of £6.5 million run rate, profitable, bootstrapped.
What's the category?
Sorry, CPG, so cleaning products.
Okay.
So, all the same kind of stuff and very broad market, can scale quite far. But we're getting a lot of pressure, I think, to do with the market and where the market's at to lose that focus, go into wholesale, expand internationally.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know, if you were building a business now, how far you take that focus concept. Would you take it, because you took it to £50 million in sales. How would you think about that today?
Very similar. It certainly depends on market size. Like, United States is great because it's a massive market. If I was in Canada, I'd be like, I need to go internationally much faster. But where are you getting that pressure from?
A bit from our board and just advisors and that kind of thing.
I don't know a good way to put this, but generally I think boards are complete garbage, and so are most advisors. I've told this story before. When we were running our business, people would be like, our largest investor was like, you need to launch at least one more SKU in order to sell this business. You'll never be able to sell a single SKU business. And I was like, what do you know about anything? You don't. You don't know what's going on in the world. You don't know what this business looks like. Other people would come to me and they'd be like, you aren't doing enough with influencer marketing. Like, you need to focus on influencer marketing. That's where the money's at, and that's what everyone's doing today. And I was like, do you have any idea how good Facebook ads are?
Yeah.
You think I'm going to spend time finding 50 influencers when I can just add a zero and make more money tomorrow? Get the fuck out of here. It would get me so upset because I'm like, I think about this business every morning, every evening, all day, every day. You have the audacity to come out here and think about my business for 2 hours and then tell me how to run it. I can feel myself getting upset right now, and I'm not even running a business. I'm getting upset on your behalf. So, I would have a lot of I would just do whatever you think is right. And anybody who tells you that that's not right, you're the guy in the captain's chair, and their bet was on you when they agreed to invest in the business. And you can listen to their advice, but I would do whatever I think is right, and I would respectfully say, hey, I don't think this is right. I think this is why we should do this. And if they keep pressuring you, I would literally stop taking their phone calls. We had a guy sort of do that to us once, and I was like, he was an investor. He put in $25,000. I was like, I'm happy to give you your $25,000 back tomorrow. You can have it back, but you're never ever going to get to influence this business. And he's like, no, you can keep the money then. Do what you like. Nobody is thinking about your business as much as you are. And the beauty of one of the fears that I had if we expanded into different categories is I was like, let's say we launched toothpaste and body wash pre-P&G. Well, what if we were trying to sell to somebody who wanted only a deodorant company and didn't want a toothpaste company or a body wash company? And that type of focus made it so that anybody who was interested in a deodorant business could think of it, and it was like a diamond in the rough. Like, during the sale process, when Unilever came in, I was like, does anyone know? Are you guys good at selling internationally? Because Unilever is based abroad. I was like, if you guys are good at selling internationally, think about what we're doing here in the United States and think about what you could do in Europe. When it came to P&G, I was like, look, are you guys good at selling other SKUs and other categories? Good at product development? Well, think about what this brand could do if it was in other categories. When the Dr. Teal's guy came, I was like, are you guys good at selling into brick and mortar stores? We have no idea what the fuck we're doing there, but if you guys do, think about what this $50 million brand could do in Target and in Walmart. And that single SKU focus became a real asset when we were selling the business, as opposed to my lead investor who was like, hey, you need to launch another SKU. This isn't going to work without it. So I would do the same thing, but more importantly, I don't know your business and I don't know what you want out of the business and where you're selling and how you're selling. And if you think those categories are easy or hard to get into, I would do exactly what I think was right, and I would tell everyone else to go fuck themselves.
Great, thank you.
Set? Yeah.
Maybe I'll get some. Oh, there's some volume. Give it up again for Moise Sharma. Incredible. That was a really cool idea. That was awesome. Really great pivot. All right, guys, there's 40 minutes till dinner. This is a dinner, so you do not need to eat before that. Amazing barbecue. It's over at Lambert's. It's about 7 minutes away. It's open from 7 to 10. Also drinks, everything. We have the whole restaurant, so again, make sure you either bring a lanyard or a wristband. And then tomorrow night is the big after party. Lots of questions there. It's black tie optional, so I'm coming in a tuxedo. Some people are going to the nines. Some people are coming in shirts. Only requirement is have fun, network, dress in what you feel comfortable with. And then that's day one. Whalies in the books, folks. Let's go!